Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Yo, what's popping, people? Yeah, sorry about yesterday's show. For anyone who tried to log in yesterday, we had a new, we had someone else running the panel, and yeah, it didn't go well for them. Like, I'm not gonna talk too much on it. In fact, I just realized my audio is probably a bit crazy. All right, how's that now? Is that a bit better? Yeah, I think that's a bit better, hopefully. But yeah, like big up everyone. Like today we're gonna do some more vibes in, talking, discussion, get into some more debates if we want, and just generally have some fun. So, you know, it's okay. I'm reloaded. I'm back. Back with a bang. Hold up. Back with a banger. Cause we're gonna start with some warm up music again. Big up all of the gang. Yeah, all of the gang, everyone that's in the group, you know, everyone who's been here from day one, from day dot. Like we started from the ground up, and we're gonna keep building brick by brick by brick, brick upon brick upon brick, brick upon brick upon brick. What you know about all of that? Who knows about Skilly Bang? If you know about Skilly Bang, you know about them type of tune there. But yeah, um, let me just hit the play button on this. You lot have a minute to warm up. Um, Where's Natty Two Dread? Natty Two Dread. Hopefully you're not at work right now, because yeah, I think me and you had some good duels, battles, whatever you want to call them, back and forths. So I'd like to continue. Who else did I have a good duel with? I don't know what's happened to Natalie. Natalie, I think she's kind of a bit timid with her opinions sometimes. So Natalie, we need to see more forcing your opinions out there. Get them out there. Let us hear what you're about. Talk to us. Tell us what you're really about. What are you really doing? What is it you really think? Who else is there? Um, I'd like to hear from G today still. I'd like to hear from G, because I think me and Natty's been having this ongoing debate, um, this half religious debate, for a few days now. And I feel like someone like G, he's quite open minded, and he's not very one sided. So he'll listen to both sides and maybe give us a good perspective. I feel like Sham did as well. So big up Sham. Yeah. Um, but yeah, we're gonna start off with some music anyway, a little bit of warm up music, you know how we do. And we'll just see how it goes, man. I'm just enjoying life today, man. I'm not even putting no stress on no one today to be here in no quick capacity. Oh, you see that? I didn't even mean to do that, you know. Yeah, you don't arrive when you're ready to arrive. I didn't even mean to push that button. It's like it was supposed to happen. Out to Fraser, yeah, producer. Out to Pro G, yeah. Oh, all right, let's run that back. I hope you lot was enjoying that still, because I was enjoying that still. So I'm gonna run that one back, and yeah, have another listen. Yeah, this is one of the producers I know, a guy called Fraser. So if you don't want to check him out, Sean Fraser, I'm sure you'll find him. But yeah, he's on things. He's on things. Let's go. All right. Let's stop that. Stop that for a second. I don't know if you guys are hearing me. If you're not getting no volume, all right. I just checked myself. So yeah, you're definitely getting some volume. Yeah, I don't know what was happening there. It seemed like you weren't getting no signal. But yeah, big up man like Fraser, Sean Fraser. Check him out. Some nice productions there. Anyone who wants to get into music, and you like the production, you want to sing, you want to rap, whatever it is, we might be able to plug you in with the producer. But yeah, that's a studio that's in London. So anyone who's in that region, give me a holler, send an email or something. I'll forward you to him, and then you can get the link in it. Is it? All right, let's play something else. What am I gonna play for you lot next? I think it's a bit of a lazy Wednesday today as well, so I need to like wake you lot up a little bit. Is it? And obviously we can't just play any randomers music, so we have to play music from our own peoples or from our own catalogs XYZ. So if some of you are thinking, how come you never just play Vybz Kartel? That we can't just play Vybz Kartel like that, unfortunately, for those who didn't know that. But yeah, I think I've made a decision on what I'm gonna play next. I hope you're liking the new what is this called? The overlay. Is it? Because man had to work out like how we gonna deal with these trolls, like we've had these trolls coming over here and they're doing things like trying to pawn bomb and doing stupidness. Nah, you ain't getting through no more. I've worked it out. We got the overlay popping. Yeah. So sometimes you're gonna come over here, it's just gonna be like this. You're just gonna see this overlay. Yeah. It's just gonna say hit the link in the description like it does. But then if I turn off the banner, yeah, and turn off the overlay, hold up. Here we go. Here we go. I'm back. Yeah, I'm liking this overlay thing. It makes sense. So for the man them, when you're running the channel, you just hit the brand button, you go to the overlay. Yeah, anytime you got a new panelist, boom, bam, is it. So all right, let me hit the button on this next track for you lot. Hopefully you enjoy it. For those of you who don't enjoy it, I'm gonna act like I care, but you know my real response.
There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way. force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a
I had to
difference.
pull up that one there.
They
So
are a moral army. And the most important thing
you know
that
what?
we can do for them
Let me get some of this. Yeah. I had to Pro G. This beat is kind of hard still. I can't lie. In fact, you know what? No. Edge it
There's
back
a
again.
new force of nature at hand,
Edge it back one more time.
stirring all over the world. They are young people.
Yeah, edge that back one more time.
We have
Let me make sure I can hear
failed,
myself.
who are angry, who are organized, who are capable.
We don't really do freestyle no more, so we're just gonna do
They
bars.
are a moral army.
You get me?
And the most important thing that we
Look
can
for
do
warm
for
up,
them
warming.
is to get the hell out of the way.
On my ones, doing my daily. Hey, keeping it programmed. Hey, do you know what, Professor Genius? I don't know where you lot went,
There's a new force of nature at hand,
but this beat here
stirring all over
is
the world.
nuts.
They are
I shouldn't laugh. The way that came in is
we
kind
have
of nuts, but I kind of get it. I
who are
get it.
angry,
But I don't do
who
drill.
are organized,
I just got
who are
skills.
capable
I'm from
of
Forest
making a
Hills.
difference.
You know the
They
deal.
are
I keep shit real.
moral
These
army.
motherfuckers ain't real.
And
I
the
roll
most
in the
important
car
thing
on the
that
four
we can
wheels.
do for them
Yeah,
is to get
I'm
the
so
hell out of
chill.
the way.
Listen, on my ones, doing my daily, no mistakes, keeping it programmed. I'm from a dangerous place. Pagans built for the team like Conan. Governments changing pace, taking the savings, changing race. Don't give a damn about saving face. Filling up petrol, changing plates. No money on these estates. You man wanna buy bathing apes. Watch out for the blatant snakes. Pulling bluffs gonna raise the stakes. Bakers selling pies, politicians telling lies. McDonald's selling fries, television selling lies. Hey, all about that. Yeah, get that money, we're all about that. Rap on a beat, we're all about that. Ain't out on the street, ain't all about that. Nah, hey, behave. I could have give you more still, but you know what? Everything in life ain't free. If you want free, you better go to Freestyle Friday. But I'll play some more tracks for you lot still. But yeah, man, I'm waiting for you for Natty 2 Dread, waiting for the man them to turn up, waiting for people to turn up. Whenever you lot are ready, we're gonna do some talk show. We're gonna talk about some stuff. I got some videos to play actually as well. I got a couple of videos that I wanted to play and have a little look at. But what am I gonna play next? I'm gonna play some different stuff today because I always play like the same intro tracks. I'm gonna play some different ones today, alright? Yeah, don't feel no way. I know some of you maybe do, so I'm gonna give you something new. Let's try this one for you.
Man don't rave, man just blaze. Sit down in a big man section. Gal get brave, wave, hashtag drunk, white rum session. Brethren, best you behave. Try not walk in a big man section. Like a CD get ejected. My whole team roll with protection. Them boy are talking bossy, but really that's just projection. Mentally like an infection. Watch how I eat these MCs for breakfast. Big man, I got no ops, just money making operations. The beef don't never get squashed. I just put them on the grill and steak 'em. I see man, but I don't watch man. No time, never watch no haters. Plus them man are working dirty, I'm clean, never wash like pagans. Blacks killing blacks is murder. Just look at that situation. Man running up their mouth on Snap. Now my body's laying down on the pavement. Learn them books or flip them packs. Pay that tax, we all got options. On credit, APR stacks. Pay it all back, now I got options. Chrome on wheels, vampire tints, chocolate mint options. You can love me or hate me, everyone's got their options. Learn them books or flip them packs. Pay that tax, we all got options. On credit, APR stacks. Pay it all back, now I got options. Chrome on wheels, vampire tints, chocolate mint options. You can love me or hate me, everyone's got their options. Do what's right or go do crime. 9 to 5 or just do time. Expect from me some integrity, but these MCs got no spine. What I see from a man on road don't match what I hear online. Too many man fake it to make it. That flow you drop is so basic. Just smoke screen and props. Certain man got a twist like locks. Face it, I hate when the talent is wasted. Some of these lines are copy and pasted. They don't want to keep it real. Hannibal Lecter changing faces. Blind men leading a nation, and they don't even know the basics. The devil is so persuasive. The system needs replacing. Switch to the spiritual healing. Be careful who you're embracing. Got love for the low class people, no love for the Mason nonsense. Secret society, who's gonna take that option? Learn them books or flip them packs. Pay.
Alpha waves.
Let me flip it to this one for you. I don't think you heard this one yet. Big up John BBB in the chat. Big up Suge. Big up Natty 2 Dread. You don't know, family.
Let's get it.
Let's keep it rolling.
Flip that, lash that, whip that till I'm paid. Spin that, cut that, splashed out, now I'm waved. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Flip that, man lash that, man whip that till I'm paid. Then I spin that, cut that, splashed out, now I'm waved. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. I got the piff, not the molly. Roll with a chick like a dolly. Look at the shape of her body. I only roll with the hotties. I'm talking quality. I'm not a star like astrology. Hustling's in my biology. Them man are talking mythology. I'm about to switch up the strategies. Put me on charge like the batteries. My niggas eating like calories. Bad man, I deal with no fallacy. Man, I ain't working for salary. I need the green like the celery. So what you say, what you telling me? If you ain't on it, then why are you belling me? Hating, then why are you playing me? I got the plug if you're feeling me. It's better you serve up a plate for me. My haters running shit blatantly. We got the block and we're making beats. Pass me the papers, I'm rolling that flavor weed. I got the certification. Turn your ideas into manifestation.
Yeah, I had to restart that one because I know the bars are too quick for some people. So make sure you're listening, yeah? Big up yourself, same way. Let's go, same speed. Yeah.
Let's get it. Flip that, lash that, whip that till I'm paid. Spin that, cut that, splashed out, now I'm waved. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Flip that, man lash that, man whip that till I'm paid. Then I spin that, cut that, splashed out, now I'm waved. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. I got the piff, not the molly. Roll with a chick like a dolly. Look at the shape of her body. I only roll with the hotties. I'm talking quality. I'm not a star like astrology. Hustling's in my biology. Them man are talking mythology. I'm about to switch up the strategies. Put me on charge like the batteries. My niggas eating like calories. Bad man, I deal with no fallacy. Man, I ain't working for salary. I need the green like the celery. So what you say, what you telling me? If you ain't on it, then why are you belling me? Hating, then why are you playing me? I got the plug if you're feeling me. It's better you serve up a plate for me. My haters running shit blatantly. We got the block and we're making beats. Pass me the papers, I'm rolling that flavor weed. I got the certification. Turn your ideas into manifestation. I got the plug, them boys are hating because I got this rap like a pater, my cuz. I'm at the dot like a patient, waiting to pick up a shipment. Now I can stock up the basement. I put a lock on the case. You can see me on the block, but nobody comes to the base. You see the look on my face when I hit that, lash that, whip that till I'm paid. Spin that, cut that, splashed out, now I'm waved. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Flip that, man lash that, man whip that till I'm paid. Then I spin that, cut that, splash out, now I'm waved. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, wave. Smoke up, drink up, pass out, Wave, these chicks know what I'm like. Tell her come right on a bike. Man, to get out one night. I wear the glove like a mic. You need to get with the times. Fuck all these stereotypes. All of these bitches are hype. She used to fuck with them gringos, but now she's stuck in Mandingo. Broken English and patois. Bitch wanna fuck with the lingo. She never thought I could sing though. See through these chicks like a window. She loves the way that I speak, way that I move in the street, down to the shoes on my feet. Chicks say they love my physique. I wasn't taking it seriously. She gave me puss. I give a D with a kick and a slap. That's a serious beat. I like them big, like a petite. Make them into what I want them to be. Let's take it to college, my G. All of these bitches give knowledge to me. Done with it now. Run with the team. Get back on the road. Running the team. Car's gonna need that cash. Like the block needs a cash in jet. And the beat's gonna need that gas. But the flow gonna need that edge. We're making moves on site. We're making moves like jet. If we were making a bet, you're gonna be writing a check. I'm going hard, gonna make sure you never forget how.
Yeah, I hope everyone's feeling a bit more warmed up now. Yeah. Alright, 92 Judge said he's gonna be here in 2 minutes. So we're gonna keep the music down for a minute. Big up yourself, same speed. Let's go.
Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? It's a dog-eat-dog world, progression in hand with family and friends. Learn to love, honor and care as part of the past, when quarrels and disputes will end. For fuck's sake, I'm frustrated and angry at the state of my welfare. But why should I be, man? Should I be sad? As a matter of fact, I should be glad that I got a roof over my head, plenty Akis and Shahar, soul food and a couple of Budweiser. Car, some people ain't even got a penny, let alone or a pound or a bucket to piss in. Look, call me a joke, but he who laughs hardest. Moving forward, there is no time crying over spilled milk. New beginnings, happy new year, laughter and good times. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares. Life isn't perfect, but who cares? I'm living a dream compared to those facing nightmares.
It's a mad thing. Coming up, we never had things. It was all about that money in a bag, quick peas. And it gets peak when you're on the roads and you're struggling to eat. Hustling and juggling to make ends meet in the city. Where the blocks are grimy, the streets are gritty, girls are pretty, but they're giving up the kitty too fast. Relationships that won't.
I say this with boldness. Speak now or forever hold your peace. We in the last stage, yeah, revelation. You can bend over backwards or refuse the mark of the beast. The first will be last, the last will be first. Dumb and dumber, take notes. Wanna prosper in life? Well, we need to come together, stand up for our rights and be united. Soldier type, building bridges is the way forward in this Mockingjay Hunger Games.
Yo, what's good, people, man? Yeah, out to Urban Analysis. Let me just say, Urban Analysis. No, that's not Stack. That was me. And yeah, the guys, that's me and my guys, the team, the gang. Big up the gang. Big up Sylvia. Sylvia, what's going on? Yo, Sylvia, can you hear me? All right, so Sylvia, if you can hear me, long story short, you've got to say something, or at least turn your camera on so we can see who you are, because I can't just let anyone up here. We've had porn bombers up here, we've had it all going on, so we have to be a bit careful about who we're just letting up here. Hence, we've got the drinkable thing there. Like, I've added you back. Can you turn your microphone on? Yeah, big up Urban, big up Urge, man. Yeah, a lot of rappers from London sound similar. I find this. People say it's like New York. Like, a lot of rappers in New York sound similar to each other. But yeah, I was just playing through some stuff, some old stuff, some new stuff. But I suppose everything's new to you if you ain't heard it. You see it. So Sylvia, if you are there, can you unmute your mic and say something so we know who you are? Either way, I'm going to continue with our warm-up music. Big up Urban Analysis. Big up everyone who's enjoying themselves over here so far. and the conversation soon starts. So don't go nowhere. We're just playing some tracks, doing a little warm up. Yeah, enjoy.
I say this with boldness. Speak now or forever hold your peace. We in the last stage, yeah,
Hey, yo,
revelation.
Wyland, play it
Either
again.
bend over backwards or refuse the mark of the beast. The first will be last, the last will be first. Dumb and dumber, take notes. Wanna prosper in life? Well, we need to come together, stand up for our rights and be united. Soldier tiger, building bridges is the way forward. In this Mockingjay Hunger Games, young blood, get your faculties right. Betrayal, hatred and failure is for the weak-minded that follow the herd, not me. I'm the black sheep. I don't lick ass for cash money. I'm a train setter, no longer puffing on that Mary Jane, but drinking plenty Corona like Jaquan. Now everybody in this bitch get tipsy. Conspiracy theories, or is it reality? Many people woke but still getting gagged. This is a joke, we living in vanity. Crisis acts, there's plenty liars co-starring like Jim Carrey. But I'm a realist, fucking Elon Musk. I refuse to be jabbed, I'm screaming freedom!
Yeah, yeah,
I'm screaming freedom!
yeah. Came up out the dirt, covered in the mud.
But they show me love.
The people who I stay around, what was I to do? Struggled in my youth, now I'm big and grown. I got a different edge about me, trying to eat a food, aiming at the moon. Money comes and goes, yeah I know. Tell me about it, story of my life, trying to keep it real.
Okay,
And
jokes and
still,
banter
I'm
2022.
talking to
Let's go.
everybody. Yeah, judo, flip the script, put it in reverse. If you're calling dibs, bro, better be rehearsed. If you're bringing knowledge, though, better be researched. Talking too much grease might end up in a hearse. Bitches take notes, might end up in a purse. When they lose hope, might end up in the church. Bodies in boxes, grind, end up in the dirt. Jenny smokes rock, might end up on the curb.
Yeah, I think it was time to stop that one there still. That was the perfect place to stop it, in my opinion. So, yeah, out to my brother 92 Dread. Seeing as you're in the chat anyway, we might as well just start getting to this, man. We don't want to do too much warm-up music because we're going to run out of tunes. And in fact, we probably wouldn't. But I don't want you lot to get bored neither. So, yeah, I'm not going to do a vanity show and play like 100 of my tracks to you. I'm going to say that's enough. Let's relax off of that. And, yeah, I got some stuff that I wanted to go into still. Let me stop that screen share. So, me and Natty, like, we was having this, like I said, this half religion versus science kind of debate. I don't think that my brother Natty was getting, I don't know, very intricate with the science, if that makes sense, or getting very in depth with the sciences. But I think to some extent, yeah, what he was doing was he was more making assertions or assumptions. I think urban analysis, I think the motive for today is we were going to do men versus women versus yesterday. And obviously the show kind of, we had a female who was going to run the panel for us, but something went wrong. And I thought it don't make sense having men versus women if there's only men here. So I thought, you know what, let's just like shut that one down. But today we can just do verses in the sense of, you know, if anyone's got any particular topics they wanted to attack, or they've heard anyone say anything in particular that they feel that was controversial, or, you know, they don't understand why a person may hold a particular opinion, let's talk about it. Because I think what woke me up the other day is we done this little G Block vibes, and I think like to some extent, you know, it started off well and we enjoyed it to start off with, but it got to a point where it's almost like it's just turning into a silly argument now, where we can have a bit more of a discussion, we can have a bit more of a debate, you know, we can be a bit more descriptive with our language, you know, and put our points across better. So I thought, you know what, I found a little video. Let me just take off this branding thing for a second. Yeah, I found a little video and it just reminded me of me and Natty having this conversation. I said, nah, I gotta play this one for Natty, man, because I think he'll enjoy it. Natty having this conversation. Literally. Let me just try and find it. Yeah. And the thing is, I know Natty Two Dread, when he sees this video here, there's going to be points that he's going to want to speak to. I know straight away when you see this one here, there are going to be points you want to speak to, my brother. And there may be some you agree with, disagree with. But I think ultimately it's going to kind of give you a bit more of a basis of why the argument can never really end with religion and science. It can never really end, because where does science come from? Where does information come from? Where does everything come from? Now, religion is going to say, you know, everything is from God. That means science is coming from the Most High too, then, isn't it? Because it must have got here by some means of, you know, the information he gave us. Like that, like in the sense of, like I was saying yesterday to Natty, not yesterday, the day before, tell a lie. A lot of information contained in the Bible, like, is used in science today, just like a lot of information contained in ancient Egypt is used in science today, in ancient Mesopotamia, and all of these places of antiquity where, you know, we would find what we may call religious people. So religion isn't just about worship. There's a lot of other information in there. It's not just about worship. You know, you can learn things, you know, how to look after yourself, how to feed yourself, the right things to eat, botanical evidence. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Human anatomy, all sorts of things, you know, how the body works, how it functions, you know, like all of these things are connected. And once I worked that one out, like, I don't know, I just thought to myself, what's the point? Like, see, urban analysis says separating science, evolution, and creation is the problem. And I think to some extent you're right. Because if I'm a scientist and I believe in evolution, I'm gonna act as if I don't believe that I know it to have happened. But believing in evolution is no different to believing in the Most High. Because guess what? You can't bring evolution right here now and show it to me, can you? Do you feel where I'm coming from? So if you can't bring evolution right here, right now on the table and show me evolution in front of me, yeah, in front of my eyes happening right now, then unfortunately, to me, it's just a myth that you're creating. The same way, you know, someone who don't believe in the Most High, they're going to say, well, that's just a myth you're creating. That's something you just want to believe in, but it's not actually real. Do you feel where I'm coming from? Now, once we've taken those stances, that's a never-ending argument. Yeah. Now, we could take the stance of, you know, you could be right, but this is what I believe. You know, like that, which is normally my stance. Like, everyone could be right. I could be wrong. I could always be wrong. But I tell you what, I know what I believe. I know what I'm dealing with. I know what I'm following. I know the path that I'm on, innit? I can't tell you what path to be on. I can't tell you that I can't tell you there's no religion in science, and I can't tell you there's no science in religion. All I can tell you is, you know, you choose what one works for you. For some people, it don't work to have a religion. It don't work to think a certain way, to adhere to something other than, you know, science, and maybe some factors of what, maybe there's some things in their life that they adhere to that have religious connections, but they have a thing against religion. I don't know. They don't like it. And it's not my place to tell them what they must like and what they must not like, or what they must do from what they mustn't do. It's just my place to say that, you know what, as far as understanding life, I don't think you can understand life properly without some type of spiritual teaching. That's my personal take on it. Yeah. See, urban analysis, really, you should be up here with me talking with all of these questions, man. What does he say? He says, well, it's not really a question, actually, a statement. He said, Big Bang can be proven, but Big Bang is a creation. So, well, this is the thing now. When you say the Big Bang can be proven, we're calling it a Big Bang. We're calling it an explosion. All right, cool. Yeah, a big explosion, a Big Bang. But what created that? Do you know what I'm trying to say? What initiated that? Why was it initiated? Was it done with purpose, if such a thing ever happened? And if that purpose was like I said to someone the other day, I said, in the Bible, in fact, do you know what? Let's not say in the Bible, let's go to it. That's what we're gonna do today, rather than just talk about stuff, because yeah, I think it's good to just go straight to the source sometimes, or most of the time, to be fair, and just stick to the facts in it, like rather than us even attempting to reiterate something. You know, like that. Let's just get the real verse, the real version, and call it a day. You see it? So we'll go. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. So, if that's what you're talking about, if that's what you're calling the Big Bang, then technically, I'd have to say, to some extent, urban analysis, you're kind of right. Because why would I be here arguing with that? Because if God speaks, is there going to be a Big Bang? Do you feel where I'm coming from, Herbs?
Yeah, kinda. Yeah, I'm during work hours, so I may have to leave. But
No, you're
I'm
good.
here
You're
as long
good.
as I can be.
Yeah, just in and out if you have to be, bro. Don't watch nothing. You're not under no restrictions.
Just in case if a call comes through, I'm waiting for a welder to come and fix some machinery for me. I don't know when he's
Okay.
going to be here. I'm looking on the camera now. There's a van pulling up, but I don't know what van he drives. No, I don't think that's him. Yeah, science and religion, isn't it? The thing is, the mainstream science want to separate the two, isn't it? That's the fucking problem.
100%.
But it's like a lot of science goes off physics, and physics are the laws of science. But who created the laws?
Well, this is it. That's a good question. Who did create that? Do you know who created the laws of science?
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. I don't know. Fuck knows. But there's definitely laws, and the laws do apply. It's they use the laws to create the devices that me and you are talking on now. Without physics, it wouldn't have been possible. So there are laws. You got what ones you got? You got like sacred geometry. I think the Fibonacci code is it. Then you got what's the thing with the swirls, isn't it? So it always goes a certain way. And you got like the golden mean. There's loads in it.
I tell you what,
like
because you said
snowflakes
that, I just typed it in online quickly. So what I'm gonna do, big up Suja as well. I'm gonna fling up the screen share so we can all see what Google tells us are the laws of science. Yeah, just to give us a bit of a heads up before we get too deep into this. Because I'll be honest, I didn't know these laws off the cuff like that. But it says laws in science, Newton's first law of motion, Newton's second law of motion, Newton's law of universal gravitation, law of conservation of mass, law of conservation of energy, and law of conservation of momentum. So these are scientific laws.
Yeah, them law. I'm no scientist. I'm no fucking scholar. I'm not educated. I'm just a fucking kid off the fucking street from a fucking broken home, mate. I don't know fucking lot, I do try and fucking educate myself as much as possible. But yeah, I was relating to physics, and I suppose this does come under physics. And basically, physics are the laws of science. But I think there's a lot more than what's listed there involved in physics.
Okay, I'm just reading this next piece here. Yeah, it says, what is scientific law? Like theories, scientific laws describe phenomena that the scientific community has found to be provably true. Generally, laws describe what will happen in a given situation as demonstratable by a mathematical equation, whereas theories describe how the phenomenon happens. So can you understand now where I would say something like evolution, now you're dealing with something that's like believing in the Most High, because now you're dealing with theories. This isn't something that's provable and measurable and demonstratable right now in front of you.
But the laws are not theories, though, isn't it? That's what it's saying. The laws are provable.
Yeah, Yeah, the laws are provable. So you got different types of science, and this is where it's like this is where
But
my mind's at. Where I've
but they
said to
do,
like,
but they don't just. It's not like
hmm,
it's not like philosophy where they just sit there and come up with a theory. They are theories based on the physics, so they're like educated guesses, basically.
all right, you see what you said there, yeah. I'm gonna take that with a pinch of salt, and I'm gonna say, I don't know if you knew what the show was gonna be about today, but that's exactly where I was going. Does science do that? Take that big leap of faith? Does it ever do that? And if
Yeah, of
it
course,
does,
that's
for
theoretical
instance,
science. Yeah.
all right. So when we get into the theoretical side, what are they basing these theories on?
Look, I do. Lately, yeah. Look, I listened a lot of recently. I listened to a lot of podcasts, and the main
Yeah,
two that I listened to a few, but the main two is a guy called Lex Friedman,
yeah,
and obviously the great fucking Joe Rogan. And they
okay,
do get a lot of physicists on, which physicists specialize in the field of physics, the laws of science.
yeah,
And they do get some good. I was listening to one this morning. It's 3 hours long though. It's Joe Rogan's most recent one. If you go on Spotify, I forget the guy's name. He's like a Chinese or Japanese guy, something Miku. I'll try and get the link. It's a good. It was a good one, and he was talking about different levels of civilization. So I think at the moment, like we're like a type 1. And type 1 is like based on like the language we use, the science we use, and then he's talking about like type 3 civilizations. So he was saying that like if there's basically a way to like, well, theoretically through physics it can be done, but we haven't achieved it yet, but theoretically it can be done. And it's you travel via an avatar to another planet. So you're not actually traveling, you're still on your planet, but sort of like your consciousness goes to another planet. And he thinks that's
well,
how possibly alien civilizations are traveling.
think about it like this, yeah. This is another thing where science is just agreeing with religion again, and realizing that what they was told by the ancient people, they're only just figuring out now. So I'll give you an example, because I'm going to play this video for 92 Dread, but I was kind of hoping he'd get here before I played it. But even in this video, it's going to tell you about the same thing, that when you look back in the Bible, it's going to tell you about transmitting your voice via light. Yeah. Now, if we think about electricity, yeah, electricity is actually light. So when you're sending a signal, a phone signal, whatever signal you're sending, do you understand?
Electricity isn't light though. Electricity is energy.
All right, you're saying it's energy, but energy is light. Now, what I'm saying to you
light is a form. Light is a form of energy.
All right, but they're two forms of the same energy. This is what a lot of people don't understand. Yeah, because when you see lightning, you see light. Do you understand?
Yes, and that's energy.
So
yes.
Once somebody had worked that out, all they had to do was give you the implication. So now we already knew.
Yeah, but is the light energy, or is the energy in some form of process where it creates light?
All right, so say like you got a refinery, yeah, and in your refinery you refine a certain type of metal. You got the raw version and you got the refined version. So what we're dealing with is two different types of the same energy. Maybe we call them raw and refined then, if you want to call them that. But you see, when you get energy from the sun, we call it solar. Correct?
Yeah. Well, I'm not educated enough to comment on that.
I like that answer. That was a big boy answer. This is what I mean. Listen, when you come up over here from now on, I want you to take a leaf out of books, get your big boy pants on, because we don't need to know everything. And I don't know it all neither. We just learning together. But I do know this much, that, like I said, lightning is called lightning for a reason, because it's the feature of the light within it. Do you feel where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, we know that a light bulb emulates light, but we know that it's using electricity. So we know to some extent these two things are connected, light and energy. Do you feel where I'm coming from?
Well, I know that light can emit heat, and heat is a form of energy.
That's
so you
right.
got like lasers and stuff like that.
That's right. Now we're getting there. So now once we understand that, then we can understand why those ancient people, were smarter than us. Because they had it worked out from way back then. They told you could send your voice using the power of light. Watch this. When I play this video, the guy will explain it better. Yeah. But the point is, electricity is another form of light. So when they're translating a lot of these old texts, there's a lot of transliteration.
I don't agree with that statement, man. Let me just put that on file. I don't agree with that statement.
You don't have to.
Light is a form of energy, and electric is a form of energy. They're both forms of energy, but I don't think they are the same energy.
All right, I'm saying to you, they're two versions of the same. They're two different forms of the same energy. Yeah, and you know where that comes from? Let me just tell you where that comes from.
Yeah, well, essentially, what you're saying is energy is energy, and these are two forms of energy.
All right, but
if you say it like that, then I can agree.
I know that's what you're saying, but I'm saying to you, this isn't something I came up with. Long story short, innit? So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna run this video, because I know you don't have long, so I'm just gonna run it now.
I could have long. Hopefully, I've got long, but I could get interrupted.
All right, say no more. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna run this video, and you tell me when we're finished this video. I want you to give me your verdict after the video. Yeah, your analysis after, in comparison to before. And there's going to be more. There's going to be a few more facts on there than just that one. So I want you to give me your analysis, your honest analysis on all of them. Yeah. Big up John BBB. Like you said, white and brown sugar. You're right. Two versions of the same thing is what I'm saying. So let's go.
Oh, there's hundreds of analogies. Yeah, there's hundreds of analogies we can use.
Yeah. Can you see that on the screen? Yeah.
Yeah. 10 of the top scientific facts in the Bible.
All right, let's do this. Can you hear that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wicked.
At a time when it was believed that the earth sat on a large animal or on a giant, 1500 years before Christ, the Bible spoke of the earth's free float in space. He hangs the earth on nothing. Science didn't discover that the earth hangs on nothing until 1650, 3,000 years later. Encyclopedia Britannica documents that in 1845, a young doctor in Vienna named Dr. Agnes Semmelweis was horrified at the death rate of women who gave birth in hospitals. As many as 30% died after childbirth. Semmelweis noted that doctors would examine the bodies of patients who died. Then, without washing their hands, they would go straight to the next ward and examine expectant mothers. This was because the presence of microscopic diseases was unknown. Semmelweis insisted that doctors wash their hands before each examination. When they did that, the death rate immediately dropped down to 2%. Look now at the specific instructions the Bible gives to the Hebrew nation over 3,000 years ago when it comes to dealing with disease. And when he who has a discharge is cleansed of his discharge, then he shall count for himself 7 days for his cleansing, wash his clothes, and bathe his body in running water. Then he shall be clean. Nowadays, doctors wash their hands in running water. But it wasn't too long ago that they did so in a bowl of still water, leaving invisible germs on their hands.
Can we stop at every one? Like, go rather than go back and talk about, try and remember all 10.
Leviticus 17 verse 11 says, "For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I've given it to you upon the altar to make atonement for your souls, for it is the blood that makes atonement." Most of us don't think too much about the fact that a doctor can find out the health of our flesh by taking a sample of our blood. But the test can evaluate the health of our kidneys, our liver, thyroid, and heart. Among other things, the blood can reveal diseases and conditions such as cancer, AIDS, diabetes, anemia, and coronary heart disease. However, the great biological truth about blood revealing the health of our flesh wasn't fully comprehended until comparatively recent years. Up until 120 years ago, people were bled, and many died because of the practice. When George Washington became deathly sick, doctors thought that bloodletting would help him, but it didn't.
All told, his doctors took out about 80 ounces of blood over 12 hours, which is about 40% of an adult's blood volume.
Nowadays, we know that sick people need blood, so we give them transfusions. Rather than removing it, we replace it or replenish it, because blood gives life to the flesh. More than 1,000 years before Christ, the Bible stated this recently discovered biological truth: for the life of the flesh is in the blood. The scriptures tell us that the earth is round. Isaiah 40:22 says, "It is he who sits above the circle of the earth." The word translated circle is the Hebrew word chud, which is also translated circuit or compass, depending on the context. That is, it indicates something spherical, rounded, or arched, not something that's flat or square. The book of Isaiah was written sometime between 740 and 680 BC. Aristotle, the Greek philosopher, theorized that the earth was round by watching the masts of ships sink down over the horizon, and from his studies of the moon during an eclipse. He noted that the shadow of the earth on the moon revealed that the earth was curved. He could have saved himself a lot of study if he had read the Bible, which stated that fact 300 years earlier. It was another 2,000 years later, at a time when many in science believed that the earth was flat, that the scriptures inspired Christopher Columbus to sail around the world.
Okay.
Matthew Maury is considered the father of oceanography. He noticed the expression, "the paths of the sea," in Psalm 8, verse 8, written 2,800 years ago. And he said, "If God said there are paths in the sea, I'm going to find them." Maury then took God at his word and went looking for these paths, and we are indebted to his discovery of the warm and cold continental currents. His book on oceanography remains a basic text on the subject and is still used in universities. In the book of Job, chapter 38, verse 35, God asked Job a very strange question back in 1500 BC. He asked, "Can you send out lightnings that they may go and say to you, 'Here we are'?" This says that light can be sent and then manifest itself in speech. But did you know that all electromagnetic radiation, from radio waves to X-rays, travels at the speed of light? This is why we can have instantaneous wireless communication with someone on the other side of the earth. The fact that light could be sent and then manifest itself in speech wasn't discovered by science until 1864, 3,300 years later, when British scientist James Clerk Maxwell suggested that electricity and light waves were two forms of the same thing. Genesis chapter 2 verse 1 says, "Thus the heavens and the earth and all the host of them were finished." Everything is finished. Nature is complete. The brilliance of the light-giving sun is finished. The blue skies are finished. The clouds drop their rain, cleansing the air and giving life to the earth. The tall trees are finished, giving us oxygen to breathe. The rivers are finished, teeming with fish and filling our great oceans with water. The land is finished, yielding plants that give us food to eat. Nothing has a half-evolved eye or ear or leg or brain. It's all finished, from the animals to man to winged birds to the beauty and fragrance of a rose that blossoms to God's glory and for our pleasure. Nothing is evolving. Everything is finished, just as the Bible says. In Genesis chapter 6, God gave Noah the dimensions of the 1.5 million cubic foot ark he was to build. It's interesting to note that in 1993, a scientific study was conducted by the South Korean World-Class Ship Research Center, CRISCO. They compared 12 hulls of different shapes and discovered that no modern design outperformed the biblical model. The length of the ark was 6 times its width and 10 times its height. Many contemporary ships are built with similar proportions, although the length to breadth ratio is usually chosen with regard to the power required to move them through the water. The ark needed only to keep afloat. In Leviticus 13, verse 46, the Bible speaks of quarantine long before medical science discovered the importance of isolating those with infectious diseases. In 1490 BC, it gives instructions on what to do if someone has leprosy. He shall be unclean. All the days that he has the sore, he shall be unclean. He is unclean, and he shall dwell alone. His dwelling shall be outside the camp. Laws of quarantine were not instigated by modern man until the 17th century. The devastating Black Death of the 14th century took an estimated 70 million lives. This was because they failed to separate the sick from the healthy. When whole families fell ill, it was attributed to bad air. However, putting into practice the ordinances of quarantine laid out in Scripture would have saved millions of lives.
I'm gonna stop the video there because this is the only one I don't agree with. The whole dinosaur thing. Yeah. I'm not even being funny, yeah. Even the guy in the video, yeah, he don't really agree with it, but he's using it as an example.
What is it you don't agree with when it comes to dinosaurs?
I'm not sure they existed.
Age. You don't think
Not
they
sure.
existed?
Not sure they existed.
Mm.
In the
Yeah,
same
but
regard,
you
where
can find the fossils, right?
a fossil is not a skeleton, though.
Yes.
Now, fossils are fragments of a skeleton.
Fossils, skeletons, tomato. You know what I mean?
Mm. But
We
it's
find
because,
remnants of
yeah, but because no one's
Yeah.
ever found a full dinosaur, yeah, and it's not like, for instance, yeah.
Well, they
If I-
yeah, they've
God either.
Serge, you're a bit
Yeah,
bit
that's
low,
right.
bro.
Oh, okay, big up, by the way. And I was just
Yeah.
gonna say that no one's found a full God either. Before
You're
I'd
right.
throw that in there.
Well, no, we found gods. We just ain't found the Most High.
We haven't found gods.
Yeah.
Yeah, gods are men.
Well, I think
so,
you're talking about Amun Ra and all of them. Yeah, you found them. You know.
Yeah. Shifa, just quickly on the side note, answer me this one. Why
Mhm.
is it when Abrahamic faiths prayer, they finish by anointing the prayer to Amun Ra?
He created it. I'll let Schiff answer it, but yeah. Wanted to mark his place in history forever, and successfully did. And also, that was the
agree.
man that created a one God concept. Anyway, Schiffer, it was your question.
Well, it was
Right,
to everyone, but
as far as the whole Amen thing, yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I've said this many a time before, so I'm not really contradicting anything. This whole thing of Egypt, Mesopotamia, all of these places, they're all connected. You understand? So at different times, different people were teaching us how to pray. Didn't Jesus teach us how to pray?
I'm not sure if he taught how to pray.
In the New Testament.
I
Yeah.
haven't read. I tried to read the Good News Bible in jail, and it just didn't. I just couldn't get into it.
In the New Testament, Jesus tells the disciples how to pray. That's why we got the Lord's Prayer. So at some point,
but Jesus
different
never wrote the
people-
Bible, right?
No. And at some point, different people, different prophets have interpreted how we're supposed to pray and that's how the wording has come about, I'd imagine, to some extent.
Yeah, but if it's what God's told to do, why would God incorporate Amen into his prayer?
Because remember, a name's not just a name. Yeah, a name has a meaning also, just like a word. So once we get into it like that,
but a name is a word, isn't it? It's a man-made thing to identify each other.
that's right. And I'd imagine the deeper meaning here is that when this book was being translated, the Bible, for instance, it was being translated in a language that was like a combination of languages. So it would have been a percentage of the language would have been Egyptian or Kemetic, and a percentage of the language would have been Roman.
What language does God speak?
God speaks
Maths.
all languages.
He speaks maths.
Well, technically, yeah, to a certain extent, you're right, because everything is numbers to some extent.
And probabilities and more algorithms and it must.
Numbers is also man-made, though.
But what about that video? What did you think about the
No,
points in that
because
video?
you can
Don't
find
try and
nature
run.
in numbers.
I know you're trying to run, but I want to know what about the points in the video? Which ones did you reflect with? Did you feel inspired at any point? Was it difficult to run from the points of view, or did you have immediate answers for them?
To be honest, it didn't really touch me in any way whatsoever. I kind of drifted away from it. I got a little bit bored, quite close. But one thing I did notice was about the
say no more. That's
feedback.
Feedback taken, Roger. We'll keep that. yeah. Nice, good. It's good stuff. Yeah, definitely. Of course it is. Of course it is. No, I think what he's trying to bring at about the speed of light and the electricity. They said they travel at the same speed, but that's still a reach, though, isn't it? Because they're only saying they travel at the same speed. Oh, you
No,
saying there's no coincidence there, and it's by design, or
no? This is what I'm
Go
saying
on.
to you.
Yeah.
Although I said that lightning, and light are connected, that's not the argument here. The argument here is that the Bible speaks about using lightning, not just any type of light, you know. In fact, you know what? Let me get the screen share. Let me get the screen share. Hold on, here we go.
But light is a reaction.
No, lightning. What is lightning?
Yeah, lightning is a reaction. It's a reaction of static electricity in the Earth's atmosphere.
No, that was it. That's the only word I was looking for. Once you said electricity, we're on the same road. We're on the same path now. Yeah. So watch this.
So you got to understand what causes storms, isn't it?
Not really. You just got to understand what lightning is to understand this verse.
No, you got to understand it all. This is a problem that I find a lot, and I especially found it with the C word. I don't know if you're allowed to mention it on the streams anymore.
Yeah, because that's the secondary part of it, isn't it?
Listen to the verse. Listen to the verse. Listen to the verse. It says, "Canst thou send?"
Yeah, say it. You are. I think you are, because it's done now.
Canst thou send lightnings that they may say unto thee, "Here we are." So, can you use lightning as a means of communication? Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can. You can. You can obviously do, what's it called? Yeah, you could do Morse code with a torch.
The thing is,
you know, there's many different ways you can communicate with it.
Yeah, but with actual lightning, though, the lightning is not light, is it? So
no, but
it depends on who translated it and what the actual translation is.
Do you know what the key here is, though? The key is, listen again. Canst thou send lightnings that they may go away somewhere else, and say unto thee, and say unto the listener, and speak to the listener, here we are. So it's talking about using the voice. Can your voice be manifested somewhere else?
Yeah, but is that
okay, are you basically saying?
The thing is, it's like, for me, it's like, it's interpretations, isn't it? So I can read something and you can read something, and we can both take from it something different. Neither of us are lying. Whether we can maybe not even be able to prove whether either of us are right or wrong. The good thing with Christianity
was discovered, though?
It's a good point.
The good thing with Christianity is the church are the church can say what things are actually meant to mean. So there's a governing body with Christianity. There's a governing body, but then you've got different sects within the religion that don't agree with each other. So who is what really there isn't a governing body. Like so you got one religion, and you got like a little group of people that are like so me and you are sitting at the back of the one church, the first church or whatever, and we're like, we're not. I'm reading it. I'm not really feeling that that's what it means. Me and you think it's that way. We get talking to another couple of people. No, listen, he's wrong. But listen, it's not meant to be like that. Listen to what he's saying. It's actually saying this. I've convinced him. All of a sudden, now we've got our own little sect. Fuck these lot off. Let's go and open another church.
Thank you.
And so on and so on and so on until you've got however many sects of people that don't agree fully with.
That means you must agree with what he said, because listen to what the guy said in the video. Yeah, he said a man picked up a Bible, and saw in the Bible it said something about paths in the sea. So he went out to sea to find these paths, and the discovery he came back with was the water currents, and the things that we use to this day to travel, for ships to travel. Now think about it like this: Benjamin Franklin, especially in his time, 9 times out of 10, he would have been a Christian. Now, if he read that passage,
but you know why that is, though, isn't it?
No, but hold on one sec before you go.
Let me just tell you why that is.
Go on, tell me why it is.
About the Benjamins, baby.
I hear you. But obviously, imagine a Benjamin Franklin, a Christian, reading the Bible. The Bible says, "Can you send lightnings?" And manifest the voice somewhere else and make them speak to you. Yeah. What does he go and do? What was his famous experiment? What I've got up on the screen right now.
Was it the kite with the key?
That's right.
Yeah, but that was how to conduct. Because no one discovered it. No one invented electricity. People discovered electricity.
That's right. So is that how people in the West discovered electricity? By that experiment?
Based on the records that we're provided with, yes.
But the Bible spoke about it thousands of years before.
Yeah, very. Yeah, I mean, I can't say, but yeah, I'd say
we just showed it. Look,
you'd be more educated on that than me. Yeah. Okay.
Look, we go back again. Look, here's the verse. Yeah.
So you can transfer via lightning. I know, but the thing is, yeah, that's an interpretation, though, isn't it? Because he's not actually saying you can use electricity to communicate.
It's basically
it's left down to interpretation.
No, but listen, it's very specific. Yeah. Canst thou send lightnings that they may go and say?
Saying that means something nothing to me, man. I can't comprehend that.
That's communication, bro. When you say something, are you communicating?
You know what I think you'd like? Have you heard of a guy called? Have you heard of a guy called Kent Hovind or Kent Hovind? Have you heard of him?
No.
Look him up on YouTube.
I will. But remember, the Bible.
He's a Christian. He's a Christian scientist. So he uses. He goes against a lot of the mainstream science, and he does well at it. He does well. I'm not fully convinced, but he does. He's definitely thought provoking what he says.
But remember, broski, the Bible, the way it speaks, the way it's written, it speaks like William Shakespeare or Yoda.
Well, even before that, yeah, I know. Yeah.
Do you know like that? It's like
it's hard.
But you have to really listen to what it's saying in the sense of like.
I suppose, yeah. I suppose if you're more well read in it, you understand the terms and terminologies, and it's a bit easier to understand than for a proper layman like myself.
If I read a bit before it, you'll kind of get the context of what I mean. And when this is the Most High speaking to, I think this is Job. We're in Job, yeah. It says, "The waters are hid as with a stone, and the face of the deep is frozen. Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades, or lose the bands of Orion?" Now, what I'm trying to say to you is now, even in this bit here, we're talking some type of astrological stuff that I don't even understand, but I'm sure it relates to. But the point is, like, when you read that verse, we just read that, we don't know where we're going with this in it, because we haven't like these.
For me,
I'm not into Pleiades. I'm not into Orion. I'm not an astrologist. But you see, for an astrologist, when they read that, they probably see something. It probably shows you something that they figured out in more recent times.
Key word here being probably.
All right, on that one, I can say probable. Yeah, and it says, "Canst thou bring forth Mazaroth in his season, and canst thou guide Arcturus with his sons?" Now, I don't know who that is. So I can't.
Are these people or constellations or what?
All right, thank you. I have no idea what it is. Yeah. Now watch this. I'm not supposed to know any idea what this is, because watch this. It says, "Knowest thou the ordinances of heaven?" with a question mark. "Canst thou set the dominion thereof in the earth?" So basically, what I'm now taking from it, now that I've continued reading, this is why when it's important to read the Bible and read the whole thing. Don't just read one little passage, because you'll get out of context.
Riddles, man. It's all fucking. Yeah? It's like you've taken. It's like someone's taken the English language and changed. For me, it's like someone's taken the English language when it's being read in English, and mixed up the words, and like they mean different things. It's like you're. I mean, all the words you're using, I know the words, but put in the way that they're put, I don't understand any of it.
All right,
that's the issue I had with reading the Bible.
Listen to this next bit. It says, "Canst thou lift up thy voice to the clouds, that abundance of waters may cover thee?" Yeah. So can you talk to the clouds and make them cover you in water? or can you use your voice with the power of your voice? Can you create rain? And I'd say no, I can't do that one. Yeah.
What about with the power of prayer though? That might be.
All right. You see where I was going with this now, yeah? I can't do that one, but guess what? If we go to Africa, you got these people, they call it a rain dance. They're doing some dance and they're
not just Africa, yeah, a lot of spiritual
and some other places. You see it? So there's people who literally they believe that they can.
But then people were killed by the so-called religious.
All right, so it kind of proves the Bible right then, isn't it? Now it says,
they would have killed all these tribal people that all this shit.
But it says, canst thou send lightnings that they may go and say unto thee, here we are. Now remember, bear in mind, this is thousands of years ago. And we know that lightning is made of electricity. We know that when we talk to someone on the other side of the world, we're either using a wire or some type of satellite, which is sending an electric signal.
Like a transmission,
all right, which is as good as me sending lightnings out. It's as good as.
You could interpret it that way, yeah.
Do you feel where I'm coming from? So that one's the only one where we get to where we can say, do you know what? We've actually, to some extent, science may have figured this one out. But if science could figure out the ones before, maybe we'd be in an even better state of humanity right now. And I think that a lot of things like technology, you know, when you said we discover things, we don't invent things like that. I think the same. But I think a lot of these inventions are coming from things they're reading.
Yeah, but science is proving. Science is about proving why that happens.
Until you get to theoretical,
making the observation of something happening, and making a prediction, and actually testing, and actually trying to do an experiment and to proving that it either happens or why it happens is a different thing.
See, I'd agree with you until we get to the theoretical side. Once we get to the theoretical side, this is where we're going to have an issue. But outside of the theoretical side, it's the same thing with the Bible. Yeah, the Bible has things in it that, you know, are more recent. They're provable. They did happen. This person lived. They wrote that story.
If me and you, if you and somebody, right, if you was tasked with solving a problem, yeah, and you had no background in that industry or trade or whatever into that problem, yeah. Now I'm not saying you couldn't solve it, because maybe you could, but a professional would have a higher chance of, in that field, would have a higher chance of solving it than you. Would you agree?
Possibly. I'd say to their
so someone more experienced and more educated, 9 times out of 10.
I'm going to say it depends on this. It depends on if there is actually an answer. If there's actually an answer and you're a professional in that field, you should know what the answer is. But if the answer's not yet been discovered, now there is a chance that you could come up with the answer because you're a professional in the field. But being a professional in the field doesn't make your brain better than mine. So I might not be a professional, but maybe it's just something I'm really good at.
Sorry, can I just take a second to big up the most unbiased and righteous on YouTube, which is Mr. Lottie.
Like Lottie, you know, hey, Lottie's funny though. He's funny, man. But we got to have our biases. We got to have our biases.
You know, Lottie's posh, isn't it? Have you heard Lottie? Lottie's posh, bro. Yeah,
hey, Mr. Lottie, jump up here, man, with your posh way.
Real proper with posh Totty Lottie then. Posh Totty Lottie, yeah.
Twat. It's Mr. Twatty.
Oh, okay. No problem. At least now we got his number then. You know? Upper class. Mind us common people down here.
That's it. Yeah. The thing is though, Shift, the way I see it is people that are religious are going to try and find, like, you find what you're looking for. And if you're trying to use Christianity to find something, or to find something within Christianity, you will find a way to perceive it in the way that you want to perceive it. And in some cases, that might even be subconsciously. You might not even realize that you're doing it, or that you intend to do it.
Do you know what? I can kind of see your point there. I see your point in the sense of, you know, in a sense of when we talk about belief, belief is not the same as knowing, in the sense that I'm making a calculated choice that this is what I want to believe in. It don't matter if you bring me the Most High now or bring me Jesus. Now, it don't matter what evidence there is. You're not changing my point of view because I believe regardless.
Yeah.
So I kind of get you from that standpoint. But then I'd say to you this then, with science, I believe it's a similar thing, but what they do, they have a better way of masking it. Yeah.
No.
And this is why they came up with the idea of theory.
What it is with science, is it's like a broad spectrum, innit? It's like science, but underneath science, you've got factual science and theoretical science,
and fictional science.
And because you get your stripes, because you're backed up with certain facts, people then think, oh, if he's right about that, then he must be right about his theory.
All right, but listen, that's
why it's easy for them to get away with a lot of the theories.
You see, theoretical science, are theoretical science and fictional science connected to any extent?
Yes.
All right. So once we understand that theoretical science and fictional science are connected, hopefully you can understand why I would say that. Who's doing that?
Not mine.
Your phone is doing Oh, let me mute you. Yeah, so basically that's why I say that science kind of has a trump card where it hides it better, because what it does is it separates itself into categories, and says, you know what, that subcategory over there is science, but it's not science.
Yeah, because you've got pseudoscience, theoretical science.
All right. Do you see where I'm coming from now? Whereas with religion, they don't allow us to do that with religion. And this is why I think that people who believe in science have a larger bias, because ultimately science has a lot of beliefs within it that have become truths. Yeah, same way religion.
You say something enough and it becomes the truth, isn't it? So
all right, the same way religion has many beliefs within it that science has proven true. You see where I'm coming from?
But all that proves to me is that previous writers of the Bible had some form of scientific understanding.
Yeah.
That doesn't prove religion to me. That proves the person that wrote it had a form of scientific knowledge that they incorporated in the book.
That was my favorite statement of yours today, because it led me right to where I needed to go.
I've got plenty more.
The true scientists of ancient times, the true doctors of ancient times, were the religious people. All of these things, it came out. But
that's because the religious people of that time were like the elite.
That's right.
They were the elite. They were at the top of the table. You know?
That's right. And just like the man said in that video, you know, the children of Israel were told, you know, when dealing with certain surgical procedures and dealing with medical procedures, and you had to keep clean. So you need running water. It's only like in the last couple hundred years in Europe that running water has been a thing like that. Remember, there was a time in Europe, England then, let's not do the whole of Europe, because I know England better because I've learned the history at school. But I'm saying, like, people drinking out of the Thames and all of these crazy things, you know, Black Death. Well, like the man said, they didn't have quarantine. They didn't have these things. Now, you think if they had the Bible all of that time and never took heed to none of these things all of that time, that should show you that people weren't really reading the Bible. That should show you that what we was dealing with before, we was dealing with a paganistic society that claims to be Bible following. And as they become more Bible following,
but the Bible may have inspired they become more people.
When you say inspired, I'll agree, because I'd say it would have to be a paganistic people to not be reading the very book that you claim is your be all and end all.
But paganistic is another general broad term, isn't it? There's a lot that comes under the paganistic.
Do you know why I say paganistic? Yeah, because of certain things we've never got rid of them. We've never got rid of Christmas. We never got rid of Halloween. We never got rid of certain pagan holidays.
No, what they done is they incorporated it into the religion to gain followers.
Thank you. So now
it was a compromise. But my thing is, if the book and the religion is the truth, why would you compromise?
Well, you see, when you say this now, yeah, it's not the book compromising, it's the people compromising with their government. And the people are saying, I'll tell you in a nutshell, this is the energy that I get from that. It says to me, do you know what? You've got your book and we're going to abide by your laws, but we're not really reading your book. We're just going to act like we do. We'll go to baptism.
Ooh, bruv,
we might even turn up to church, but really,
bruv, you've got to take into consideration that a lot of people's changing their beliefs or whatever word, I forget the right word to use, but yeah, changing their beliefs was done by the sword. So it was like, you either fucking believe us or you fucking die. So they didn't really have a choice whether to believe or not.
So what they did was they made a choice to on the surface, say that they believe, but underneath the surface, they're not really reading that, bro. They're not really into that. And because how we know this is because, like I said, if they was really into that, these discoveries should have been made at least 1,000 years ago. This book was written 3,000 years ago, bro.
Yeah, but to be able to make a prediction based off of observation and to actually have the technology to actually test whether that prediction based on that observation is true is a different thing, because they might not have been able to test it until later on when the technology was available on certain things.
Do you know what? On certain things, yeah, but let me show you something. When the conquistadors or the Spanish Armada, whatever you want to call them, Hernan Cortez, when they got to Mesoamerica, did you know that in Mesoamerica, King Moctezuma had running water, cuz?
The what, sorry?
I've heard.
In Mesoamerica, when Hernan Cortez, when the first conquistadors, before Christopher Columbus, the first Europeans who went to America, when they got there, the King of Mexico and the man there, they already had running water. He had running water going into his palace, guys. So running water was a big thing.
I've seen the way they had like some form of
aqueducts,
agriculture. Yeah, the aqueduct. Whether they sort of laid certain stones a certain way, the way it was.
Yeah.
I've seen a thing on that. Yeah,
they hollow out a type of plant, like the actual stems, to use like pipes. And all of these things. But once we understand that they had running water,
some agriculture.
Thank you. But you see, once we understand that they had running water, if they was doing any type of surgical procedure or someone had an illness, now they're not passing it around to everyone. And this is what I mean when I'm saying, like, this book the Bible gave that information 3,000 years ago. Now, a lot of people would say, well, them Mesoamericans didn't have no connection to no Israelites or no Bible people. But guess what? They had running water. Why was running water important to them? I bet if we was to go into the teachings,
it's probably important to them because where they wanted to build their civilization, they wasn't near a lake. They wasn't close enough to a river or a lake.
Oh, no, they were. No, they were definitely right by water. They was surrounded by it.
We know that.
Remember, their thing was built on water. They built their city on water. The only way into their city was via ship, but the ships could only go so far in. You had to have smaller boats. So their whole thing was built on water. So it wasn't through lack of water. They had running water. And I guarantee you, if we was to do the research on it, we're probably going to come back with the same reason, for health purposes, for cleanliness purposes. Cleanliness is next to godliness. You see it?
Yeah.
So how are all these things connected? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you see, when you say they lived on water, you got to remember that, I don't know, innit? But I know that even today, they try to make the claim that you can't turn seawater into drinking water. There's a big conspiracy when it comes to water. No, that's the thing. You can't just boil it and have it become drinkable water.
If you drink salt water, you die.
No, but they weren't where they were living. It wouldn't be salt water. It would be lake and river water.
Yeah, it'd be fresh water. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a difference if you're living in a lake. That's a huge difference. Because I've heard different versions. I've heard they brought water from the mountains, and I've seen these little. I think you lot call them aqueducts. I don't know. They're whatever. They're like these little cone things. But yeah, wherever they are. But it's like I've seen that method as well. But basically, I just wanted to add as well, I don't know if you lot have heard about it before, but when it comes to them, because I believe they're going to tell us next, there's going to be a food shortage, there's going to be a water shortage. This is what I predict is going to be the next big thing. And I just wanted to say that, like, you have certain ships, like cruise ships, like big, massive Freightliners, and there's a few of them which are actually turning seawater. They're pumping it and turning it into water. I spoke with someone about this before, and it's actually very important to bear this in mind, because they're trying to tell us that water cannot be turned into drinking water. So that's, like I said, that's like a little side note, because I predict that, you know, or I've heard that they're going to start this whole food crisis, water crisis soon.
Can you see your screen now? Just to because obviously, like, I like to evidence things, innit? So look here on your screen. It says the Spanish built modern Mexico City over the ruins of the Aztec capital Tenochtitlan, yeah, which they conquered in 1521. The Aztec city was built on an island in Lake Texcoco, yeah, but the Spanish drained the surrounding lake over centuries and expanded Mexico City onto the new land. So when they got there, they were living on an island, yeah, an island that they made in the middle of a lake.
Yeah, but history favors the victor, right? So who wrote that? Who wrote that? Was that the Spanish?
When you say that, there'll be archaeological remains and ruins to prove this. But the point I'm making is that city was built in the middle of water, so there was no way they were struggling to get water, but they had running water for purposes of cleanliness. That's the only reason. A man had a bath in his house and them things there with running water.
There was a point in time, yeah, where within the civilization, like that's why we had, like, before we had a lot more philosophers and stuff, because everyone weren't in the rat race working, so there was a lot more free minds thinking. That's why they sort of studied the stars, you know, because they didn't have no TV, they didn't have no radio, they didn't have books, they didn't have fucking iPads. They was looking in the fucking so they took in more of an observation of the world around them. That's why, like,
you know what,
a lot of the things you say, yeah, like what you were saying earlier about, you know, pagans and Christmas, and a lot of people go, you know, pagans to do with this and that, and Christmas is this and it's the devil and blah blah. But when you actually look at it, a lot of it is based on what we needed was farming, and it's to do with seasons. Like Christmas is the marking of the end of the winter solstice, right? And Easter's.
No, you're right. You're right. Remember that the Vikings,
farming and cropping.
The Vikings would sacrifice someone. Yeah, let's get into this properly then. If you want to get into it, yeah, they would actually kill someone. Yeah, it might be a child.
Not just the Vikings, even the Aztecs and that were doing it as well.
All right. So when we get into anything that we're calling pagan, that's what we're really dealing with, where, you know, these sacrifices have to be made, you know,
it's
of people.
Yeah, but even in the Bible, there was sacrifice, right?
Not of human beings, but yeah, of animals. Yeah.
To me, an animal is, what's the difference between an animal and a human being? You know, it's another life form, isn't it?
What do you mean there's none in the Bible when Jesus, the religion's based on a sacrifice?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
yes, good point, sir.
You see what you're saying there, though? No, do you see that one there? Yeah. Technically,
that was self-sacrifice.
Yeah, it's self-sacrifice. And when we talk about sacrifice in the Bible, the only point where you can find a human sacrifice about to happen is with is it with Abraham is going to sacrifice his son, or someone, I can't remember. Someone's supposed to sacrifice their son anyway, and God told him not to do it. I think it was Abraham. Yeah,
it's Abraham.
Yeah, so once we get into that and we understand that the Most High told him not to do it, the Most High is you know, so he's about life. He's not about death. You know, like that. He's not about killing each other.
What about Sodom and Gomorrah? Is that whole village not sacrificed?
When you say sacrifice, no, it was people were turned to salt.
Yeah, they had the
killed, right?
bonfire upon.
Well, it's funny because what you said there, yeah, there's there's studies,
upon them, so they were sacrificed. And people were spared because the other people, like Lot and all of that, they were spared.
Well, there's studies to show that in that region of the world where they say Sodom and Gomorrah was, that the place had been irradiated at some point. Yeah. So it had been heated up to a super like a nuclear bomb or something that made it super like toxic, like whatever.
Yeah, I heard about that as well. I heard about that. You know what? No one can say. See, this is the thing when it comes to like, you know, the whole throwing the Bible under the bus. You can't throw it fully under the bus. I tell people all the time, because
hello.
Yeah, you cut out there. You cut out there. You cut out. I'm sure he'll be back. But yeah, I'm with you on that still, and this is where my argument kind of resided, like in the sense of you can't really just throw the Bible under the bus, no more than someone religious can throw science, just throw it under the bus, because to some extent, science is going to have provable factors, yeah, that I can utilize in my day-to-day life that are going to benefit me, and I'm going to say the same thing about religion.
The problem with religion is religious people are so deep into their belief that it's hard to challenge anything.
Why do you say it's hard to challenge anything? In what regard?
Because it's like you believe and I don't, so we're never gonna reach a common ground. Because no matter what I say, your belief is too strong for you to agree with something that you may disagree with. Whereas with me, because I don't believe, I'm willing to change my mind. I can be like, when I come on these panels or I talk to people, like I'm not like, I haven't got like a massive ego. I'm not trying to say what I'm saying is right. In a lot of cases, I try and explain what I think, and then if I can be corrected on that, then I'll go with the correction. But when it comes to religion, you've already got your mind made up with your belief, if you understand what I mean. Hello?
Yeah, sorry about that, broski. I got a phone call, didn't I? But yeah, I think that, you see, what you're saying makes sense. I just think that it's always going to be a bias, because like I said, with religion, we can't just divide religion up into 3 different sects and say, well, this is the real religion, this is the fake religion, and, you know, break it up into provable, disprovable, believable, and unbelievable. We can't do that.
All religions have got different sects, though. That's the fucking problem, isn't it? That's the fucking problem. That. It's like my wife's Turkish Cypriot, right? Well, she's not my wife yet, but eventually. Her dad went back to Cyprus last week. They're obviously they're from the Turkish side, so they're Muslim background. He's not practicing Muslim as such, but he does believe. And the first thing he done was sacrifice 2 goats or 2 lambs, one of the 2. So, and that's still something that's practiced quite thingy over there. I mean, Khan would probably be someone that could shed a bit more light on that. But yeah, so they're on that part of the world alone, they're sacrificing animals. I mean, that's probably like a more cultural practice, but they're still predominantly from the faith of Islam and sacrificing animals. So, yeah. We got another phone call or what? Let's have a quick look in the chat. John BB. Wait, Bluefoot's a real... All right, don't start all that Bluefoot fucking shit, John, mate. We're me and you fall out. Wasp is taking down the BBBs. Oh, shit. What you done now, John? You're calling out the old people. They're going to come for you, John.
Yes, sorry about that, bro. You know what? You know, it's that time of the day where your phone just starts ringing and things get busy.
If you was another 30 seconds, I was going to pump bomb you.
No. Hey, listen, hold on. Let me not leave you up here on your own too long. But I am listening, though. I was listening to what you said, and I think that you do make some good points, and I think that, you're not too forceful with your point, which I think is kind of refreshing, because I think sometimes people is like, you know, we're trying to change each other too much, and I think
I'm trying to learn. You know, I don't know all the answers. I believe what I think is true to me. You know, but I think a lot of people do that, and because I do it, I can understand why other people do it. But for me, I can change my mind. Like, I can watch certain YouTube videos or certain videos or DVDs or whatever, and certain things can be said that resonate with me, and I think, you know what, I believe that, because that rings true to me, but it might not be true. And especially now, like, the way they're making the videos now, they're making them like fucking movies, and movies understand how to use fucking emotion, you know, with song and certain things like the music and stuff, and it draws you in. But just because the content is drawing you in, it doesn't mean it's true. And I think a lot of people
to some extent, I'm gonna have to agree with you there, because that was my next video. I'll tell you what I was gonna play. I was gonna talk to you lot about multiverse, and this is something that scientists like to talk about. But guess what? Multiverse is science fiction. I was going to say another word before I said fiction there, but let me refrain from that type of language. But yeah, if multiverse is science fiction, but now scientists are starting to say they actually believe a multiverse exists. Can you see where I'm going? Where I'm saying this?
To be fair, why they believe it. There's a reason. It's not just not just jumping on it and saying, oh, you know, multiverse. No, there's good solid, you know, argument for there being a multiverse. It's like, you know, even like DNA, it's possibilities of outcome.
So you're saying
no, but it comes down to possibilities of outcome.
I get you, but either way, for
no,
science,
what I'm saying,
the mainstream to be accepted. Once again, for science to be accepting in the mainstream the possibility of a multiverse, they must have accepted to some extent that someone's observed something that possibly could be the multiverse. Now, if you've observed some multiverse, but guess what? You told us it was science fiction.
True.
Then what it is, the reason, like for me, I take it like this: you told us it was science fiction, so that if anyone questioned or if anyone said, "No, science is becoming like religion," because you're talking about multiverse, you can't prove that rubbish. Then we just say, "Oh, it's science fiction," so you don't have to worry about that one. Or we just say it's a theory, because we can just have theories and have science fiction. But if religion has a now, hold on one second. If religion has a theory, yeah, or has a belief that is later proven, all right. So it is theoretical. So if religion has a theory or a belief that is later on down the line proven to be correct, they don't just say, "Oh, well, religion is right. Religion should be the new science because we've proven something new in religion again." But when science does it, all of a sudden we say, "Oh, well, science is right. Science has proven something right again." So it's a double standard. I'm telling you guys.
No.
All right, go. Let you go. You lot go. That was funny.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with.
I knew that he had to arrive for that one. He had to arrive for that one, but it is though, bro. Because if, like I said, if tomorrow, they found out that something in religion was true, everyone's not just all of a sudden going to say, "Well, we're all religious now because religion is true and everything they say is true." They say, "Well, that one thing was true."
No, that's a strong possibility. Like if I see, the thing is, I have experienced certain things, yeah. So I have got a belief in a creator, yeah, because of things that I've experienced. But I also know, and I know other people that have experienced stuff, but the stuff that I have experienced can be put down to coincidence. It can be put down to coincidence, but and especially to be able to tell you about, I can't tell you about it. I can only because you didn't experience it. So I experienced it. So
I hear you.
And so if I was to actually experience something that is definitely not a coincidence, then I would have to go with the belief. It's like I was talking yesterday in the chat about ayahuasca, and Jen Wallace said, I don't know how true it is, but she said that 70% of people, and I've heard this before, not just from Jen, I've heard this from other people, 70% of people that 70% of atheists that take ayahuasca after they become theists.
Yo, can you hear me still?
But No, I couldn't. No. And by the end of the year, I would have taken ayahuasca, and I will come on, and I will share my experience.
Hold on, what you're gonna do the spirit walk, yeah?
I've already started. I've done last month.
Shit.
Last month I done Harpe and Sananga.
Yeah.
Which is like a ritual, and then on the 30th of this month I'm doing Kambo. Kambo is when they burn you like really small burns with like some special Peruvian instrument, and they put a tiny amount of I think it's called the bat frog. They put the venom in the burn.
Yeah.
And then what it does is it causes the liver to go into like some form of like autoimmune reaction where it cleanses the body, and it cleanses you of toxin. It cleanses the toxins as well when it's trying to fight the toad's venom. But it's also meant, that's what it does physically, but spiritually it's meant to purge you of negativity and things that you don't want within you anymore.
Okay.
And then after that I'll go on to Changa, which is a mild form of DMT, and then after that it will be Bufo, which is DMT from the toad, which is you smoke it, and then after that I'll do the ayahuasca. So I'm going to build up to it all. Let's see what happens, isn't it? I want to know if it is what people say it is, man. There's only one way is to try it yourself, innit? But I do know that the shaman that I go and see, I spoke to him about his experiences, and yeah, he said that after he done, I can't remember if he said DMT or ayahuasca, but he said after he done one of them, he understood the Bible a lot more. So he sees a lot of it, a lot of what in the religion a lot clearer after doing ayahuasca. But unless I do it myself, I won't know what he means. But again, it comes down to perception, because he's saying that when he took DMT, he see Jesus. Jesus took his hand and he flew him across the world, and that world was split in two. One half was like a destruction of the world, and the other half was like a utopia. And it's how he perceived it, you know. Did he really see Jesus, or was that a way for his subconscious to connect with him through something that's in his conscious of a higher being, which would be Jesus? Who knows? Where do you lot keep going? Natty, you there or what? I don't know if I'm here. Who's here?
Yeah, me there, man. I'm here.
What's the crack, Sublet?
I was more or less looking up at the petrol prices rocketing up to like £200, £100 now.
Wow. Bro, it's madness, bro.
Bruv, it's like, it's free, isn't it? Comes out the fucking ground, bruv.
Yeah, but people say that same nonsense about water. How are they charging us for water? Well, fucking, they're not charging you for water. They're charging you for the service of finding that water, transporting that water, putting it into plastic bottles, and then shipping it to the shop. That's what you're paying for. You're not actually paying for the water. You're paying for the service. The same as the water that comes through your tap.
Yeah, or they say, why can't we just drink out of the streams? Because, like, mate, the streams are just full of fucking piss, shit, car fucking oil. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So
Like,
it is
it's
a
not
bit.
valid.
I mean, you can drink. Listen, if you're not doing much, if you're not working or whatever, you can go down to the stream, collect a load of water, and fucking purify it yourself. Run it through a purifier. How many weeks or months are you going to do that before you think, oh, fuck this, man, I can't bother to go all the way fucking down there and pick up fucking buckets of water and bring it back and fucking this and that. I'd rather just go and buy a bottle or fucking turn the tap on.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to. You got to have. You can't store water like that.
Of course you can.
You know it's illegal to store rainwater, isn't it?
No, then why do they sell water butts then?
Well, yeah, that. But you know it's illegal. Look it up because I brought this up before, yeah. And yeah, apparently you need to get like you need to have. There's a regulation against it. There's some regulation. So I was kind of shocked, bro.
Okay.
Because you know people have swimming pools.
Yeah, but there probably is some logical reason behind it, right?
Well, probably environmental.
It's like I was when I was all caught up in all the conspiracy bollocks, yeah. One of them that I heard about was one of them that got me was like the Cancer Act. So it's illegal for you to advertise that you can cure or help cancer unless you're to do with the medical regulations, like unless you're authorized to do so. And when I was caught up in all that shit, I was like, yeah, look, see, there's cures out there, and they don't want no one to know. They just want to use their own pharmaceuticals. I was caught up in all that shit. But when you actually fucking read into it, it's because there was people that was tricking vulnerable people. When you're dying of cancer, you're willing to fucking try anything. You're desperate, and people were manipulating that. So they had to bring a law to protect them people from such people, and that's why the law's there. I think, yeah.
Oh no, it is legal actually. Someone told me it was illegal.
See, there you go. There you go. But I don't think you can outright drink rainwater. I don't know. I'm not.
Oh, but it must not be harvested.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's saying. Yeah, so you can't harvest it.
Yeah, but there's probably a reason behind that. The thing is, yeah, it's like with a lot of things, like people say, like, this law, and like to sensible people, a lot of these laws don't apply, and you think like, what the fuck is this law? But in most cases, it's the fucking majority ruin it for the sensible minority. It's like you go in jail, yeah. When you go and see the doctor in jail, you have to convince the doctor that you're not well. You can't just go in there like a normal doctor and say you're not well. You have to go in there and convince them. And the reason you have to do that is because before that, people was manipulating the system and going in there and just fucking blagging a doctor and getting stuff to either sell or take or for whatever reason. So then they had to be vigilant. So the majority of cunts ruined it for genuine people that weren't well, that would just only go there for medicine. Like that's only just like one analogy, but it's like it applies to a lot. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you think like, why would they even bring a law for that? Was because some cunt fucking went and done something stupid.
Yeah, but
so they had to fucking create a law or a statute or whatever you want to call it. What's happening, Rich? What are you saying, Rich? I've come over. I've fucking Jack Schiffer for his channel. What should I do? What do you like? What should I do with Rich Schiffer's channel? I'm the boss now. I'm the boss of this channel. What do you want to do? What do you want me to do? Should I pom bomb him? What should I do? See if you can hear me. Yeah, nothing, man. We know you fell off. You fell off a long time ago, bro. What are you waiting for to get back in? Oh no. Is Richard's fucking avatar to do with your pink boxers? That's taking the piss. Don't upset Rich, you know. Oh no.
Hello, can you hear me?
Serge, you back here. Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know where fucking Schiffer's gone.
Yeah, my what's it called? battery is so low. The amount of times is probably you lot probably getting bored of it that my phone has died. It's just insane. I'm on 1% now. You know, like just like car
You got
charger
charger plugged in now. Car
in.
StreamYard. It's why I hate StreamYard.
Yeah, it's plugged in, but
you have to have really good service. Otherwise, it plays up. You need to have your phone plugged in or whatever device you're using plugged in. And if you're on your phone, you can't use anything else on your phone. See, I told you need good reception on fucking StreamYard. Unless you're sitting at home with your fucking device plugged in, StreamYard's hard work. That's why I don't like it. I always hate when people use StreamYard. Google Meets is better.
It's just, I don't know. It's not really doing much.
Yeah, it's because you're sucking more power than what you can draw from your charger. It takes more power to operate StreamYard than what your charger can provide, so it just don't go anywhere. Basically, long story short. Fucking hell, it's like amateurs day today, isn't it? Fucking hell. Fucking starving. What's the time? 4:15. Fucking hell. Where's this fucking welder? What's happening in the chat here? Who's still here then? Twatty, are you still here? Rich? Natty? John? I can't hold down the panel. I ain't got enough to fucking talk about. Come on, someone help me out in the chat, man. Fucking hell. Schiffer, man, you ain't gonna be fucking successful YouTuber if you can't fucking hold down the channel, mate. Where the fuck is Schiffer gone? Yeah. I don't know what to do. If I leave, does it fucking stream up? What? I don't even know what to fucking do. Because I'm on my phone, I can't even fucking put music on or nothing. I'm gonna go on mute a sec. I need to do a slash. No one wants to hear me do a fucking slash. Roll a spliff, bundles. I wish I could, mate. In fact, I've got a couple of zoots here in my office as it goes. But, it's a bit early for me, man. I don't really fucking smoke in the daylight, bro. And my fucking neighbour give it to me. Ain't nothing special. I got a bit of high grade here as well, though. Maybe I will in a minute. Have a cigar. Fucking hell, man. Cigars fucking stink. My mate give me some fucking my mate gave me some blunts the other day. I had all intention of fucking using them, but I'm still sitting indoors. My blunt days, when blunts first come about, the ones you can roll yourself, I was all over them about fucking 20 years ago. I was listening to Snoop on Joe Rogan's the other week. He was talking about some certain blunt that he uses. I can't remember what he said it was called. What else? Who we got?
Yeah, you got the battery, got the walking battery problem. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Some madness. I tried to let it charge. It's still on. Still just went to 1%.
You're a little bit low again as well.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
It's one of them. It's got one of them noise cancellation mics. So it's like if shit's going on in the background, whatnot, it's supposed to take out that noise, and that's why it, you know, even your own voice, it's like it picks it up a bit low, sort of thing. But whatever. Yeah, but I don't know if you want to stay on that thing. I know my man, he loves his religious, he loves his religion, innit? I don't know if that's your thing or how invested you are.
I'm not overly invested, but I do. He speaks it with such conviction, and I listen to it, and I think it sounds like such nonsense. Yeah.
He's talking complete waffle.
That's what
yeah. Complete.
For me, it's nonsense. Yeah. So that's what makes me listen, and then to a point where I want to jump in and challenge him on it.
Yeah.
So that
do you know what?
That is what
I agree.
I'm not gonna lie.
Like the biggest nonsense is when he compared, he says, oh, science use theory. Theory is based on tests and we use belief. How could belief ever top a theory? Ever. A theory is based on like physical, you know, attainable things.
Well,
a belief is based on nothing.
Well, philosophy is a theory. You've got different types of theory, but yeah, generally the theoretical science is based on other facts. So it's like an educated guess.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like they just sit there and think,
exactly.
Oh, we could do this. Oh, actually, we could do this. No, it's like like I said, I was listening to Joe Rogan's recent podcast, which is a physicist. I can't remember his fucking name.
Yeah.
Something Miku or something like that. Anyway, he was.
It's probably not Maku.
No, it's definitely not Maku. It wasn't Professor Maku. It was.
Nah, it wasn't. He's another waffler as well. I hope you don't buy into his waffle. You know, he serves up with a bit of jam, a bit of maple syrup. It's how he likes to do things. That guy chats the most shit. Like he literally, you know, like when someone just makes up lies. I don't know, like how many people have caught onto it or not.
I have. When Maku first started coming to, Maku has got knowledge as well. I can't take that away from him. I have heard him talk, like.
Yeah.
Shut up. Like on religion, he's got knowledge on religion. That he definitely has got knowledge on religion. I've heard him at Speaker's Corner, and especially when he first came about, and he held himself well. But he
what religion was he promoting himself when you first see him? Was he a Muslim? Was he some sort of Hebrew Israelite, or what was he?
Well, he is basically his own definition of a Muslim.
Oh yeah, can make twat basically. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah,
I think if I remember rightly, his thing was Muslim means peacekeeper, and he's a peacekeeper.
yeah, in his
I
own
remember
head
that
basically.
statement.
But it's like obviously like the fold of Islam, whether you're in it or whether you're not, it's like he seems to think that you can call yourself a Muslim and have whatever belief you want.
Wait.
Yeah.
What? He wasn't like a Sunni, Shiite, Sufi, or anything like that. It was his own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not his
yeah,
own
yeah.
thing. No, he weren't saying I am my own thing. He's basically going off the core things of Islam.
It was a
not the
Maclumist.
sectorial.
Yeah, a Maclumist. That's what he was.
Because Jedi's always live. Yeah. If there's nothing else going on, I will pop over, man. But I popped over the other day, and it was the Queen. He actually died, and it's a clone. And I was like, oh, you know what? I'm off.
Is that what it is? Yeah. Do you know what it is? You know, I'll be honest with you, especially with like Jedi. Is like with him, he likes to take a stance of everything is fake.
Well, this is the thing, Serge. Yeah. So this is what happens, yeah. And I've noticed this since COVID, yeah. And I was sort of getting on this earlier, yeah. So people sort of now think, yeah, that like if you're anti-authoritarian, yeah, and you don't agree with the government, and like obviously it's proven that they talk bollocks to us, then just because there's an alternative, that alternative must be true. Because it's against the mainstream, it must be true. And it's like, no, like that could be the alternative shit can be as much shit as what the fucking mainstream shit is. Like I had someone. Where was I the other day? Was it? I don't know if I was. No, it weren't here. I was talking to my mate about it, about the Queen being a clone. Yeah. So if the Queen, so let's say as far as no, I think it might have even been here actually. I think we were talking about it, but it's like. As far as I know, with cloning, you grow a clone, innit? You don't just make a clone in its 40s.
That's right.
Like you grow a clone, yeah. And like, what would be the point of if the Queen died recently and that's a clone? What would be the point of cloning her at this age? Like, if she died in her 30s, then like, yeah, I could understand why they would clone to maintain power if she didn't have children young enough to take the throne. Yeah. That I could understand that there would be a reason why they would do it. But why would you clone a 90-odd-year-old woman that whether you clone her or not, she still has to die within the next 5 years anyway? It don't make no sense. Like so they're saying, well, yeah, you'd be cloning because the Queen's got power, and you know the Queen has to stay in power. But yeah, but there's only a certain amount. Eventually, she has to die, and so someone has to take her place. So it's pointless. And they were saying that, like, you know, it's CGI and cloning. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, no, I don't believe in that. And you made a good point that it does take time for the clone to actually become mature and, you know, grow into that person.
Yeah, the science is definitely there.
Yeah.
So the physicist I was listening to this morning, yeah, he was saying that basically he was saying like, look, yeah, when they had movies, yeah, like at first it was silent movies, and then as soon as they sort of worked out how to do sound, like Charlie Chaplin was kicked to the curb because it was like old. And he's saying what the science, what they're trying to do now is where you feel the emotion in the film.
Yeah, that's
right. So that's where it's going. And what they're saying is, with physics, that theory is provable. So that will end up happening. So what he said, what they're actually experimenting in a minute is they put the chip in your brain, and then the computer reads certain parts of your brain to interpret it. Like it's fucking mad, bro.
Kind of like what they done with the pig. What's his name?
I don't know what cloning.
Name. Nah, you know what he done with the pig with that chip? The Tesla. Elon Musk, yeah.
Oh, water out of the fridge. Yeah, it's a lot. Listen, a lot of what they're fucking saying, a lot of these theories, eventually are like the television. At one point, the television was a theory.
Yeah, but television is
theory. At one point, a computer was a theory, and then they made the theory a reality.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say to people.
It's not like science. It's not like science have a load of theories that are just theories.
Yeah,
they have a load of. They also have theories that eventually came true.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm trying to say to people. It's like somebody like who's an artist. Yeah, he doesn't have to unless someone's written the lyrics for you and made the beats and made all the sound for you. You actually conjure it up from out of nothing because it's all in your head. And then the minute you put it down onto paper, the creation has already started. And that's the idea. Then the manufacturing of it all, this is where we have to then go into what we was talking earlier on about elements and everything like that, because it's all here for us to be able to use and, turn, from time we can realize that we can turn like stone into liquid and then turn it back into solid again. Now we're understanding that there's a lot more.
Where did we learn that from, though?
Where did we learn that from?
Yeah,
science.
but the Bible talks about that 3,000 years ago.
Yeah,
or more.
Okay, but even before the Bible and before these holy books, there was civilization.
Again, was it the Bible that understood that, or someone that helped compile the Bible that understood that? Where did
the Bible is a compilation of books. So the whole point is these are sacred texts, isn't it? And this compilation of books.
The New Testament was 100% written by men.
All right, but the Old Testament is also written by men, but inspired men.
Yeah, but it's written by men. So I can. So let's say in theory, yeah. As today's, it seems today's key word is theory. Yeah.
By the word of the Most High.
Right. So in theory, yeah.
Yeah. Go on.
I could receive. In theory, I could this evening, in whatever way, shape, or form, I could receive a revelation. But I could also, and I share that revelation.
Yeah, in theory.
And then from that revelation, I can gain a following. Now, what I can do is I can corrupt the revelation to my own benefit. I can add things to that revelation because you never experienced that revelation. So I can use the truth of the revelation to get your following, but then add things in to benefit myself. Right?
Not if you're a true believer, you can't, because if you're a true believer, you can't corrupt the word of the Most High, because that would mean that some type of tragedy is going to befall you real soon.
But we're talking about humans.
Exactly, humans inspired by the word of the Most High, so they can't corrupt it.
Yeah, but I don't think the Most High.
Yeah, I hear you, but the humans coming out are the ones who tend to corrupt.
I don't.
That's a utopia, man.
Yeah, I don't think the person who you're talking about is inspiring Elon Musk to put chips in pigs and create nuclear warfare, to start doing splicing and stuff like that. This is definitely man's type of stuff. You can look at it as bad, wickedness, or whatever, but this is definitely man's name on it. And if you ask these people who inspired them themselves, if you ask Elon Musk who inspired him, he's not going to say Allah, Jehovah, or Buddha, because people make claim on it. Like, I'll tell you why. Because all the people in the Bible who said about God have made claim that they put God's name before it. Elon Musk and all these people that. One second, bro. Elon Musk and all these people that we're talking about have not put God's name, Buddha's name, Allah's name, Jehovah's name, or Yahshua's name on any of these products what we're talking about. If you want to go back to the Bible where they're talking about certain things in there,
Bill Gates,
we could definitely say
Steve Jobs did.
Steve Jobs said what?
Well, he incorporated the bitten apple from the Garden of Eden into his product.
What, God inspired him or the story inspired him?
I don't know. I've never spoke to him, but he incorporated that apple with a bite taken out of it.
Okay, but what Brother Schiff
that could be.
What Brother Schiff was just saying is that, but I just spoke about Elon Musk, and what you just said was these are people, bro, making claim. Yeah, Elon Musk did not say I make claim that God. I put this product before myself and before God, who's the rightful owner of it, because he told me how to do it. He told me to put
I hear you, but
thing in the pig's head. He didn't make claim for it. However, there are prophets who make direct claim from God. There are people who say, I spoke to God and this is who done it. You cannot put everything.
But all prophets are inspired by the Most High.
Okay, but these are not prophet men. These are not prophets. The guy who built a nuclear bomb and bombed up
it depends. But the thing is,
it
depends. It depends what you believe consciousness is. Because if you believe consciousness is God, then whatever thoughts you're having come from God. So whether you've done something bad or
and what's
good,
the opposite?
It was from God.
What's the opposite? Who's God's pole? Who's the Most High's polar opposite? Who's in opposition to the Most High? And once you work that out, then you're going to work out who the guy who made the nuclear bombs getting his information from. But the long story short of it is that, you know, I'm not qualified to tell you what is.
These people did not say Satan inspired me. You're wrong. Stop making up stuff.
You say that they say that Satan didn't inspire them, but the Bible is very specific on information and its stem, where it stems from, where its origins reside. Who inspired men with all of this information and technology and all of these things that they weren't meant for? The demons, the devil. What's the name you like to use the other day? Azazel. Who told men about the metals in the earth? Yeah. So if you want to get into it like that, we can, but then we have to accept what the Bible says, rather than just,
you have to accept it because you have to accept it because you
not in a way that you're thinking. No, when I say accept it, we have to accept the words that are written in the Bible are written there. You don't have to accept them as the truth, but you have to.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, what's written in the Bible? Yeah, but
it's written there. That's right. And it was written in the Bible that the demons showed men about the metals in the earth thousands of years before you had technology.
Okay, but that's what the Bible says. But that Bible was not written before men arrived on the earth. It was well after.
It was written before. It was written before the men that you know that created the civilization,
right? Okay, so what I know.
What are we doing here?
What I don't know is irrelevant to my life. What I do know is what I do know. That is going to always make sense to me.
All right, so but then ultimately, did the Bible invent metal? Did the Bible invent metal?
You can't say there's a box, a sealed box, and then say you don't know what's in there, but I do. I'm going to say, well, it's irrelevant to me because you know what's in it. I don't, bro.
Yeah, but you can't say, do you know what? There's such a thing as metal, and I can make metal, thousands of years ago, and not be the inventor, unless someone else did it before you.
You don't invent metal, though.
Well, you maybe invent the idea of making metals.
No, because what would have probably happened was you made yourself a little campfire, and you used a couple of rocks, and you realised that at the end of the fire there was some form of liquid, and when that liquid dried, it became a solid. And that solid was a useful tool. So then you was like, oh, let me try that rock again. And then it's like, oh, should we try some other rocks? All of a sudden you're using iron ore, bronze ore. I think the first.
But where's the evidence of that? Where's the evidence of that? Because we got evidence of the Bible.
To me,
we got evidence of the Bible being. We got evidence of the. 1 second. We got evidence of the Old Testament, the text that we're talking about that are in the Old Testament. We got evidence of these going back 3,000 years. So where's the evidence to your, someone just chipping away at a rock one day, putting it in front of a fire, and all of a sudden they discovered that you could melt it into metals? Where's the evidence?
It's common sense, isn't it? It's logic, isn't it?
Who invented the mobile phone?
There's no evidence, though. No evidence.
How did they invent the mobile phone then?
Doesn't matter. We got evidence.
Where did they get the evidence for the mobile phone?
They did. As far as the phone is concerned, as far as the phone is concerned, listen, we done the text earlier.
He's going to use lightning. He's going to use the lightning. He's going to use the lightning.
Herbs, you want to break it down for him? Because Herbs has got you now, because I gave him that information.
Herbs got me on nothing. I'll tell you as well,
got you, bro. Like, we got you.
Did you know?
Did you know? Can you show me where I can find the iPhone? The iPhone in the Bible, please.
There was a point I was going to make 5 minutes ago, and it's come back up, so I'm gonna make it, When a lot of a lot of these scientists, revolutionary scientists, yeah, you'll find that a lot of their inspiration comes from science fiction. You'll find that people like Elon Musk, Bill Gates are Trekkies, and I don't know how true it is, but the official claim has been made. One sec, the official claim has been made officially that the mobile phone was inspired by Star Trek from their little communicator. Someone watched that and thought, you know what, I think I can make that, or it triggered something to make them make it. Now, previously, when I was into my conspiracies, like all the other conspiracy theorists, I was like, you know, they've got the technology, and then what they do is they put it in films just to get us used to it, and then they release it, which could be true, but there's also what I tend to believe now is it could either be a coincidence, or maybe they think to themselves, right, we need this thing invented, but we don't have it yet. So what we'll do is we'll incorporate it somewhere, and then somewhere along the line, it will eventually one day inspire someone to actually make that product. But what a lot of people don't realize when it comes to films and other type of media, yeah, is the making. Like, if I was to write a science fiction movie or a book, yeah, I would have an interest in science fiction. And a lot of science fiction, a lot of movies and stuff now, people bring in professionals to make them as accurate to stuff as possible. So, you know, take from that what you will. So, who knows who inspires? I don't know who inspires them. Until it's actually used, it's like when we had COVID. Yeah, everyone come up with all these conspiracies. No one knows unless you're actually a fucking unless you're a virologist. Unless you're an actual virologist, you're not going to be able to understand it.
The problem is, right, is that certain people like to mix an almighty being, yeah, that has made everything in the world and is perfect, right, and that we should be therefore worshipping this being, right? And then at the same time, then you'll say, oh no, this being's got someone like his equal, like his opposite to him, okay, and that they're having battles and everything like this, and then there's us. And then there's us.
The thing is, Natty, yeah.
Wait, one second, yeah. And then there's us, yeah, discussing about it, yeah. And if you really break it down to it, yeah, me and you can be discussing this all day long, right? But one thing I wanted to say to you, yeah, is are you going to actually be able to show me some evidence or some existence of a God?
If someone believes, yeah, then you can, and if someone's looking to believe, you can convince them, because there's two different types of facts, isn't it? Because
so how do we convince?
You've got actual facts, yeah, that are facts, and there's no other way through it. Like, it's factual. You can do a test, and you're going to get the same result every time because
but
it's
I asked you for the facts, yeah, of who inspired to make the mobile phone, and what's the answer you gave me?
Well, the official answer is Star Trek. That's what the official answer is. I don't know whether that's true though.
Right. Okay. Star Trek. Yeah. So it wasn't God, was it? Was it God who inspired him? Did he say God?
But did God inspire the person that made the thought up in their head to like have this? I mean, like, we can sit here now.
Did God inspire Moses? That's what I'm trying to say to you. Did he inspire him?
I would assume that religion, some form of faith, inspired Moses. Yeah, definitely.
Right. So he inspired him to make the Ten Commandments. Yeah.
The thing is, though, it's like,
I'm just asking you, yes or no, bro? Yes or no?
I don't know enough about the fucking story to.
Right. Let's have a look at. Do you want to look at the word then? So we go into the word if you don't know what inspire means.
Okay.
Yeah, let's have a look at that. Okay, because we use a language now. Now, some people, to get themselves out of trouble, this is the part where they'll say, well, who told you that inspire means inspire? Because you were told that by man. Okay? We're not going to do that. Right? This is the way that we all understand each other, because, you know, if your Bible's written in English or if your Quran's written in English, then therefore it's written for us to understand. Yeah? Right. Okay. So let's have a look at inspire. Inspire.
I mean, my definition.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this?
Wait. Let's go. Let's before we do that. Yeah. Let's do that.
No. Because if you
just quickly.
Because
quickly.
whatever
first,
you say to,
before you give that.
From now on, John, be careful. What I'm to Urban, right? What I'm trying to say to you is a language.
Me.
A language. A language. Yeah, is that how we're communicating now? Right now, whatever you say now, if you say water is because it's wet, I'm going to totally disagree with you. Yeah. Because I'm going to say, no, it's not because it's dry. And we're going to get confusion. So can we
No, but this is, I know, but just wait a sec. The point I was getting at, just give me 30 seconds. The point I was getting at, yeah, I'd like to hear, before we...
the inspire.
Listen, just wait. Just wait 1 second. Before we hear the official definition, yeah?
Right.
And then we can run off of the back of that. Let's hear each other's definition of inspire first, and then read the official one. So, what's your definition to you? What inspire means without reading from what you've found? What does inspire mean to you?
Inspire can make me have a thought process in my head that can make me actually think. In fact, you know something? That's something that I want to do.
Something you've observed or heard has caused you to have a thought or belief. That's what I would say.
Thought or belief, and to, you know, maybe do something about it.
I've heard something or seen something, and then that's provoked a thought or a belief in my head that then it transpires into something else. That's what I would say. To me, inspire means. But go on, let's hit us with the official from the dictionary. What's it called? The Oxford Dictionary. What have we got?
Okay, so we've got to exert, animating, enlivening, or exalting influence on. And then the effect is to influence, move, or guide by divine or supernatural. To incite, to communicate, to draw forth or to bring out, to spread by rumor, by indirect means, or through agency of another, to breathe or blow into upon. So these are many ways, but what we're using as this day is, you know, it's something that we can use as a guide. Yeah. Now, it's quite clear that what's inspired these people is what is God. Yeah, because that's what is inspiring Christians, right? Now, through these Christians and through these Muslims and through these Jewish people, they've had people that have been inspired by the holy man. Now, from there, they have, you know, made an ark. Let's say an ark, for instance. Let's say Noah built a boat. Okay. Now, we're hearing of a boat in the Bible maybe for the first time. Yeah. So that's a remarkable thing to do. Yeah. What else do we hear? Pyramids, jewelry, etc., etc., etc. Right? But all of these things, you know, like you were saying, who tempted man? The devil inspired. Who done this? God inspired. Who done this? Moses inspired. Jesus inspired. John inspired. Blah blah blah. So why cannot, yeah, like you said, Elon Musk not be straight up? Why is he gonna say, Star Trek? Why would he not say, I was inspired by this being, or I was inspired by that person? Right? Because people are clear.
But I suppose there is people. Like, yeah, but you're using a set of people. But there are. I'd say that there's more people there's probably a large amount of people that were inspired to invent something from religion as well.
I'm not
So
saying
maybe
no. I'm
religion,
not saying that.
and maybe they have said that. You know, I
Yeah,
credit that to God or whatever.
footballers do it. A lot of footballers do it. A lot of footballers
Yeah,
credit.
boxers do it as well. I've heard boxers do
A lot of boxers do it.
Yeah, but
yeah, yeah.
So what? Wait a second. So again, you cannot just say that everyone's inspired by God when there is different things that are inspiring different people. Otherwise, there is no respect for other people's
What is
beliefs.
the devil's whole purpose? The devil's whole purpose was that he wanted to take them in. That to some extent, are they not demonic nuclear bombs?
I can't answer that because I don't know what you're talking about.
Are they not? Urban, can you answer that for me? Are they demonic or not? It's also you.
Well, no, it's like, is a gun demonic? Is a piece of metal demonic? Is a piece of metal that fires out another piece of metal demonic? No, but maybe a demonic person, or a person with demonic traits, would use that piece of metal that fires out metal for a demonic purpose. So the science behind the atomic bomb is not demonic, but using it to bomb and kill a load of people is demonic.
All right, if the Bible is very specific in saying thou shalt not kill, should thou be making?
You're gone again, Shift, man. Shift, treat yourself to a bit of 5G, bro.
He said something about if
fucking
yeah, go on,
2000. It's 2022.
I said,
you can't even get signal everywhere in the country. It's mental. Fucking joke, man. When I had my fucking Ericsson PH388, man, I got fucking signal everywhere. Fucking 2G. Now I got 5G.
The Bible said.
Now you keep cutting out, Shift.
He's trying to stick it on me. Fucking hell, brother. That was all.
Yep. Yeah, you're back now. You're back now. You're back now. You're back. Now you're gone. You're gone, G. You're gone. You're gone. But yeah, like I was saying, there's a lot of things that have inspired people, and like we're talking about, like medicine, in the medicine world, you know, using natural stuff. We're still finding
the thing is especially especially in previous years, yeah. Like if I invented something and I was Muslim, I would accredit it to. I would say, you know, God is great. God inspired me. God helped me. God made me do it this way, and they'd put it towards their religion. But whether or not it was that, so there's a lot of things that like religions claim because someone of that religion discovered it. So because someone from that religion discovered it, it's like a win for that religion. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm. But I mean, really, you know, like what you were saying about like what you were saying about the religion and everything like that, because it is funny how they tried to mix it with a lot of things, i.e. like governments nowadays, and then, you know, they set people up for school, you know, because that's how really they used to teach it in school a lot as well, wasn't it? Set people up to obviously
it's a form of control. It's a form of control, and fucking humans do need to be controlled. 100%.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Again, it's like the majority ruin it for the minority, right? There might be a minority of us on this planet that don't need to be governed, but the fucking majority do. So, unfortunately, we've got to fucking have it. And if religion was the tool to do that, then it fucking worked for a fucking very, very long time.
Definitely.
And I do think there was previously a time where societies were fucking up, so they incorporated it into the religion to ban these things, to maintain a decent society, and it worked for a certain amount of years, but now it's sort of where it's faded out. Things are going to shit again.
Well, Herbs, it's like Pinocchio. It helps with your conscience, because I was reading this article, and they were basically saying, like, if you lived in a place like the desert where, you know, there's so many people that are, you know, there's not a lot of people around, you could get raped, murdered, like anyone could do anything and you wouldn't know about it. But if
so
you
got
had
to play conscious, you got to fear him of God.
And if you had the conscience that he's watching you, then
you'd think twice about it.
Yeah, and then you know that, you know, because obviously
it's like now, Natty, yeah, you know, like we all look to like celebrities and successful people like they're fucking gods. Like for whatever reason we think they're better than us, and we aspire, I wish I had his money, I wish I could do what he done, and we look up to these people and they become like fucking icons, yeah. Well, it was the same with the fucking church. The church had all the fucking money, and they had these fucking massive fucking buildings that were fucking beautiful, and you were some little fucking peasant.
No, that's not true.
Thinking,
no. Hold up, Herbs. What time period are we talking? Are we talking when the church at its beginnings? We're
talking from the Catholic. We're talking. I'm talking from like.
Let's forget about that. When we talk about something, you see, when we talk about something, because you see, when we're talking about the church, if we talk about it from a middle of its existence kind of perspective, it could have been usurped by other people, other people's usage of it. So let's go at its inception, where the idea sprung up. Yeah, where it was put into play. What type of lifestyle were them people living, bro? Let's be honest about this. Were they getting murdered, cuz?
Who?
The early Christians. They weren't even allowed to be Christians. They was under pagan rule.
Well, it depends on where they were, innit? So a ruling civilization would impose what they believe onto others.
Exactly.
So yeah, if he was going to come to a part of the world where they was practicing something that you wasn't practicing, then you was persecuted for that.
Exactly. So to some extent, that's the whole point I'm making, that this whole thing you're saying, well, Christianity is this and it's that, but you're making false determinations, because at its inception, no, it's not demonic. It ain't got none of these demonic people in it. At some point, Christianity got usurped, and now you got people posing as Christians. But that don't mean the message still ain't true at its core. It just means that some people have altered it, like the NIV. They altered the message, like the all right, so we got to understand, it's like that Bible that he pulled up the other day. Like you got a gay Bible now, the Queen James and all of these things. Like that's not really part of the thing. But then people.
Oh, you're gone again, Shift, man. Shift, you're going again. You're going. No, this is the problem, yeah.
People in the future are going to say, well, that's part of the church. They're going to. Do you see my point though, there, Herbs, with what I said? Did you hear what I said? Yo.
Hello? Yeah.
Yo, can you hear me now? Yeah. So I was saying, like, what happens is, like, what someone like Natty does is he lumps all of these different variations of the religion together, and then calls it he calls that's the whole thing in entirety.
Yeah, but you can't.
But they're not the same. They're not one and the same.
Yeah, but you can't blame people for doing that when it's fucking such a big confusion.
I'm not saying anything else about this.
No, but even if you did
anything about this whatsoever, I have not got a clue.
But listen, Natty, this is what you did. Hold up. This is what you did, Natty. I'm going to show you what you do. I'm going to show you what you do. What you'll do is you'll say, do you know what, you got this version of a Bible, that version of a Bible, and you'll conflate all the different versions of a Bible like they're all the real version. Do you know where I'm coming from? Where it doesn't work like that. It don't work like that. Some of these Bibles are definitely altered. There's that part. Yeah. I'd say 90% of the Bibles they have parts that's been taken out, because that's how the Bible was originally given to us. Because at some point, like I said, the whole thing got usurped. That's not our fault, though. No, it's not. But hear me out, though. If you know the whole thing got usurped, then the people that you're seeing and calling Christians, and you're saying, well, this one acts like this, and this one's got this amount of money, and they shouldn't be doing that. Maybe that's why you're seeing that. Maybe that's a factor. Maybe that's supposed to be there because they usurped it. So they're not using it for what its original purpose is for. Do you see my point now? But then what you're going to do is you're going to conflate that and say, well, all Christians are like that. Then it don't work like that, bro. It's like saying all Muslims are flipping terrorists. You can't do that. It don't make no sense, bro. You got to drop that one because that's ignorance. Everyone practices in their own way. Everyone's reading what they want to read, innit? But at the same time, everyone don't.
But there's only one truth. Yeah, but there's only one truth though, shit, isn't it?
There's only one truth, but everyone's not interpreting the same. So only what that means, only one, maybe one sector. Then, in fact, definitely one sector's interpreting the thing right. Let's be honest. Outside of that, everyone else is interpreting wrong. No, there's only one way. So only no. But listen, if there's only one way,
it might not be.
But hear what I'm saying. If there's only one way, and we've got 10 different ways of interpreting, then only one of those 10 can be right, or none could be right. But either way, either one or none is right. Do you know where I'm coming from? And if no one's right,
where does that leave us? That's just as fucking confusing as
check this one out. If no one's right here, then ultimately, really and truthfully, then we as people should have never designed something called language. Because if we designed language, then we should know how to use it and how to understand it, how to interpret it, and how to relate words to each other.
The thing is, what is language? Language is the sound. It's just
language is more than sound.
Of course, it's not. Language is just a
it's
sound.
Recognizable. Recognizable sounds. Recognizable.
Yeah.
So
we compiled sounds to identify things with.
Exactly. So things are recognizable. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. But essentially, it's just a sound. Right. It's just a sound. So if God was to communicate with you, then he probably wouldn't use speech.
So yeah, but you don't have to use speech. Don't have to use speech. There's many ways that the Most High could communicate with you, innit? The Most High works in mysterious ways. But the point I'm making here is that the standard we judge religion by, and lump religions together, and lump ideas together, and lump different sects together. We don't do that with science. With science, we keep their sects very sacred and very separate.
Okay, yeah, all right. No, but there's also sects within science, though, isn't it? Not all scientists agree with each other.
Exactly my point. But then what they get called is pseudoscience if they ain't part of the mainstream. Do you see my point now?
Yeah, of course. But it's mainstream, isn't it? It's just like mainstream Christianity would say, or like right now, like Sunni and Shia are like the main. Sunni more is the more mainstream of Islam, and they discredit every other sect. It's the same. It's the same thing, isn't it? The most dominating dominates. The mainstream is the most dominant, isn't it? Whatever's more mainstream is going to dominate the narrative. Unfortunately, but
I hear that, but at the same time, I'm just saying that if we don't judge science with the same standards and make them lump their stuff together, then science is getting a free ride. That's what he's doing. He's got it too easy.
Well, the problem is most people don't identify science as a kind of religion, which it is, because there's a lot of it that can't actually be proven. But science is such a fucking broad fucking spectrum, you know. It's like saying I'm religious, and that's it. Just leaving it there. No Christian, no sect of Christian, no Abrahamic, no Buddhist, nothing. I'm religious. You know, I believe in science. You have to elaborate a little bit more because there's so much more to fucking to go into than to just say I believe science. But Nat, what's fucking Natty doing? I've got a load of fucking emails just come through on my phone. I'm gonna have to, when he's back, I'm gonna have to jump off for a few minutes and just answer a couple. Should have brought my fucking iPad to work, and then I could do the YouTube off of iPad and still do what I got to do off my phone.
Yeah. So yeah, man, I did like your. I did respect your definition. I don't think it was that far off about inspiring everything like that. But like I say to you, Herbs, there's certain things is good, children. Because one thing I will agree on some of the verses in the Bible, it is acceptance, but it's a bit common sense to life that we are children. It doesn't matter what age we get to, bruv. Somebody is always telling us what to do. Do you know what I mean? Like, you think you leave your mum and dad's house. Yeah, there's somebody always in charge, and above them and above them and above them and above them, and then like someone said earlier on, then you've got these invincible lawmakers that we can't see, right? And if you was to go to court, like I was saying to Brother Shift the other day, yeah, if you was to go to court and say, well, I've got a witness, and they go, who's your witness? Yeah. And now don't forget, you've already sworn on the Bible, so obviously you're doing this because it's the Church of England that's been, and the Church of England was set up by the person who wrote the Bible, which was King James. So
we're doing what if though here, right? Just making sure we're doing what if here, yeah.
I purposely went quiet, so I could just.
No, I'm letting you finish. I just wanted to make sure I know what we're saying. A what if here, right? This is
we're doing ifs, buts, whens, because that's all exists.
Right.
Yeah, that's what
I'm gonna do my if and but when you're finished, but I'm gonna let you continue.
Worries.
So
no worries.
Go on.
So I just want to ask you, Herbs, yeah. If you said to them, "I've got God as my witness," what do you think will happen if you say that in court tomorrow?
Well, fuck all. Means nothing.
It means to you, yeah.
Yeah, it might mean to you, but I could lie, innit? You can't identify whether I'm lying or not.
Okay,
because God can't come to court and testify whether what you're saying is true or not. Whereas a physical witness can. But even then, that physical witness could be lying.
Right, but if you go by the laws, if you go by by the laws of God, okay, and you worship your Lord, and you only answer to your Lord, and you don't answer to another man, like we was in a bit of confliction the other day, then surely they should respect your wishes and obviously ask you to bring your Lord. Surely they can't disregard the law, the Lord. Surely they should believe you that.
What, British court?
Yeah, the British court. So if you said, look, God saw me and I didn't kill that man, yeah, God will tell you. Will that pass?
No, of course not. The only reason the thing to put your hand on it was because it was something that was implemented in a time where people did have a fear of God, but you still couldn't use God as your witness. People say that terminology as like a way to I swear on my mum's life. It's the same type of thing, isn't it?
So what if you were to say that the devil? What if you were to say that it wasn't me, it was a devil inside of me?
There are people that do say that.
Can I speak quickly?
He's just about to finish.
Yeah.
He's just about to finish. So what's happened to the ones who said about the devil? What's happened to them?
They're either in a mental hospital or a mental prison.
Okay.
Hold on. Can you hear me? Am I hearable? Yo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yo. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mate.
All right. So I was gonna say to you, if I have used God as my witness in court and gotten away with it, yeah, and been acquitted of the crime, yeah, then is what you're saying false?
No. Because was you swearing on God the basis of why they found you not guilty, or was it that you was convincing to them that you wasn't guilty? Did they find you guilty based on the reason? Did you go round to the jurors after, or did the jurors approach you and say, we believed you because we're Christians and we believe that God is your witness? Or did you just get a not guilty? How do you get what I'm saying? You'd have to prove that the jury found you not guilty based on you saying that God is your witness.
No,
and
it
not
wasn't like that.
There was other evidence.
It wasn't like that. It's God as a witness. And
Shift, man, you're making this very hard. You keep coming in, coming out. Stanley, who's Stanley? Stanley.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, sir?
Good.
Good, Stanley. Okay, so that was brilliant. So basically, like I was saying to you, my witness would be God, and for there to be a witness, he would have to stand forth in court. So
yeah,
therefore,
God can't stand forth.
okay, but I'm just saying that's my protector. He's going to speak for me because he's the Heavenly Father. He exists. So you can't say that he can't speak for me. I'm a Christian. Yes, he can. He speaks to me. Otherwise, how do I communicate? How do I communicate with him? Or am I not that close? Or are you trying to say that he can't represent you in court today? How do you know he can't represent me in court today? So if he can't represent me in court today, then case is adjourned till he can represent me. Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, let me ask you a question.
It won't stand up.
We cannot prove that he's not representing you. Is that what you said?
Well, look, for you, you're in a physical court. You're in a physical building that's been built. It's there. We can see it. The judge is a person of flesh. The jurors are a person of flesh. The prosecution, the defense are all people that are there standing. Other witnesses are people that can come to court and sit there and give evidence in your favor as a witness. For you to say God is my witness, how do you prove that God is your witness?
Well, that's exactly my point. You can't prove either way.
Exactly. So therefore, it would make
here's my
the
entry point. Here's my entry point into the conversation, because I'm not a theologian, and don't pretend to be, but you can't prove it either way. Something that's unprovable. Why are we in a court? We have to use the tools we have.
Exactly. So if you in court is all about, or a trial is all about proof, and so if it's something that can't be proven, then it's irrelevant.
I would tend to agree.
Yes, I don't know where. I think that was Natty's
can you hear me now?
saying,
Yeah.
You know,
can you hear me now?
God can't. Nice, you're in and out, mate.
Yes, you can.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cause this is getting frustrating, repeating myself 19 times. I'll be honest, but it's the signal.
Wait, hold on. It's frustrating. It's frustrating hearing you repeat yourself 19 times. Mutual frustration.
One second. While I got signal. It's the moment I start talking, like the signal gets fucked up and everyone else starts talking. It's crazy, man. But my first question
God
is,
talking.
What gives you the authority? Sorry, bro. What gives you the authority to determine who is inspired and who's not? And what type of person has that authority, and what gives them that authority if such a person exists? That's my first question. My second question is, you're talking about using God as a witness. When a person swears on a Bible, they're using God as a witness.
Oh boy. I'll let the other two gentlemen
on the Bible. Listen, when a person swears on the Bible, I'm going to tell you this. Many times a person may have sworn on the Bible and there may not have been the evidence to prove them innocent at the time. But years down the line, new evidence has come around that is now proved.
Dude.
Yeah, but Shift, for that.
Really?
Yeah, but Shift. That's what I was talking about earlier. I've experienced things.
Swore and they swore in God's name. You know, they were protected, bro, because
but that's but Shiv, that's
dude.
That's your belief, though, Shiv. I've heard you.
That
I've heard
sounded
you say before.
so. That took the word. That made the dictionary version become right. Let's get the dictionary. Okay? Right,
you like that one, though?
Let's
That
do this.
God is my witness.
So,
God is my witness.
So, oaths, yeah. Why do people swear on the Bibles in court? Supporters argue many people have become indifferent to the Bible, but opponents, including church leaders, believe it strengthens the value of the witnesses' evidence.
But you just
so it does
you just used the word. They believe they cannot prove. They believe, but they cannot prove.
No. It strengthens. It doesn't say they believe. It brings God as your witness. It basically saying is that you will swear on there because you know it will condemn you because you have a belief about condemning. So if you swear to God, don't forget swearing to God was blasphemous. So you could swear to God, right? But if you are innocent, then you, for swearing to God, will not get punished. Because
witches witches don't float.
All right. No. So what I'm basically trying to say is when somebody says swear to God, I say swear to God. Yeah. Not to bring God as a way to come to me and to say, oh yeah, speak for me.
Well, no, it's a way to prove your veracity.
Don't say they swear to God, they say they swear down. Who are they swearing down to? You know, like that, because if you're swearing to God, are you swearing upwards? And when you swear down, who are you swearing to, bro? Talk to me.
Well, essentially, what you're saying, is that you're verifying your veracity. I'm gonna tell the truth. Am I correct in that? Natty? Oh, well.
Sorry, say that again, Stanley.
Well, no, I mean, if you're a believer and you swear on the Bible that you're telling the truth, it's a way of convincing other people that you're telling the truth.
Yeah,
it is their belief.
Because swearing to God, if you wouldn't swear. The last person on earth you'd swear to.
No, you're swearing in God's name. So you're using God as a witness.
Yeah,
you're swearing in the Most High's name. No, you're swearing in the Most High's name. You're not swearing at God. You're swearing in the Most High's name. When you say I swear to
God. Right. Yeah. People should trust that you wouldn't take the risk of doing something like that in lying. You're proving your veracity.
Okay, but does God appear as my witness?
Well, no.
Thank you.
No, as God as my witness, that doesn't mean he's going to appear.
Okay. So who does it build? So if I say that if I said that God,
bro, if I said I swear in the name of Natty, that means Natty's a witness. Natty's going to testify to this.
No, that means Natty's going to appear.
If I swear in the name of God, God's going to testify to the church. Well, Natty's going to testify to this, bro. Same way, but you wouldn't going to testify. You're going to testify.
But what is the significance to me? Because I could swear, Schiffer, I would swear in your name because I could say I don't care if you die. Yeah, but I wouldn't do it in my son's name because I would care about.
No, but if you swore in my name, it would affect you. It would still affect you. No, it would affect you more than me because if they come to me and I don't verify, listen, if you swear in my name. If you swear in my name in court and then they come to me, they say, Schiffer, is this what happened? And I say, no, you swear in my name, in court that something happened. Then they call me, they say, Schiffer, did this happen? I say, no, that didn't happen. Then next time they're not going to trust you. They're going to say, well, Natty, you lied. And your word ain't trustable, but Schiffer's word is still trustable.
But you know the difference.
So will they call God for me? And will God say, yes, he did do it? Will they say, yes, Nathan was at home and he didn't do it? How does that not work for you? And how does it not work for God?
What the Most High is going to do, like I explained before, he's going to make science improve itself until the evidence can be found that you are innocent.
That's where I'm done.
So the Most High, is going to do
right.
his work. The Most High is going to do his work from that point onwards, and you're going to
Bless up,
bust
people, man.
case
Bless
at
up.
some point,
Well,
to some extent, whatever the case. Now, for the man then that don't believe in the Most High, I get you, and you don't swear to God, innit? You swear in someone else's name or.
Well, the difference is if we swear, on a physical person, that physical person might appear. That person can be called as a witness, like
Stanley.
physically.
That's right.
Stanley.
As a
Stanley,
physical
is
witness.
there any point, Stanley? Is there any point in me calling?
As a physical witness, that's right.
Is there any point in me, right? But I'll tell you why personally for me, like saying like my granddad's passed away, right? Now obviously he meant the world to me, the universe, everything, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Now, is there any point in me calling him as a witness when I go to court, Stanley?
Well, yeah, the point is I might appear and say whether you're lying
Stanley.
or not.
Now then, you gone. We know when it's time because that's the
not
question.
If he's dead. Not if he's dead, because he's not
right.
alive.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, so I misunderstood.
Alive. Stanley, I'll say it again for you. Maybe I'm speaking too fast. Okay.
Yeah, you obviously are.
Yeah, I can only just talk. Like maybe I'm not talking sense, yeah. But if my granddad, who means a lot to me, he means nothing to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
He means the world to me, right? Now, let's say I'm putting him on a pedestal, right? Everyone can see his face on TV, right? And I'm swearing, to say that everyone can spit at this guy and do whatever. Like this is the terms and conditions, yeah. That if they find me guilty,
hold on one sec. Are you talking a picture?
Yeah, a picture.
I mean, how are they going to spit it?
Because I just said he's dead.
Right. So here's my point.
Let's just say
they can.
Let's just say, Stanley, I didn't finish. Let's just say he's plastered all over the internet, everywhere, right? He means the world
as
to
a
me,
picture.
But under the proof, yes, as a picture, Stanley.
Okay, so I'm not sure where you're going with this. If he's dead, he can't testify for you.
This is how much he means to me. He means that much to me, right?
So
this is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I'm swearing on him, right?
So
I'm swearing on him, right? Now they're using him, right, as a tool, as if to say, well,
who is they?
I'm in court.
Okay.
Okay. Do you get the picture now, Stanley? Okay. Now I'm in court. Okay, and I'm swearing on my deceased grandfather. Do you know what deceased means, Stanley?
It means he cannot appear.
Right. Okay. So he cannot appear, right? But
much like God.
What they're gonna. Okay. So he cannot appear. So is there any point in me using my dead granddad as a way to prove?
There is not.
Jesus, man, man, I didn't really have to go around the bush like
there
that,
isn't. He can't say one way or the other.
Right. But
Same with God.
I'll tell you why, Stanley. I'll tell you why it would mean something for me. Okay, and maybe a tool that somebody else.
Here's my point. It means something to you, not to the people who are judging you.
Okay, but they can use that though. Imagine though, I mean it so much that I wouldn't say it. That's what I mean. If I say that, that's something that means a lot to me. Do you understand what I mean? So I'll definitely say, well, look. Right. So now I'm going to ask you this. You said I can call your name Stanley and you could appear for me, right? Yes, you can. And no, you can't, right? But in court, it doesn't mean nothing to them. They want to hear evidence. Okay?
I think you were thoroughly way off base with this argument. I'm not even sure I follow you.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Let's not talk about God.
Well, the bottom line is swearing on someone who cannot appear. It may be important to you, And I respect that. If I were on the jury, I would respect that. But in the end, the evidence is going to prevail, not who you swear to.
Okay. Right. So we're getting it somewhere here now. Yeah. So therefore, when it comes to law and everything like that, we're not following what God will be saying now in the court, because he's got no rule in the court. We'll be governed by man in the court, who's going to be making decisions upon, like what Brother Schiffer said earlier on, scientific,
well, evidence,
verbal evidence,
be it scientific
verbal evidence,
or otherwise,
verbal evidence, or some sort of evidence that they're going to need for the court.
maybe the verbal is also eyewitness evidence.
Right. Okay. So as I was saying the other day about the Church of England, that there was cases where people have asked and said, yeah, well, God will be my witness. Only, Jesus Christ is my witness, and they've thrown that out. To be quite frank, they've said they can't be your witness. So that's why I'm trying to say to you that all the power doesn't lie where you think it is. The power in the court lies obviously by man.
I'm not sure I follow you. Essentially, courts are going to be evidence-based. Whether you swear to God or swear to, someone who can't appear, that jury is only human, and they can only make a judgment based on what is presented to them. There are eyewitness accounts that,
Stanley.
well, maybe I'm making your point, and that's good. Swearing to God on a Bible, it's a formality. It may be a sign of veracity, but the way courts have moved on, you can also put your hand on a Quran.
Yeah,
so I'm not. It's a formality. There have been plenty of people who have put their hands in. Number one, in America, you can't be forced to testify against yourself or on your behalf. You don't have to. So, that's a problem in and of itself. So, it's a formality that you put a hand on a Bible or a holy book. It's just a formality. Does not mean you're telling the truth. It is a formality to prove your veracity, and it may work, it may not, and it's formality. It's fluff. It's icing on a cake.
I just want to add something real quick. Can I add something real quick?
Stanley, would you accept that it means you're putting your eternal soul at jeopardy if you believe that book to be true?
No, actually, what you're doing is putting your corporeal self, you're either going to go to jail or you're not for perjury. Lie, and you can prove it.
You're going
to have some problems before you have to, go to St. Peter's gates.
Hey, can I jump in? All I want to add is that when you swear an oath on a Bible or to a Quran or whatever, or you swear that you're not doing a perjury, it's mainly a formality, but it's a formality to remind you of the consequences of your actions. That's what is there. So it's a formality, but I do think it has a purpose. It has a real purpose. Like, of course, people don't assume that some supernatural thing is going to happen to you right on the stand if something happened. I don't think no court ever assumed that. I don't know what court, except maybe in the medieval days, but I don't know any modern court in the common law that actually believe.
With that.
Man, can I finish my statement real quick, please? Thank you, sir. Okay, so
please do, and please be quick about it.
I mean, I've only been here for less than 30 seconds, so please. Yeah. So if you have the formalities that remind people of the consequence of actions, whatever, because nowadays not all courts say so. Oh God, because I remember one time I went to a court and they said on pain of perjury, that's what they told me one time. So it depends. It depends the court, which court it is. Now, no, because they didn't swear anybody on the Bible that court. They just said, on pain of perjury, would you do? Are you telling the truth on pain of perjury?
You made my point.
So it's a formality to remind the people in the courtroom of consequences and ultimatity. So I do think it has an objective purpose. It has an objective purpose.
If you lie, who are you gonna, who's gonna exact the punishment for lying? God or the court?
Both can, because God exacts punishment for lying.
Who's more immediate?
I don't know who's more immediate, because God works in His own time. So I can't tell you when God is going to work, because I don't know God's timing. God works on His own time. He don't work on my time, or no, you know what I'm saying. So I can't tell you the time God is going to work. He might work that second. He might work 10 years later. I don't know when God's going to work. And even the courts, they have to prove you that you did perjury. So that's a process in and of itself. So I can't tell you who's going to work faster.
I would bet that the courts will work faster if you perjure yourself.
I don't know, because God could work immediately. He might do something immediately. He might do something immediately to you. So I can't necessarily say that. I wouldn't know when God works, because I'm not God and I don't know God's time.
God might work, but more than likely the court's gonna get you first.
Maybe. If you don't believe in God, then it's easy to say that. But if you do, you might say, okay, I don't know when God's going to work, because God could work right now. I could lie right this second, and something God could exact some type of retribution on my life right this second because He felt like it. So the court might never know you're lying, because a lot of people lie on the stands. All people lie on the stands all the time. I assume. I don't know for a fact, because I haven't taken the scientific survey to see who's lied on the court and who's not lied on the court. There's no way of me proving who's lied, but I'm making an assumption. But I do assume that a lot of people have lied on court and never gotten any perjury charges. I make an assumption. I don't know for a fact, but
then why are we belaboring this conversation if you don't know?
Because there's no way to tell, right? There's no way for me to tell, because I would have to put everybody on charges. But I know people out, of course. I've known people. People talk about the times they've lied. Of course, people lie, of course, all the time to get away with stuff. And you really everybody who said they didn't do something did it and didn't do it? Like a lot of people lie all the time to get out of a problem. But then again, I don't know.
For a question. There've been a lot of people who have told the truth and got convicted anyway, correct?
Of course. It goes both ways.
Where was God in that case?
He has his ways. He has the ways of compensating the righteous. He has his ways.
No. You can't do that. You can't move the goalpost so quick. Look, guys, if we're having a conversation, let's try and focus on the conversation. The conversation is, can God be a witness in court? It's got nothing to do with the implications of
my answer is no. And if you think he or she can, good luck with that.
I think God is a witness.
It's the people who are going to judge you.
I think God is a witness to everything. I think God's a witness to everything. Right?
That's right. So, my brother, here's my answer that this is what I was trying to explain to these guys. As much as the Most High cannot be a physical witness who appears in the court, the Most High is still a witness to everything. So when I've been in court myself, and I've experienced this myself, this is how I know God is my witness. Watch this. I was in court, and I was there for doing a crime for someone else's crime. Long story short, that somebody else committed. But guess what? When they committed the crime, they used my name. Yeah. So when it's come down to it, when I've gone to court, the person was a black male. They've used my name. As far as the witnesses, the police officers, and whoever else is concerned, this is the guy. Yeah. And at this time, the witnesses haven't turned up to court yet. There's just a police officer saying, well, this is the person, this is the name they used, this is the person who committed the crime. All right, bam. So I'm saying that was not me. Now they're saying, what evidence do I have to prove that it wasn't me? I'm saying, well, I'm not a police officer. What evidence should I have? Further and foremost, God is my witness. I didn't do this crime. I'm not pleading guilty. You go and find the evidence, because this is where I was on that day. This is what I did. Now I told you my truth of what I did and where I was. And now they go and do some discovery. And now I walk out. Now the case is over. You understand?
Did they discover where you were?
I'll be honest with you. They didn't discover where I was. But what they discovered is that the police don't always do their job very well. And if you ain't got the right solicitor, they may miss a piece of evidence. They may miss something. And now something's being misconstrued, or something just hasn't been looked into, like CCTV. Do you know how much cases go to court and there's CCTV they haven't even looked at, and things like that?
Did you have an attorney?
I didn't have a solicitor at the time. So I'll be honest, when I turned up to court, the reason I was there in such a capacity was because I didn't know there was a court date in it. So, like, basically, I've been arrested and then just taken to court the next morning. I got a duty solicitor in it in the court, but I'm not using no duty solicitor because I know they're rubbish in it. And the duty solicitor is talking about, well, you know, your name's been used here, and you know the evidence looks damning. It looks damning. You should plead guilty. I ain't pleading guilty though, because God is my witness. And I know that what I'm saying is true. You ain't going to prove me wrong today, innit? And if you can prove me wrong, it's going to be by a low-level standard of evidence. And because I was so confident, that's why I stood up and said not guilty, and eventually beat my case.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to dispute you. If that's what you believe.
Thank you.
Dude, if you... Well, here's my point. If you believe that, who am I to dispute you?
Yeah, but I do, in the respect that I'm saying the Most High is my witness. I'm not saying he's a physical witness in court. I'm saying I've been in court and I've said the Most High is my witness that this happened, and they've accepted it, because they could have just said, you know what, we're not accepting no non-guilty. We're just going to accept.
But they also proved that the police did not do their job.
Thank you, and it also proved that when you're in court, when you say, I swear in the Most High's name, or you swear on your holy book, they take you more serious, because especially if you really believe in this thing, you could be putting your eternal soul at risk. Now, if you don't really believe in it, then you could just be lying to me. But 9 times out of 10, you know, people in their faith actually do believe it. So because of this, or maybe not 9 times, but I just know that I do, innit? So because I'm so strong on my faith, they obviously believed in my conviction. And they said, all right, you know what? We're going to give this some more time. We're not sending you jail today. Go home. We'll do some research and see if anything you're saying is true. Once they discover what I'm saying is true, that's it. Goodbye. So God as a witness may not be a physical witness standing in the dock and giving testimony to the physical, but you know, God as a witness has still enabled me to get more time and for them to take me more serious.
Let me ask you a question though. Probably you said maybe 8 times out of 10, 80% or 90%.
It could be less.
Right. But my point is, most of the people in the courtroom were probably Christians of different levels of belief, etc. So if you had said, hey, I'm not putting my hand on the book, that would have pretty much been the end of it. They would never have believed you.
Well,
here's my point. Here's my point. Well, here's my point. And this isn't you, Shippa. I'm not saying this was your intention. Let's pretend it was me in that courtroom.
Go.
Putting your hand on the book is the kind of, it's like back in the old days when shaking another man's hand over a deal, your word is your bond. It's the same concept.
Yeah, kind of similar,
so,
but not exactly.
So I think that's
it's called an appeal to authority. That's what it's called. It's called appealing to authority.
And you know what?
People recognize the authority of the Most High. They recognize that authority is a fact.
Now, and I agree with you. I think it's more complex than that. And I'm not in a position to convince you otherwise. It's not my goal to convince you otherwise. My point is I think faith in conventions, social conventions, I think that's perfectly fine, but it doesn't mean it's right. It means that's what everybody else believes too. And I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm not saying you are invalid. I'm saying I don't think the same way.
And I get you. And I think for some people, it's not going to add up. But what we have to understand is we live in a world where the majority are actually religious, like you just quite eloquently pointed out. So once we understand that,
right.
you know, a man said quite clearly, you heard Natty Two Dread, he said, in other words, but he said to this effect, he said that in a court, you know, God has no place in the courtroom, basically. No, in a long story short. Yeah.
Well, you just proved him wrong. He does. God does have a place in the courtroom. But it's a social convention. I don't think God is there. But saying the concept of God has no place in the courtroom, no, that's obviously wrong. You proved it.
Appealing to the authority of God in the courtroom as well, because what we have to understand is, you know, people take religion seriously. Yeah. Now they'll take science seriously, but only once it's proven. Yeah. They may even take some of the scientific theory seriously, but once we get into science fiction, you know, we can't really take it that serious anymore, can we? And that's what theory is. It's fiction. It's not reality. It's not a reality for us. Yeah. So once we get into it like that, we live a better standard of lives by living by religion than what we would live just by living by science.
I don't know about that.
Science only not imitates religion, yeah, and just emulates the things that religion has already told us. It not only does it imitate and emulate what religion has already told us, science seeks to prove religion, and that's what it seeks to do. Of course,
I don't agree.
This is a whole nother argument. But one thing, my last point, and I'll mute. Shifa, your whole thing about, you know, God in the courtroom and all that stuff, it goes back to an old thing my parents used to say: know your audience.
That's right.
So if it had been a room full of atheists, you know, I could imagine a different, you know, attitude towards putting your hand on a book or who you're swearing to.
But then if I said that atheists don't even make up 10% of the world, then what's the likelihood you're gonna get a court full of atheists?
Well, it's a hypothetical, and I'll mute. Let's let Natalie talk. I've been hogging it.
Yeah, let's let Natalie talk. What you got to say, Natalie? Talk to us. What's your take on this?
Because I kind of lost a bit of the conversation because I wasn't here at the start. So,
well, the question now, the question is basically, you're echoing a bit. I don't know why, but yeah, maybe turn down your thing a little bit. But
hang on, no, I know why. It's because you're stereo. Hang on.
Yeah, let me not come through the stereo. So the question is,
you are coming through my stereo.
Does science seek to do better than religion, or just to imitate it? Because I'm saying science is an imitation of religion. How can it imitate something that's already doing what it does? That's the question. I'd say that you can definitely imitate something that's doing what you want to do, or what you impose to do, or propose to do, or however you want to put it. So everything that science is doing now, everything that science is doing in the modern day. God.
Yeah.
Yes. So I would say everything that science is doing today is what religion has been doing for years. Say that again. You're cutting in and out of it, you know.
No, because Science is there to seek answers, you know, and progress us. But I'm not religious, so I don't really know a lot about religion. But how can you compare science and religion? It's two different things.
What?
Religion is faith.
Science fiction?
Yeah. I wish I had religion. Sorry.
So what's science fiction?
What's science fiction?
Yeah.
Well, it's made up, isn't it?
Fantasy, isn't it? Exactly.
Not
so
real.
Science isn't.
It's your imagination.
So science isn't what you said it is then, because science is more than one thing. Science isn't just, oh, we've worked out a formula for something and it works. Science is also science fiction. Science is also theory, basically, long story short of it. So if science is also theory, then to an extent, that's why you've got science fiction, and that's why science isn't a perfect thing, no more than religion is. And science is questionable just as much as religion.
Never said science.
Exactly.
Science
so
is real. I can see science.
No, you can't.
And I believe it because it's been.
No, you can't see it. You can't. All right, for instance, I'll give you an example. Yeah. I tell you something you can't see. That's science. Yeah. You can't see gravity, can you?
Okay. No, but you can see the effect of gravity. But you can see the effects of gravity.
You can see the effects of something. You can see the effects of something, but you're calling it gravity. That don't mean.
Yeah. But
that doesn't mean
nobody has ever proven to me in
gravity. Never
Sorry?
said they have proven it to you. I'm not saying what someone's proven to you. I'm saying that because someone else called it gravity, you've just agreed to that, but you don't know that that's what it is.
What does it matter what it's called? They call it bananas, and I still, you know, it's just a word.
Do you understand where I'm coming from now? But remember, for instance, if I took, for instance, an orange, and I made a plastic imitation of an orange, is that an orange?
No. It's an imitation of an orange.
So that's what I'm trying to say. So if everything that science is doing now is what religion was doing before science existed, and then science has come along and said, well, we're doing exactly the same thing as you, but we say we're doing it better, then technically science could be the plastic orange. It could be a new orange. It could be a genetically enhanced one, like you get GMO, like genetically modified food. But it could also just be a plastic one. We don't really know what science is until it proves it's something. Yeah. But the thing is, the problem with science, like I said earlier, is you see when science proves something. Yeah. You see if something is proven about science today, everyone's gonna act like science is the be all and end all of mankind. But if something is proven in religion today, they don't do the same thing. And it's like that's a double standard.
So how do you prove something in religion? You can't.
How do you prove something in religion? I'm going to tell you that many things in religion have been proven, like we learned today. In religion, it says when you're dealing with surgeries and dealing with operating on people, surgical or any kind of medical procedures, XYZ, you need to be washing your hands with running water. The Bible told us that more than 3,000 years ago. Guess what? Society only caught up 150 years ago.
Let me ask you a question.
Science is what found that there were germs, so we had to, wash our hands to get rid of them.
No. Science isn't what's found. Science is not what found the germs.
Wash your hands. We'll do operation. Did he?
Science,
come on.
Listen. Science is not the one that found the germs, and yes, the Bible did 4,000 years ago say that you need to be washing your hands.
Shefa, that's ahistorical.
Broski, I'm saying to you, you lot arrived late in it. I'll play the video for you again in it, so then you lot can get.
Well, hold on one sec.
We get into a back and forth about it because I got the evidence. We got the evidence right
here. Kosher laws. The Bible was written from who knows how many thousands of years. The rules that the Bible encoded, those were things that were word of mouth. I mean, they learned that, pork, you had a risk of trichinosis and stuff like that. The Bible wrote what was already known. The Bible did not teach. It learned and transmitted it.
All right, pause. Now, I've taken that statement with a pinch of salt, and I'm going to relay it back to you like this. Watch this. Do you know what lightning is?
Yeah.
Do you know how electricity was discovered?
Yes.
How was it discovered?
The Bible discovered electricity?
Yeah, right.
I'm asking you how electricity was discovered.
In the Bible.
Probably static, where someone was wearing like an animal fur and the air was charged and they touched and got a spark.
Yeah.
All right, what you're saying, yeah, you're being smart, but you're American, isn't it? So you know about Benjamin Franklin. You know about the electricity. We all know about that. So you know history. We all know history, innit? Yeah. Now, if we're gonna go by history like that, yeah, and you're gonna say Benjamin Franklin invented. One second. We're gonna say Benjamin Franklin invented electricity.
Hell no, he didn't.
Well, not invented it, but no. Sorry, not invented it. Discovered electricity's
He didn't discover it either.
Say that again.
Just discovered that electricity. If we say,
he thinks I'm a retarded American. Ben Franklin discovered electricity. Really? I'm not that stupid. I'm American, but not that stupid.
Who discovered electricity then?
Who knows? You tell me. You seem to know the answer.
According to the history of America, who discovered electricity? According to
it was not discovered in America. Tesla did not discover it. It was discovered centuries.
Yeah. 600 BC, the ancient Greeks discovered that rubbing fell and caused attraction between the two. So they discovered electricity. There you go.
Say that
again. They wrote it down.
So in 600 BC, yeah, the ancient Greeks discovered that rubbing fur on amber caused an attraction between the two. And so the Greeks, what they discovered was static electricity. There you go.
Okay, so they never discovered electricity. They discovered static. Now watch this one. Benjamin Franklin. Electricity was discovered and understood by many scientists. Benjamin Franklin is given the credit for discovering electricity in the year 1752.
No,
Franklin conducted
you're kidding, right?
On a rainy day, he wanted to demonstrate the relationship between lightning and He wanted to demonstrate the relationship between lightning and electricity. So now I'm going to pause. Now, what do you think of that?
He didn't discover it. He demonstrated it by getting his ass shot. He flew a kite.
Here's what I'm going to say to you. Yeah? If I type in online who discovered electricity, you're going to see the same thing on Google that I'm going to see. And you're going to see Benjamin Franklin. So now once we understand that Benjamin Franklin is credited, even if he's not the person who discovered it, he's credited with it. Now I could say to you, do you know what? We could go into the Middle East. We could go and look at some old jars with like juices, like acidic juices in them, yeah, which they were using like batteries, yeah. So we can find ancient batteries.
Well, let me ask you a question.
One second, let me finish. Yeah, there were potentially and more than likely people before Benjamin Franklin that discovered electricity. But the point I'm making is this: Benjamin Franklin, being a Christian, uses lightning, yeah, to discover electricity. Now, why is that? 1 second, listen, hold on 1 second, listen, before we move on, listen. Now, why is lightning an important factor in what I'm saying to you? Because when I go into a Bible, listen, so they're going to learn something now, Stanley, yeah? When I go into a Bible, Bible is very specific on the fact that I can use lightning as a way of sending my words somewhere else and manifesting my voice somewhere else, which is what we're doing today. So when Natty said to me, did God invent the iPhone? Well, potentially, did the Most High invent the iPhone? Well, the concept was already there. Did the person who invented the iPhone did the person who 1 second? Did the person who invented the iPhone invent radio signals? No, they didn't.
Oh my
God. They just invented a phone that transmits them, just like many other manufacturers invented the phone that transmits them. But
you're in the pub, aren't you?
Listen, he wanted to focus on iPhone because what he's done is he's put himself inside of a box. And that box is like a paper box. If I dash water on it, it's going to become paper mush. Yeah, I don't put myself in boxes. I'm way outside of the box, so I understand the concept of telecommunications. And then
I agree that you're outside of the box.
You're not. I don't think he's out of the box because he's very good at his opinion.
Okay. I don't think you understand my opinion.
Dude, have you ever heard of Zeus?
God.
Zeus?
The god.
Didn't he have a lightning bolt or two?
He had a lightning bolt, yeah.
That's a bit before well, not that he ever existed, but I think some folks knew about lightning and what lightning could do way before Benjamin Franklin.
All right,
and actually, you made a great point about essentially batteries with acid and stuff like that. The potential.
Yeah, coming out of the Middle East. I can't remember what it's called. Some kind of ancient
I'm
battery.
not
I remember
gonna.
seeing it on Discovery Channel. Yeah, and they're in jars. Yeah, they're in little jars. They're
I
clay
think
jars. The batteries are made out of clay,
brilliant,
and it's got positive and negative nodes on it.
brilliant
So we know
potentiality.
they knew about electric. We know that they knew about electricity to the extent of modern day battery.
Well, let me
Yeah,
put it to you this way: they knew more about electricity than Benjamin Franklin flying kites in a lightning storm. They understood how to control it. This motherfucker's just flying a kite dangerously.
more than likely, and this is the whole point I'm making when I'm saying to you, I can go into the Old Testament Bible. Watch, I'm going to put this on your screen so you can see it for yourself, Walter. We done this earlier, but we're going to do a rehash because, you know, everyone needs the opportunity to see this, innit? If you missed it before, you can get it again now, innit? Like, watch this now. So this should be arriving on your screen right this second. Yeah, can you see that?
What?
Now
What we're
watch
looking
this.
at?
All right, so can you see the number 35 on the side there? If I highlight it,
No, I'm on my phone, so read it.
you can make it bigger, but yeah, there's
I can't
35
see
anyway. I'll read it.
anything.
It says, I'll read it out to you.
I can't
It
read
says,
that. It's too small.
it says, you can use your fingers to make it bigger, but I'll read it anyway. It says, canst thou send lightnings? Yeah. Did you hear that? Canst thou send
Yeah.
lightning? Yeah.
Mm.
Specifically lightnings,
Yeah. Yeah.
that they may go and say unto thee, here we are.
Right. I don't understand what that means. I'm not up on my religious jargon.
All right. Now listen to what I'm saying to you, yeah? Because this is an
To us
old
atheists.
language, yeah? You see, because this is an old language that this is being taken from and translated out of, yeah? You're not supposed to get it like that. You're supposed to listen to the words and think about the concept, the context and the concept, yeah? Now today, in today's world, yeah, we use electricity to transmit signals. Is that correct?
No. It's radio waves.
All right. All right. Our radio waves electro. Is there electricity involved? Do you need electricity to generate the things that make the radio wave, that go onto it, that go? Obviously, we're not.
It's not transmitted by electricity, is it?
Listen, what I'm saying to you is, yeah, to generate, you can't just say something with your normal voice into your hands and it comes up on a radio, can you?
Say that again.
You can't just talk into your thumb and it comes out on someone's radio, can you? What transmits the radio wave? You need some type of electrical signal to transmit the radio. You need some type of electrical equipment. Listen, you need some type of electrical equipment to transmit with. Do you accept that? All right. Now, once you've accepted that, once you've accepted that, yeah, it's too late now. We have to move on and accept that if we're using electrical equipment, then to some extent these signals are electrical. And once we've accepted that, we can move on. If you're not going to accept it, now you're being controversial because there's no way it's not. You've accepted that it's an electrical piece of equipment. If it was an organic piece of equipment, then it would be sending organic signals. Listen, I'm gonna like let's ask science then. Let's ask Google.
Even if I said something was right, you would.
We can't listen. We can't move the conversation forward until you've reasoned and made a decision on an answer. If you're going to agree with us, then we're going to progress forward. If you're going to disagree, then we're going to have to find out why and work out if you're right or I'm right.
I'll agree then.
All right.
You are right, Schiffer. I bow down to thee.
All right. All right, don't bow down to me. This is what we're going to do. We're going to do some discovery, because you see, by doing discovery, no one don't have to bow down to no one, but we all have to accept the information that's out there, do we not? Is that fair?
I'm going to bow down to you too.
If we're going to accept the information that's out there, then we're bowing down to Google, if anything. It definitely ain't me, but I ain't even bowing down to Google, because if the Most High says to me that it's not right, I ain't even listening to Google. Do you understand? But
well, let me ask you a question.
We're gonna go to Google. Listen, we're gonna go to Google. Are
you created in the image of God?
I'm gonna do this first. I'm not gonna go into no random question. I'm gonna say, are radio waves electricity? Yeah, and I've typed that into Google. Yeah, and it's on your screen now. So I don't know if someone else wants to read it out, or would you like me to read it out, and then we can move on. We can just progress this conversation forward after that. Do you want to read the Walter? I'll read it. Anyway, so radio waves, both natural and man-made, contain electrical energy you can tap using simple solid-state hardware. Yeah? Radio waves, both natural and man-made, contain electrical energy you can tap using simple solid-state hardware. Radio wave collectors use long insulated copper wire antenna to drive current to a load-bearing device. Yeah, cell phone, charger, battery, light bulb. Now check that one out. Now, Walter, Natalie, obviously, I know you guys are back now. You dropped in and out, whatever. But now that you've heard what Google says, did you hear what it says?
Yeah. Hang on.
All right. Now that you've heard what Google says, talk to me.
Contain electricity. It's not.
Radio waves are not electricity. Not even
close. My point. I'm trying to make. They contain electricity, but they're not transmitting.
Listen, they are not electricity
that's
in the sense of listen, they're not electricity in the sense of what is going through the copper wire to your phone to charge your phone. But they
essentially they're light. They're two different things.
They are electrically charged to some extent. They contain electric.
Of course they are.
Without the electric contained in them, they can't communicate with each other. That's why you need an electrical device. Yes. Yes.
Oh,
how do you connect? All right. You explain to us how you can communicate via radio waves without electricity. I'm listening.
Let me put it to you this way. If you're talking electricity, you have to have a physical connection. With radiation or light, which is radiation too, you have to have a receiver. You organize the radiation. You have to power the transmitter and the receiver with electricity. But they're not the same things. And I'm not a physicist. I'm not a physicist, but radiation and electricity are not the same thing. Essentially, electricity is electrons, hence electricity.
All right. Well, you're telling me
radiation
I'm going to continue reading.
Sorry.
I thought you might have got it by now. I thought you might have seen it on your screen by now, but I'm going to continue reading from where we said light bulb. It says the electricity collected can form a radio station on or the Earth's own on the Earth's own magnetosphere, our planet's magnetic field. Depending on the length of the antenna, the circuitry involved, some crystal radio experiments use the radio station's power to drive a small speaker. The average backyard experimenter can make electricity from radio waves in about 1 hour.
Right.
So when you say a radio, one second.
No.
So when you say one second, just hold up, bro. Like, just chill. You can talk as well freely, but once we can understand that you can make electricity from radio waves to some extent.
No, it's the opposite way.
He just said it here. I don't understand, bro. Like, you tell me, I'm confused.
You use electrons to excite other elements. Essentially, the photons in radiation, they're different than the electrons. And again, I'm not a physicist. I haven't taken physics in like 30 years, but you are so wrong. Why don't you stop reading Google and actually read a physics text?
Yeah.
Okay, what physics text would
No,
you like me to
didn't
read?
you take physics in high school?
No, I didn't take physics in high school, but obviously you
Okay,
did. So
then
How can you believe in physics?
Listen, I don't believe in none of this stuff. I'll be honest with you. Like, if you can prove it to me, then if you can prove it
so
to
you're
me,
saying they're God particles.
You're religious.
Listen. If you can prove it to me, then I know it to be true. So if you've got a phone and you can send a signal from one phone to another, then I know the signal works. It's quite simple. I don't need to deal with believing anything.
What creates the signal?
Radio waves.
Well, no. What makes the radio waves happen? It's a battery.
Sheffer, does my phone conduct electricity?
Say that again. Does your phone what?
Your phone conduct electricity.
Yeah. And it sends out electrical signal. Yeah.
Okay. I was just thinking about Bluetooth, that was all.
All of that. What I'm reading right here, it says radio waves are produced artificially by time-varying electric currents consisting of electrons flowing back and forth in a specifically shaped metal conductor called an antenna. So I'll be honest, at this point, like I'm still surprised if you lot are still saying they're not electrical. But I'm
telling you right now,
I'm gonna just relax off of it.
Electrons do not flow; they excite. Photons. Light is not electrons; it's photons. Now that is literally high school physics. Light is not electrons. Look that up.
I'm looking at it right now, and it's saying that they are. They're saying that radio waves are formed of light. Yeah, and light is a form of electricity.
And light is.
I'm looking at it right now. It says radio waves, gamma rays, visible light, and all other parts of the electromagnetic spectrum are electromagnetic radiation. Yeah. So even the light coming from the sun.
Where did it say electrons?
So even listen.
Where did it say electrons?
It's on your screen.
How about Google? What?
I'll make it bigger for you so you can see it. Look, it's right here. Look.
You're not going to ask the right questions.
No, is it a bit bigger now? Because it's right there on the screen. Look, it says, "What particles are radio waves made of?" Yeah, radio waves, gamma rays, visible light. Yeah, and all other parts of the electromagnetic spectrum are electromagnetic radiation. So they are all doing this, they're all generating the same type of energy, electromagnetic radiation. Electromagnetic radiation can be described in terms of a stream of massless particles called photons, each traveling in a wave-like pattern.
There you go. Photons, not electrons.
Bro, listen, it says electromagnetic radiation. That's what it is. It's read it, bro. Are you not listening?
So electromagnetic radiation is electrons?
Yes, bro. It's electromagnetic radiation. That's where the electrons are being produced.
So electrons are electromagnetic radiation.
Yeah, that's what they're being produced by.
Check your chat.
That's what it says there, bro. I don't
your
know,
side chat. Can you present that on the screen?
I can present whatever you want on there, but we'll see.
Doesn't say electrons.
It
says electromagnetic.
Learn to pronounce physics, plural noun. Photons and particle representing a quantum of light or other electromagnetic radiation. So what is different here? Talk to me. What are you doing? It's right. So it says right then.
Where does it say electron?
Bro, it says electromagnetic radiation. You don't need to say electron.
Talk about something else, I think.
Yeah, probably, because this is going nowhere.
I think what you're doing is, what you're saying is that because these electromagnetic radiation is not an actual electron, you can't call it electricity.
No, it's a different concept.
Broski, listen, hold on. One second. Yeah, let's just talk one at a time. Now, let's say that you make steel from a lesser metal like tin and some other metals combined, yeah? But if I gave you all those other metals and it wasn't made into steel, you can't call it steel, can you? But it is steel.
You're talking metallurgy now?
I'm saying to you that you may have a metal that has more than one other metal in it, yeah? Now, let's say that it takes 30% of 3 different metals to make up another, yeah? And I've got those 30% sitting here right now, and I give you them. Potentially, you've got steel, potentially, yeah? But you don't have steel because it's not steel. So I understand your argument. It's not that I don't understand your argument. It's that your argument is even lesser in this situation because I don't need to add 3 things together. This is the thing that makes it. This is
you just contradicted your own argument. You do need to add 3 things together to get the final product. You just contradicted yourself.
What are the 3 things you need to add together? Talk to me.
Well, who knows what you were talking about? But to get steel does not exist in nature. You have to combine carbon, bronze, and I forget the third. Tin.
I'll Google it. Hang on.
I don't really know, bro. I just guessed at that one, didn't it? I made a guess at that one. I don't know.
My point is steel does not occur. But here's my point, really, Shifa.
There's electricity occurring naturally.
The final product does not occur in nature. You have to do the other 3 things to get it.
Okay, and do you not have to do things to get electricity?
It's only made of steel.
Oh, of course you do.
Steel is made with carbon.
The steel was just an analogy, though. That was just an analogy. That wasn't really part of the actual argument. The argument here is that light and electricity are the same thing, basically.
They are not.
And obviously, Stanley's argument is that light is not electricity.
Electricity requires a physical connection to conduct. Electrons require a metal or some substrate. Radiation, light, and the whole spectrum of light, which is radiation, does not require a physical substrate. You can get light from the sun to the earth in a vacuum. That's the difference. You're not going to get electricity from the sun to the earth in a vacuum. There must be some sort of substrate or some way to get it here that's physical.
Well, can I just say, I've got the answer here.
Right.
So light is a form of electromagnetic radiation, which means I can't read that. Which means it has fields and magnetic fields, vibrating
fields and magnetic fields. Thank you.
Yeah.
Exactly. So what? How is it not electric then? It's got electromagnetic. It's electromagnetic. It has electric field.
No, dear.
How are they not related? How are light and electric not related?
I didn't say they weren't related. I said they're not the same thing.
They're two forms of the same thing.
No.
If electric, why doesn't it electrocute me then?
Yes, they are. What's that?
Why doesn't the light electrocute me then?
Electricity is literally a flow of electrons. It requires. It's kind of like magnetism. It requires potential from positive to negative. Light radiation does not require potential. It radiates. That's literally the word. You don't need any sort of medium, substrate, or whatever you want to call it. Radiation, which light is a part of the whole spectrum, can flow in a vacuum. Electricity cannot. That is the difference. Okay. Literally. Well, you cannot have electricity go from one, you cannot have electricity as we know it from a source to a destination through a vacuum. There must be some way to conduct the electron. And there must be potential. You go from high to low. Same thing with gravity.
I get you, and I think that, you know, even looking on Google right now, this is a good argument because, you know, even Google seems like it's in the argument with itself. I've typed in the relationship between light and electricity, yeah, and Google says, what is the difference between light and electricity? From what little I understand. So if Google understands so little, I don't understand how you seem to understand so much, or even I would. But it says electricity is just electrons, subatomic particles moving through a conductor. Light is also just subatomic particles moving through a conductor, i.e. transparent medium, and both are part of the electromagnetic spectrum, if I understand this correctly. No. So when I say
it is wrong, Google is wrong.
One second. Listen, 1 second. When I say to you that the two of them seem to be the same thing from my perspective, I'd imagine there's people who can make that assertion. And when you say they're not, I'm just trying to understand the people
that
would
ask you a question.
Assertion that to the other.
How does light from the sun get to Earth? You see this as a practical exercise every morning.
By light waves, isn't it? Waves.
Is there a conductor in space that gets radiation from the sun, the visual spectrum, in a whole bevy, a whole spectrum of radiation? Does it get here through a wire?
Yeah, it does. It doesn't get it through a wire. It gets there through the what is it called? Like you got all of these the gases, isn't it? Like the particles, whatever they're called, the atoms and the whatever. I don't know, bro. Talk to me.
Light travels in a vacuum and can. That's how we have telescopes. Light gets here from light years away. Electrons, if you need to have something practical work by electricity, you cannot do it in a vacuum.
Yeah, but
now
listen,
you can take radiation, a radiation generator, which is a transmitter, from one point, have a receiver, get the radiation, it gets kind of, reassembled, but even the transmitter needs electricity. So now, if you do it from a tin can to a tin can,
1 second. Before you move on, let me pause. Are you saying that the sun has a transmitter?
No, the sun is the transmitter.
All right, so the sun's the transmitter. Where's it transmitting from?
Okay, the sun is transmitting light, which is different from electricity.
Where's it getting this light from?
It's literally a nuclear reactor. With gravity, it's generating its own stuff. It's not electricity, by the way. It's gravity.
So how do you make that kind of reactor? What's at the core of it?
Well, wait, hold on. A reactor?
Yeah, well, you said
the sun is the sun.
Huh? You said it's a reactor.
The sun is the sun.
Yeah, but let's get back to the reactor, because you said reactor, so I'm just going by reactor.
No, you said reactor.
No, you said.
I was surprised when you said it. A reactor, in the way you're saying it, like a nuclear reactor on Earth. The sun is not a nuclear reactor. We have to excite the process.
All right. So how does the sun's energy get here? Because it says online here that
through light.
Light is just subatomic particles moving through a conductor. Yeah. So
there is no conductor. It's wrong.
Let's try and let's get another answer for this.
Well, let's put it to you this way. Light is its own conductor. It's somewhere in waves. Light is its own conductor.
Okay.
Photons. But it's not a straight line. It radiates. It's a 360 degree, like it's basically a controlled nuclear explosion. It's so much stuff. The sun essentially collapses on itself until it runs out of stuff to, I'm going to say burn, but that's not exactly the right word. It is collapsing on itself until it runs out of fuel. And then everything collapses more. I mean, we don't actually understand gravity that much. Bunch of shit gets together and starts collapsing on itself. But well, anyway, I'm rambling. But my point is,
I'm glad you're rambling, because I don't think Google likes this question at all. And the fact of the matter is, you see when Google don't like something,
electricity is not the same thing as light. It is.
I hear you.
Two different concepts.
I hear you, but
they're related.
I think that to some extent, you saying that they're related already shows a deviation from your answer. And I think that to some extent also,
well, how's it a deviation?
1 second, let me just finish my sentence.
All right.
I think to some extent, the actual science pertaining to this whole idea of light and electricity, it seems to be a little bit obscured, and it's not what's the word? It's not effective enough for me to know how is the sun generating its energy. I don't think someone can answer that, but I guarantee if I ask the science community, they're going to act like they got the answer. And I've come to realize, like, people can't know everything, innit? I've come to realize this a long time ago, innit? Like, I don't need to even go into that too deeply, but I'm just going to say, as far as light not being electricity,
it's not.
I think that what you so far what you've done is you've given us your explanation as to why you believe light and electricity ain't the same. I don't think you've proven it.
Is your response going to be God?
No, but I just think that at the end of the day, if I know, if I know this, if I know that a lot of electricity comes from light from the solar power. Just that alone is going to make me think, hold, okay. And
Light
then when I read
doesn't
that
come
thing about
from
radio
solar
waves,
power.
I mean, one second. Listen. I mean, no, I said electricity can come from solar power. Yeah, light can give us solar power. That's what I meant to say. If I said it wrong, I apologize. But long story short, yeah, I also know from reading what we just read online that these radio waves move at the speed of light. And everything's to do with light. Everything's consistent with
all
even
radiation moves at the speed of light.
Even electricity itself is moving at the speed of light. It's all to do with
It
light.
is not.
All right, cool. You say that, but light bulbs.
No, seriously. If it's
light.
going through, well, you just said that electrons need some way, a path, a physical path to get from one place to the other.
Yeah, but they don't have to generate one because the path's already there.
Electrons, electrons to be useful do not move at the speed of light.
No, but what you just said, that's an irrelevant statement. For light to be able to travel to something, there has to be something there. That just means something has to exist, and things already exist. So yes, the light can move. Of course it does. How can light hit something that doesn't exist? How can it reach something that's not there? It can't.
Now you're talking metaphysics now. You're essentially saying you're essentially making the bear in the woods thing, or I'm sorry, the tree falling in the woods argument.
Not exactly. What is that? What is that? Because people say this to me all the time. They say, do you know what? You say things and it's from this book, or do you know what? Someone else used that argument, and it's like, no, I don't even know the bear in the woods argument. So please tell me, so I can understand where you think I'm getting this.
Why don't you just admit
what? No, tell me that first. Tell me that first, so I know what you're talking about.
Well, if a tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it, does it make a sound? You never heard that one before? Sure you have.
Say that again. If a tree in the woods, say that again. I'm a bit confused.
If a tree in a forest or the wood falls, have you ever seen a tree fall?
Yeah, once.
Yeah, it makes a thump when it hits the ground.
It makes a thud.
A thump. THUMP. Thump.
A thump when it hits the ground.
Yeah, it makes a sound.
But why is that? Why is that?
Well,
why is that relevant to my argument?
My point, and your point, was that someone has to be there to hear it. Correct?
That's correct. That's correct. If no one's there to
now,
hear it, it never
happens. If no one is there, does it make a sound?
Does it make a sound? It does make a sound, but no one's there to hear it, so no one knows about it.
Okay. That was the kind of argument you're making. Light can exist on its own, whether someone's there to see it or not.
Exactly, because it has to hit something, otherwise there's no light anyway.
Nope. You're contradicting the yes you just said. If a tree makes a sound, if no one is there to hear it, the same holds true with light if no one is there to see it. The light is still there. The tree still fell and made a sound.
My argument is this, actually. My argument is actually that you can't speak on something you don't know. So to you, it doesn't exist. And if there's no one in existence, then there's no one to speak on it. So it doesn't exist.
Well, oh, no. Oh, you are digging your own hole, aren't you?
Well, not really, but...
No, please finish. I am going to mute and let you finish talking.
Bro, if nothing else, like, it's even like a human being, like you as a person, yeah? If the rest of the world just disappeared around you, you would cease to exist. You know, like that.
What?
So I'd imagine that about any singular. I'd imagine that that's the same for any singular entity within this universe. So, for instance, now I'm going to say, if you was like standing here,
well, you just actually made a very.
If the planet disappeared, yeah, and the sun disappeared, all the stars disappeared, everything disappeared around you, then you would cease to exist.
If it, well, So you're denying reality.
Anyway, listen, if everything disappeared, listen, hold on, one second. If everything disappeared, you wouldn't be anywhere. How about that? You wouldn't be anywhere. That's finished.
You are.
That's funny.
Wait, hold on now. Hold on now.
The sun would be done at it. There wouldn't be none there. I should have laughed. That was funny though.
It was funny. and you have dug your hole because you were serious.
Well, I am quite serious. I'll be honest. I made that one up as I go along, but it doesn't make sense to me.
Jeff, there can't ever be nothing, can there?
Well, this is the point I'm making, because if you exist in nothing, then you are nothing.
What?
There'll never be nothing, will there?
I hear you. There never will be
Existing in nothing.
That's correct. I agree with that.
Oxymoron.
Oh, I get you. It may be an oxymoron because we're talking about the real world when you started talking, but in a theoretical sense, it's not an oxymoron.
Well, hold on.
Theoretically, it's not.
Well, let me ask you a deeper question, Mr. Dr. Metaphysics. You obviously, if you can imagine a world that doesn't exist, does that mean you exist?
Yeah.
I mean, that's basic. That's basic. If you can imagine it, I mean, that goes back to who was it? Is it? Someone's gonna have to remind me. Descartes, if I think, therefore I am.
Listen, I didn't read this in no book. I was just sitting here reasoning with you, and I came to the conclusion that if there was nothing, then you'd be nothing, because you'd exist in nothing. So you'd be nothing, and there'd be nothing.
Yeah, but you can't think there's nothing if you don't exist.
But if there weren't nothing, you wouldn't have nothing to think about, so you wouldn't be thinking, so you wouldn't exist.
You know what?
You wouldn't have.
All we need to do. We need to meet. We need to meet in a French cafe.
Well, you know that one got to you though, because it's true. Like if you think of
you don't want to meet him
like that, you ain't got nothing. You ain't got no name, because you don't have a name. There is nothing. Yeah, you ain't got no jacket. You ain't got no pants, no trousers, no nothing. Yeah, but you're still there, but you got nothing.
You know what? Now here's the next joke. I call that freedom.
I hear you. I hear you.
Just freedom. I don't have to be.
You're not restricted by any rules. I hear you. Not restricted by any rules, but there's nowhere to go. There's nothing to do. There's nowhere to rest. There's nowhere to go up to. Nowhere to go down to. There's no sides. There's nothing. There's no sofa. There's no river. There's no ocean. There's no birds. It's nothing.
Well, if there's
what's your point?
Will die. Bees go extinct. We're screwed.
No, but I'm saying if there was absolutely nothing, if the whole world disappeared around you, then you would be nothing. You'd just be part of something.
No, we wouldn't be nothing. We'd be dead. We wouldn't exist.
And you'd never know. You wouldn't even know past the knowing part.
You wouldn't.
Exactly. So if everything else in the universe disappeared,
is your point that nothingness is going to happen?
No, my point is that if everything else,
well, then you cannot believe in a God.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. No, I'll get to my point. I'll get to my point for myself if that's all right, mate. So I was saying, if everything else in the universe disappeared, then the sun would cease to exist. So the sun must draw its energy from somewhere then.
Not if there's nothing. There wouldn't be a sun, would there?
Well, where did the sun come from? Nothing.
No.
Because when you talk about Big Bang Theory, hold on. When people talk about Big Bang theories, evolution, and all of this nonsense that I don't believe in, obviously, they talk about. Listen, hold on. they talk about an explosion of nothing that came from nothing that turned into everything.
No, an explosion of nothing.
An explosion of nothing that came from nothing that turned into everything. And it's like, come on now, broski. Like, come on, man, what we doing here? Like, come on, hey.
So it's more believe that one man created nothing. He created out of nothing. It's magic. It's fairy tale.
No, that's more plausible though. No, but that's more plausible. Listen, it's not a man for one. It's not a man. Listen, hold on. You got it wrong. You said it wrong. So let me break it down for you. First and foremost, the Most High is not a man. Yeah. Hold up. First and foremost, the Most High is not just a man. Let me just give you the breakdown though, so you understand where we're at with the conversation. Okay. So first and foremost, the Most High is not a man. Yeah, he's not a man. He's not just a man. Yeah. Secondly, when the Most High created the heavens and the earth and all of the great creations we know today to call home, yeah, he didn't do it on his own. He had the help of his angels. He created the angels first before he created all of this. How do we know this? Because when all the creation was being done, the angels were standing there clapping. So they couldn't have been clapping if they weren't created, could they now? So if we know that, then we know that the Most High didn't do it all by himself. For one, we know he had help. And we also know that realistically, it didn't just come out of nothing.
Question: where did he come from? He just manifest out of nothing?
Where did the Most High come from? The Most High came from another universe, possibly another dimension.
But where did that come from?
What, the other dimension? Well, when you get to the other dimension where the Most High came from, or the other universe, or whatever that is, we don't. It's called what we don't know. We don't know, innit? We don't know that. We don't know that one. Though. I'm just being honest. It's not science fiction. It's called the unknown.
You can never prove to me that that religion and God and whatever is real.
You can never prove to me that NASA's been to Mars.
That God, Jesus, whatever exists.
There's more evidence of the Most High and Jesus than there is of NASA going to the moon or to the flipping Mars.
Can I finish? Like, you're talking over me for once. You can't stand in water and part the sea. You can't feed 5,000 people with whatever it is, 5 loaves of bread and whatever fish is. It's just not possible. It's stories to make, and it's rules for people to live by to make. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm getting a bit irate now because I just don't believe in.
No.
I hear it.
Natalie, I tend to agree, but logic. I think you're preaching to the choir, and the choir is already hearing the music. You're trying to stop the music. I think, I think that people should believe in what they believe without, imposing it. And I swear, and I was just thinking about when my son was 3 months old, God was in his diaper, it's not always easy.
So hold on 1 second. Our science, the science get judged by the same standard. That scientists and the people who believe in science, believe what they believe. Do they get judged by the
but Chippa, my point is you believe. It is not my place. It's not my place. Wait, hold on.
Believe too. They believe.
But what's wrong with that? What's wrong if they believe? You believe, they believe. In civil society, you can eat at the same table in our proverbial French bistro.
No, but the point is, Stanley, the whole point to that is that our standard of proof is the same. Yeah, but people want to act like it's different. It's not.
Who is we?
Our standard of proof, scientists and religious people. Scientists and religious people.
Okay, so
people who believe it, people who have faith, and people who have more faith in science.
a good way of life.
But is that like the end of the world?
No, it's not the end of the
Okay,
world.
then
I'm just saying
why
that
is
we
it
we
such a
judge things by
big? Okay, well, I think
then science has no
that
place in this world. If we judge things by the same standard, science is not necessary. I hear you, but if we judge things by the same standards, yeah, science is just an impersonation, because science only came about the other day.
Oh, the other day. It's not been around for years,
No, it ain't been around that long. Science ain't been around that long.
There's always been science.
No. Science predated Christianity, my man.
No, it did not.
Pythagoras, was he a Christian?
No. Sorry.
No. Math and science way like thousands, like millennia before Christianity.
Let me concede that one. Let me concede that one. Sorry, no, let me concede that one.
There's a first knowledge, therefore there's science. Yes? Even if it's in the simplest form, there's science. Can I finish? When they're humans, there's a thirst for knowledge. Humans want to learn. So that's science. So how can you say the Bible was first? Because there's people in the Bible and they would have had a thirst for knowledge.
When we learn how to hunt when we learn how to group hunt, that's science, psychology, and a bunch of stuff. And this is way before Christianity.
All right, broski.
Debate
you see what we're
that.
Doing here, yeah?
Debate
you see what we're
that.
Doing here, yeah? I told 1 second, yeah. 1 second. I told you I made a mistake, so I was trying to rephrase myself, but you just carried on into a long rant.
My bad. We were taking full advantage of your mistake.
I know, and I get that. So I'm allow that. Like, I'm not really supposed to make mistakes. I'm the host. Apologies, people. But long story short, yeah. Sorry. As far as me saying that science hasn't been around as long as Christianity, that was a mistake. I was really supposed to say religion, and as far as I'm concerned, spiritual ways of thinking, yeah, or spiritual ways of life. Now, as far as I'm concerned, 1 second. As far as I'm concerned, and as far as many scholars are concerned, where the Bible has its roots is something a lot more Mesopotamian, which will go back to the oldest civilizations.
They're thick.
I think. I'm sorry. Go ahead now.
They're not thick.
Because it's human nature to learn things and know things and experiment.
But what if there's nothing to know?
What do you mean, what if there's nothing? Of course, there's always something to know.
I mean, what if there's nothing?
Sorry?
But who taught us it? Who taught us it?
Who taught us what?
Who taught the first people?
I didn't hear you.
Who taught the first people things? Who taught the first people things? And knowing things
they
and doing
taught
things.
themselves.
Yeah. It's a human
they
instinct.
Taught themselves. Is that what you really believe?
Learn from your
mistake.
mistake.
You've been around how long? But how long have you been around? And that idea, that scientific idea that you're talking about there, how long has that idea been around?
What idea? Sorry, you keep cutting out.
The one that you just come up with.
What
idea that you just come up with? How long has that been around? No, when I said people learning things and doing things, how did they learn? How did they learn about metal? How did they learn about building things, making boats, making
trial and error?
Yes,
trial and error. And then they learned from their trials and their errors. And then it became, I mean, that's how they transmitted it to their kids. That's how culture was built. They didn't learn it from God, is my point.
All right, who came up with that idea? Give me the person who came up with that idea.
Who came up with the idea of God?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Who came up with that idea? We can go right back and we can say it's something Mesopotamian.
No, you actually cannot.
Listen, we don't know the exact name of the first person, whoever.
Well, then if you don't know, what are you spouting?
But
yeah,
what
or
about
whatever, whoever flipping.
England?
We don't know
Yeah?
who the first prophet was, other than the Bible says it was Adam, innit? The Bible says that Adam was the first man.
Yeah.
We can only go back. 1 second, bro. This is what I mean. I'm trying to talk. 1 sec. Yeah.
Okay.
We can only go by. You see it as a person of faith. We can only go by what the book itself says. I can't rewind time and take you back there. But I'm telling you that this book has a lot more antiquity than you just as a person on the street telling me something.
Well, I hope I'm not just
It has a
some
lot
dude
more
on the
meaning.
street.
Yeah.
It has a lot more meaning. Like, come on, man. They know things. They knew things, innit?
But if Adam and Eve are the first people in pictures, yeah, they're depicted with belly buttons. Why? And I'm serious. Because if they're the first people, they wouldn't have them, would they?
Say that again.
If Adam and Eve are the first people,
why wouldn't they have belly buttons?
Yeah.
Yeah, they would still have belly buttons, yeah.
No, they wouldn't, because belly buttons are produced, they're from the placenta. So if they were the first people, they wouldn't have one. Because they weren't born, were they? No, nobody birthed them. God created them.
Was you there when you there when they were made to see how they was formed and you know how they, what
well here
one second listen to the question.
I haven't finished.
But you go on. Let's let you go. Let her go.
We must all be related. If it just started with
well, I think Natalie's point is if
hold
these
on,
people
stop. Pause. Are you finished, Natalie?
What? Yeah, but you just interrupted Stanley.
Are you finished, Natalie?
Yes, I am.
Now I'm making sure that you're finished. Yeah, all right, Natalie's finished. Now I want Natalie to tell us what apparatus the Most High used to make Adam and Eve, to make her so certain that they didn't have a belly button. Please explain.
Because if Adam and Eve were the first people, there were no other people in the world to birth them.
No one said anything about there being people in the world to birth them. I said, what apparatus? I said, listen to the question so you can get a definitive answer. What apparatus, what apparatus did the Most High use to create these two people for you to know that they would not have had a belly button?
But I don't know, but it's not scientifically possible. It doesn't make any sense.
All right, now you don't know anymore. Now that you don't know,
well, actually,
say that
it does make sense.
That's where we're at, isn't it? That's where we're all at. None of us know. How would come on, those.
No, but I'm saying with this logical answer and what makes sense.
How does that make sense?
But see, that's your failing, Natalie. You're expecting sense.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
When you don't know, is it? You don't know. Come on, you don't know. How can you know something you don't know? That's like saying, okay, do you know what? Let's say that Adam and Eve were made with a belly button, and let's say they were made in an incubator.
Well, you're getting wrapped around. You're getting
1 second,
dude.
1 second, one at a time. Yeah, all right. So I'm saying now, let's imagine they're in this machine. And this machine has some way of connecting their umbilical. 1 second. This machine has some way of connecting an umbilical cord to them and acting literally like a surrogate mother. This machine knows how to do this. Now, we've never seen this machine. We don't know the apparatus the Most High has. We don't know the powers he has. We don't even know if that's the case. We don't even know if it's a machine. We don't know if it's an organic machine. It could be a machine that is made out of a plant. We don't know. So rather than us talking on what we don't know, let's stick to what we do know, and then we're not going to make silly mistakes and saying someone did have this or didn't have or couldn't have, because we don't know.
Why is my opinion silly?
We don't know, do we? We don't know. No, I'm saying we don't know, do we?
But neither do you. But it doesn't make my opinion silly.
It is. No, it's a silly mistake in a debate.
No,
it's not an opinion.
She made the perfect point.
It's a silly mistake to make.
Shippa, you don't know.
No, listen, it's a silly mistake. Listen,
you have faith.
No, you don't make your point.
Faith does not imply knowledge.
No, but listen, at the end of the day, yeah, if you don't know something, you can't presume in any way towards that thing. You can't make
At the end of the day, you die.
How can you, no, but listen, not being funny. If you don't know something, how can you make assertions or presumptions about it? That's a bad mistake. You can't
How
make
is it a bad mistake?
Listen, I'm going to show you something, yeah? If I said, do you know what? Some random person phoned me up on my phone, yeah? And said to go and meet them for a date. And I'm going to meet the prettiest girl in the world. How? I don't know who's the prettiest girl in the world. I've never seen her. It's some random person just rang up my phone.
You talk to random people on your phone?
No, I don't. I'm saying if. I said if, not I do. Yeah, come on, man. Take it serious for a minute. Like,
that's a problem in and of itself.
No, that's the problem with people.
God's not going to call you on your phone.
And that's why, you know what it is? Do you know what it is? People who call themselves scientists or they believe in science, whatever way they go, yeah, they can't really concentrate that long. And that's why they got to religion. And religion was too hard. So they went to science because science seems so much easier. But like, it's like they can't control themselves. They can't control themselves long enough to have the conversation to actually define whether they whether they have the right answer. So what happens is when you're in that community, they all talk over each other. They don't have enough respect in most cases to actually let the conversation flow in a direction where we're actually getting definitive answers. They want to cause chaos. They want to cause disruption because they know like they don't have no answers. But when we come up with answers, like they're always definitive. We have to be. We don't get that privilege that you lot get. You don't get too much privilege. You've been babies for too long. Yeah, it's time to step into the grown-ups arena. I'm telling you, listen,
dude. You are preach.
Like, you can't speak on things you don't know. Let's just leave that out of it.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question.
All right, so let's find something, a real one though, not a mess around one, a real one.
I can't follow that.
Let's do this for real,
dude. Reverend, you have preached.
Yeah, preaching is not good. Believe what you want to believe, but don't preach to other people, man.
I'm not preaching. I'm just saying that I believe that religion has more answers than science, and people who do science, they're lazy because they just can't. Because they want easy answers. They just want someone to make up some dream answer for them. That's what scientists do. They make up dream answers for you, and they make things out to be so easy and simple. When it's just
well, let me ask you a question. Should we just get rid of science?
Without science, what about
science?
Live longer.
What science?
I mean, religion is more valid than science. Is that your argument?
Without science,
100% religion. Without
okay, religion is more true.
Hold on, I didn't hear it. Let us say that again. Let us say that again. We didn't hear it.
There's a what's the word? Race or whatever, wouldn't we? Human race. It wouldn't exist. We'd all be dead by now from without science. People used to die from the common cold.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
I don't think science
to do with religion.
I think we would have survived. Well, Shifa,
anyone speaking?
Do you really want to abolish science?
I don't think we need to. I don't think. Listen. I don't think you can abolish science because, like
no,
science, what it actually does is no different.
If you were Green Lantern,
it just seeks to answer
like your picture, an all-powerful hero.
Listen, science just seeks to answer questions about the world around us that we don't necessarily understand or know the answers to. Now, what I'm saying is religion's been doing the same thing for years, long before science even had that idea. So what is the need for, what's the necessity? There's more necessity for religion, something that's been around for thousands of years before.
Okay.
Religion is the main cause of most wars, where people are slaughtered.
Yeah, Natalie.
And science, when people had nuclear Hold on. When people had nuclear bombs in
Science
Iraq or wherever
isn't the
it was,
reason there were
people
wars.
went to war.
That's
People
science.
had,
That's science.
yeah, there
Developing
is,
something.
because people
Well,
went to
That
war
is
for
ru-
nuclear bombs.
Okay, so we
Yeah,
have
that
had
is a
a
science.
war over nuclear bombs? When?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have had wars over nuclear bombs. We
When?
had the Iraq war,
Name
Afghanistan
one.
war. What is it? Iraq? What is Iraq war?
It was
Iraq
over
war. They went to
nuclear
Iraq.
bombs?
It wasn't. It was over
They said
land
they had
and
weapons of mass
religion.
destruction.
But that's not
No,
what
they said
caused
they
the
had
war.
weapons of mass destruction. Yeah,
No,
they said they had weapons of mass destruction.
when
It wasn't.
Yeah, man, I
Oh,
remember.
it wasn't nuclear in
Yeah.
Iran. It was chemical. They never thought. And dude,
I said
I'm
Iraq.
that
I didn't
old.
say Iraq, and I said Iraq.
I'm sorry, Iraq. My
I said
bad.
Iraq.
I've been to Iraq. My bad. Bottom line is there has never been a war over science. Unless you want to
There was a
count
war over nuclear.
Germany.
There was a war over nuclear weapons, though. There was a war
I'm
over
sorry.
nuclear weapons, though. So at the end of the day, there was a
Where?
war over people having weapons of mass destruction.
Where?
That's not science. That's over a weapon.
In the
Well,
Middle East.
hold on. Where?
When they
There
were
has
searching
not
for the
been
weapons of
one
mass
yet.
destruction. Saddam Hussein. Saddam
No,
Hussein, bro.
no. You need to go back and review your history. Going to war
Well, that's what
in
they said they
Iraq
went there for.
never involved nuclear weapons. It was chemical
Weapons of
weapons.
mass destruction. Weapons of mass destruction.
It wasn't. It was.
You know what? Fucking biologic. It was. We never thought Iraq had a nuke. Period. Do not confuse. There are more than one WMD.
What's that? Sorry.
There has never been a war over nuclear weapons.
I think there has. I'm sure we went in and we said we found all these nuclear weapons, and when we went to war, I don't know if it was
Where was
Afghanistan.
it?
I don't
It
know.
was the
I'm sure
Iraq
that was
war,
in the
man.
wasn't it? Yeah.
It was the
And we-
Iraq
They
war. I
found.
told you.
No. We can stop right here, and I will hang up. They
They
found nukes in Iraq.
They
No, they
said
they-
there was
they-
weapons of mass destruction.
yeah, and they used it as an
They
excuse.
found nukes in Iraq.
No,
They didn't even
said
find
there
the
was
chemical
nukes there.
weapons. They found
But they
zero.
said they were there. But they said they
No,
were there.
they
So you lose this
said-
argument. Thank you. You're done.
Well,
Thank you. We're
much,
done.
much.
You're done out here. Come on, Stanley, man. They concede. They went there
Much
for that.
like the Bible, they said.
Yeah, but they
They said
still
Jesus.
said that though. So what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna
But
chuckle.
you gotta concede. that,
They
Stanley,
didn't
man.
find shit.
No, they didn't. That's the point. But they said they did.
Alright,
And you had an excuse to go to war.
exactly. So even Natalie's got my
Okay.
back on this one.
Again.
Come on, man.
There has never been a war over nuclear weapons. And they did not think, if you'll go back and review your history, they did not think Iraq had nuclear.
Which I don't know which one it was, but
Iraq.
I definitely.
Saddam Hussein did not have nukes. There has never been a war over nukes.
There has. I'm
Stanley,
sorry. I don't agree with Chip.
There has not.
Sorry, Stanley. Let me ask you this question then, Stanley. Yeah, after the Second World War, I think it is that the one with Hitler? Yeah, Second World War. Yeah, yeah. After
Well,
that
you
war,
tell
yeah?
me. Tell me what you remember of the
After
Second World War. Was it Hitler?
After that,
Yes, it was
after
Hitler.
that
Well-
World War, yeah. After that World War, 1 second. You talk too much. Like after that World War with Hitler, yeah. Did America and Russia?
Was it only
divide up
Hitler?
all the-
How much
Did
do
they
you
divide
know
up all the
history?
scientists?
What? Hang on. What about
Did
the
they
Cold
divide
War?
up? Did they
What
divide
about
up
it?
all of the scientists? One
Well, that
second.
was
One
that
second.
war.
1 second.
It wasn't-
Was it a
1
shooting
second.
war?
Was it what?
And I see where you're
One
going
sec.
this
Stanley.
with this, Natalie.
Stanley.
You might have a point.
Stanley.
Of course,
Hey,
I've got
Stanley.
a point.
Stanley.
A small
Stanley.
point.
Stanley,
a small point.
after that war with Hitler, did they divide up the scientists?
To be honest, I don't
come
I'm not
on, Shepard. Really?
I'm asking. Did America and
Was
Russia
the war over nukes? Was the war over nukes?
Not
you
Second
can't
World War, but the Cold
Thank
War.
you. Thank you. For the record, Stanley failed to answer that question.
The Cold War was. You might have a couple points. The Cold War.
Yeah.
And I don't agree with you there either.
Now we'll move on. That's cool.
Korea did not have nukes. China at the point did not have nukes. Cuba got nukes from Russia. So that
was between
part,
the United States and Soviet Union.
but they didn't go to war over Cuba.
Was there a space race between America and Russia?
The Cold War is a Cold War. It is not a war. It's not a shooting war.
Was there a space race between America and Russia or not? Did that not exist? Did that not exist? Was there a space race? Yes or no?
It was a race, not a war.
Oh, yes, it is. If it's a race, then it is a war. It's a battle. It's a duel to some effect.
What? Now you're redefining this shit? So, so race equals war. A four-letter word has been transformed.
We'll leave it as that.
Now this is going to be jokes and banter.
So science does start wars. It does, because Americans and Russians used to travel. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm ready for this one.
This is hard
Make
work.
sure your son's diapers are changed, because this is going to be a long.
When they used to call them the Soviet Union, the Americans used to hate the Russians. Let's be honest.
Yeah, well, America.
How do you know? How do you know?
That's what your
have you lived in Russia? Have you lived in the States? It's what you've been told.
That's your propaganda.
What you've been told.
All right, that's the propaganda your people was putting out there. How do you deal with that?
Well, you know what? It could be my people, but it's what you've been told either way.
Okay, so what's your point?
I have no point other than to tell you that is what you've been told.
I hear you, but you can't just say that. That don't mean nothing.
Well, you said it. It's what American.
No, you said it's what I've been told.
Well, no, you said it's what your people told you.
That's your propaganda. That's right.
By your people, you mean American?
That's propaganda.
Yeah, your government, your propaganda. So ultimately, it's your story, innit?
Then y'all ate the propaganda.
If you disagree with it, listen. If you disagree with it, then fight them over it. But you're gonna have to accept it over here because they put it out there. It's not my fault, babe. Sorry, mate. What you want me to do?
Agree. I agree.
I can't change your history. I can't change your history, mate. You're America, ain't you? So you gotta accept your country.
But here, which part of I agree don't you understand?
I know. I fully accept that you agree. I just wanted to rub the wound. I wanted to rub salt in the wound.
Oh, okay. Then, okay, good for you.
Just a little. Just a little.
That is good for you.
But yeah, like obviously there was, to some extent, there is definitely wars in this science thing. Technology, science, materials.
Of a land religion, so
that point,
yeah, man.
That point of rubbing it in is about the funniest thing I've heard all day. That dude, that made me laugh. Good for you.
Man, you gotta do that sometimes.
That is so funny.
What's funny? Sorry, that's what you said. You keep cutting off.
Schiffer,
Sandy said he likes
that's
it. He
why
liked
I
it because
tune
I was
in.
rubbing salt in the wound. I tried to wind them up a bit. I'm not gonna lie. I did try it. It didn't work very well, but I still tried.
Well, you know what? Let me, Schiffer, I bow to you.
Don't bow to me.
That's what I said
Don't
earlier.
do that.
It was fucking. It was beautiful, Schiffer.
It's because he truly believes he's always right.
No, he is funny.
Thank you.
He is funny.
He's very serious.
You know,
Have you met him?
everyone thinks they're right.
He does think he's always right.
So,
Well, he's not though, is he?
funny is not necessarily right.
I don't think I've ever seen him be funny.
Oh, okay. Well, he made me laugh. I wanted to rub it in. That was so
Do you know
funny.
the fact of the matter is, Walter? Do you know the fact of the matter is, Walter? Right is subjective. So
Yeah.
when people say right,
Well, no,
like,
it's
there's a difference
subject.
between being right and being correct. Or having an answer. All right, it's subjective then. But either way, there's the difference between being right and having the actual answer. Because sometimes there just isn't an answer. It's like, for instance, if I said to you, if I said, what's Walter's favorite food? And I just came up with an answer, that's still not the answer. No matter what answer I come up with, because I ain't Walter. Do you know like that?
Yeah.
But if Walter said it, then it's if Walter said it, then that can be acceptable as the answer because it's coming from Walter. But the answer in that effect, the only way we can get the true answer, it has to come from the actual user.
Yeah. So okay. So I don't know how to say this. When I express an emotion and stuff, and for me that's right. Why tell me that's wrong?
If someone expresses an emotion, then
no, I
that
said,
emotion is only right. That emotion is exactly the same thing.
It's not wrong for me, but you tell me it's wrong. Yeah,
it's right to the user. It's right to the user. But what about the rest of the world?
You've never. You always tell me it's wrong.
Yeah, but it's right to the user. But what about the rest of the world? Like the world is built on. You see the world, yeah. The world is actually built on commonality. That's what it's built on. It's actually constructed and structured.
The world is built on commonality.
Listen, the world that you live in today, yeah, the way you see structure around you and people living alongside each other and working in, together and doing things to. Yeah, it's built on commonalities.
So you mean nationality? You don't mean global.
I mean the world in general. Don't matter where you are.
I think
it has its own commonalities. If you go to Africa, they got their own commonalities, and if you go to Europe, they got their.
But if you go to Africa, they have 53 different commonalities. And probably more than that if you want to take countries and start talking about tribes.
All right, so in one area you'll have one tribe, and that tribe consists of a certain amount of commonalities between those people, hence why they choose to live together and stay as a tribe. Now, if they didn't have those commonalities, they wouldn't be a tribe, would they? I don't even know, man. I don't even know that.
Oh, come on, Chip.
Anyone wants to disagree with me? I know I'm right. Come on, man. The world is built on commonalities. How could it not be?
The world is not built on commonalities. You can't even make that point. Oh my goodness. You are opening up a whole new show, and I will stop here. The world is not built on commonalities. Like a universalism? Do you mean universalism?
I mean commonality.
You mean commonalities within some weird form of a tribalism. White people are white, black people are black, Asian people are Asian people. The commonalities tend to be rather phenotypic.
They're all human. How can you say
You know
anything
what?
else?
There was a point
What have
in 2022. In 2022, you might have a point, but 100 years ago, there are people who would have debated you.
Yeah, but we're living in 2022. We're not living 100 years ago or 200.
I don't
or
think
1,000.
you are. I think you are living with Adam and Eve.
Mm-hmm. True that.
I disagree. I disagree. I don't live with anyone called Adam, and I don't live with anyone called Eve. There are no Adams or Eves here. I can tell you that much for certain. But obviously, like
you walked right into that.
Yeah, good try.
Did.
But I think ultimately, unfortunately, we've come to a point where you've realized I'm right. So let's just move on and maybe change subjects.
No,
I'm gonna win.
right.
I'm gonna win.
Oh, you know what?
I'm gonna win.
On a
Today is
congregation.
versus day.
Huh?
God. It's versus day. So if you've got you better find something to be right about today because it's versus. So if you've got an argument, make sure that you anyone like
that depends.
Well, it's obvious. You know what? When I humor you, and I know you have a diaper or two to change, I will let you think that you are right. You are right, Chippa.
I get more satisfaction.
I'll tell you what I want to talk about.
So.
All right, fair enough. Stanley, what I want to talk about though,
and by the way, Natalie, let's bring out your inner mean. You're being much too nice.
Who is?
Yeah, possibly.
Chipper?
Possibly. No, not me.
I've just unleashed.
He was talking about you, Natalie. But I think Stanley.
No, I think you should be more mean.
Yo,
you think I should be more mean?
Question,
bring it out. Let it rip.
I try, but he just talks. See?
Don't listen to Stanley, man.
Yes,
Yo, Stanley. I'd like to ask you a question, though. I'd really like to ask you this question. Now, if science believes in a multiverse, are scientists delusional? And just as crazy as you think that religious people are.
You know what? If we start talking multiverses, yes.
All right, you know what? I didn't expect you to give that answer because I got 92 Dread earlier with that one, and he didn't want to go there. But you've given a fair answer, I believe. I think that's a fair answer. I think that's a fair answer.
I'm not a physicist. I'm not that bright.
All right, let me ask Natalie then, because you that
ask
one.
Me what, babe?
Natalie.
Yeah. Yes.
Where do you if science says multiverses are real, what do you say to that?
Sorry, you cut out them.
If science is saying that multiverses are real, where do you stand on this?
Multiverse? You mean like parallel universes and stuff? Yes.
Yeah, multiverses. Where do you stand on this? Is this something you believe in?
Where do I stand on that? On the fence, because I don't think we'll ever know. It could be. It would make sense that my life isn't brilliant. I'm not going to go into it, but I like to see. In another universe,
in the multiverse, it will always be in Britain.
It will do what? Sorry.
No, but if science says that, if science is saying that the multiverse does exist, do you believe it, or have scientists lost their mind? Are they done now, or are they still? Do you still believe in science? Talk to me. Which one is it?
I don't know, because to me that's not science.
The scientists apparently are saying now that the multiverse exists, the multiverse is real, and all of this theoretical stuff.
Let me answer. You can't just throw that statement at me and expect me to give an answer when I've not read any evidence for it.
Oh, here comes the mean.
Should we? Do you not want to see a little video on the multiverse? Do you want to see a little video that talks about the science of the multiverse?
That's not much.
How they believe
I
in
need
and stuff.
to research it, wouldn't I? Form an opinion. Otherwise, it's a baseless opinion.
Yeah, you could do a
Isn't
bit of Google research, but I've got a little video here that you can watch. It's not that long. I can put it on so everyone can watch it together, and then we can make some assertions from the video.
Is this
You can tell
gonna
me what
be?
you think of the video.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Huh?
I'm
Yeah, it's not that long.
different. I'm
Yeah,
open-minded.
the video's about 9 minutes.
9 minutes. I got to concentrate for 9 minutes.
The video's it's not that long, Natalie. Come on, man. 9 minutes. Look. The video's like 9 minutes.
You can make an omelet.
Exactly. You can get a
You
drink.
can cook dinner.
A biscuit. You don't like that. You can get a drink, a packet of biscuits, or make some toast and a cup of tea. However you do it in that time while the video is running.
I told you.
Listen to what's happening. Listen to what they say.
Oh, listen. You're gonna not talk over it, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just gonna let the video.
You're gonna be quiet for 9 minutes.
Well, no, you should talk over it.
You want me to narrate the video as well? Flipping hell.
Yeah, what you should do is let
Natalie do it. Let Natalie talk over it.
All right, if you want to talk in between the video, feel free to talk. If you want me to pause it, well, if you want me to pause it, or anyone wants to pause, we can pause as well.
No,
we don't have to play it all the way through silent.
Just talk through it. I'll take notes.
Yeah, me too. Just so I don't get it wrong.
You sure you want me to talk through it?
You sure I want you to put it on? Yeah, I do, because I want some evidence before I answer.
Taking notes. All right.
Taking you on?
All right, let's go. Hold on.
Because you make it easy. How do I make it bigger?
All right, let's have a listen. I'm not sure. You have to just put your two fingers on the phone, on my phone, and then just move them apart from each other. But if you just listen, like, you will hear anyway. You'll be hearing. You're not really watching the video. You're listening. They're not going to show you a multiverse because no one's got that technology at this point in time. But we'll hear what they're saying.
No. Why is it a video then?
All right.
Simply not observable. Images of cosmos. Some parts of the universe are simply not observable. Images of cosmic microwave background, which encompasses the oldest light in the universe, can only be observed until it reaches a barrier. That doesn't prevent studies into what might lie beyond. And that great beyond on the other side of the edge of the universe is really starting to look like a multiverse. In this video, we'll study the reports and review the evidence that mostly indicates the existence of the multiverse. Our understanding of reality is not complete by far. Reality exists independently of us. It sounds eerie. It sounds foreboding. And yet it might actually be true. These were the words of Stanford University physicist Andre E. Lind, one of the architects of cosmic inflationary theory, which justifies the existence of the multiverse. It's understood that if those various parallel universes actually do exist, those universes are separated from ours, unreachable, and so far undetectable by any direct measurement. And that makes some experts question whether the search for a multiverse can ever truly be scientific. But in the science fiction realm, humanity's ideas about alternate realities are ancient and futuristic. In 1848, Edgar Allan Poe composed a poem in which he fancied the existence of a limitless succession of universes. Moviegoers broke the box office with Spider-Man: No Way Home, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and the indie darling Everything Everywhere All at Once. Aside from the mega movie studios providing excellent CGI to create comic book favorites on the silver screen, our home video game units have also been bombarded with themes revolving around the multiverse. Science fiction stories are full of creative interactions between alternate realities. These days, the DC universe can collide with the Mortal Kombat universe, while the Marvel universe merges with the Capcom universe.
All right. So what are we gathering so far? Are we following this? Talk to me. Is anybody there? Stanley? All right, I'm gonna let it keep playing.
I'm here, but let it keep playing.
Might be our imagination in art, but art is a copy of reality. Depending on which cosmologist you ask, the concept of a multiverse is more than pure fantasy or a handy storytelling device. Fiction aside, the multiverse concept really took off when modern scientific theories attempting to explain the properties of our universe predicted the existence of other universes where events take place outside our reality. Let's now break down the different theories about a possible multiverse, including other universes with their own laws of physics, and determine whether many versions of you could exist out there. First things first, let's be clear on our terminology. What is a multiverse? The multiverse is a term that scientists use to designate the knowledge that beyond the detectable universe, other universes certainly may exist additionally. Multiverses are predicted by several scientific theories that describe different possible scenarios, from regions of space in different dimensions or planes than our universe, to separate bubble universes that are constantly popping into existence. The main point is that all of these theories suggest the space and time we can observe is not the only reality. Humans once thought that Earth was the center of the universe. Now we're just discovering supermassive black holes in the heart of our galaxy. It would be conceited and even foolish to believe that our universe is the only one that exists, given all of the discoveries made about space throughout the eras of time. But don't take it on faith. Science is not faith-based. Science journalist Tom Siegfried, whose book The Number of the Heavens investigates how conceptions of the multiverse have evolved over millennia, explains, "We cannot explain all the features of our universe if there's only one of them. Why are the fundamental constants of nature what they are? Why is there enough time in our universe to make stars and planets? Why do stars shine the way they do, with just the right amount of energy? All of those things are questions we don't have answers for in our physical theories. So let's get to these super suspenseful popular multiverse theories. Inflationary cosmology is perhaps the most scientifically accepted idea, expounding that in the minuscule moments after the Big Bang, the universe rapidly and exponentially expanded. Cosmic inflation is a faster-than-light expansion of not only our universe, but several others as well. Even more stunning is the fact that the theory predicts that inflation could happen over and over again, perhaps infinitely. This in turn could create a constellation of bubble universes. Not all of those bubbles will have the same properties as our own. They might be spaces where physics behave differently. Some of them might be similar to our universe, but they all exist beyond the realm we can directly observe. Stanford University physicist Andre Lind believes that this theory at first looked like a piece of science fiction, although a very imaginative one. But it explained so many interesting features of our world that people started taking it seriously. The next startling type of multiverse is called the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, which is the theory that mathematically describes how matter behaves. Proposed by physicist Hugh Everett in 1957, the many worlds interpretation calculates the presence of diverging timelines, or alternate realities, in which our choices play out differently. And of course, one slight change in decision-making can erect wildly different after effects. Physicist James Kakalios of the University of Minnesota has written about the physics, or not, of superheroes, and he was quoted saying, "Hugh Everett says, look, there's actually an infinite number of parallel Earths, and when you do an experiment and you get the probabilities, basically all that proves is that you live on the Earth, where that was the outcome of that experiment. But on other Earths, there's a different outcome. According to this interpretation, versions of you could be off living the many different possible lives you could have led if you'd made different decisions. However, the only reality that's perceptible to you is the one you inhabit." An action-packed blockbuster was released in 2001 depicting this scenario, with the addition that humans were able to travel to several multiverses. If one would eliminate his multiple selves in the multiverse, their power would be shared among the survivors until becoming the one and only. The One stars legendary martial artist Jet Li and his then pupil Jason Statham. Aside from its intense action and fight choreography, its concept of the multiverse makes it a must-watch sci-fi flick about the multiverse. While watching, remember that it's possibly not all science fiction. So if it's not all superficial fiction for entertainment, where do all of those other Earths exist? Well, according to theoretical physicists, they're all overlapping in dimensions we can't access. Over at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Max Tegmark refers to this type of multiverse as Level 3 multiverse, where multiple scenarios are playing out in branching realities. Lind put it this way: in the many worlds interpretation, you still have an atomic bomb. You just don't know exactly when it's going to go off. And maybe in some of those realities, it won't. Multiple universes predicted by some theories of cosmic inflation are what Tegmark called a level 2 multiverse, where fundamental physics can be different across the different universes. In an inflationary multiverse, experts believe that you do not even know if, in some parts of the universe, atomic bombs are even possible in principle. But let's get to the cold, hardcore truth. Is there any direct evidence suggesting multiverses exist? Well, even though certain features of the universe seem to require the existence of a multiverse, nothing has been directly observed that suggests it actually exists. So far, the evidence supporting the idea of a multiverse is purely theoretical, and in some cases, philosophical. It remains one of those mysteries like dark matter and antimatter. Mathematically, it is accurate, yet tangible experiments are impossible to date. While some experts contend that it may be a grand cosmic coincidence that the Big Bang forged a perfectly balanced universe that is just right for our existence, other scientists think it is more probable that any number of physical universes exist, and that we simply inhabit the one that has the right characteristics for our survival. Consider us Earthlings extremely lucky. But it should be reiterated that an inestimable number of alternative little pocket universes, or bubble universes, some of which have different physics or different fundamental constants, is an idea that is so compelling because it helps address certain philosophical issues. But since evidence of an alternate universe can't be tested so far, scientists argue about whether the multiverse is even an empirically testable theory. The definition of a multiverse is independent from our own universe and impossible to access. But
I think I've had enough of that now. But I think if anyone was listening, what I got from that video was that this multiverse isn't something that's provable, but the scientists believe in it. And no one ain't out there calling them crazy. No one ain't got no words for them.
Well, let me be the first.
You still, right, well, you'll be the first. What about you, Mr. Peelu? Talk to me, brother.
Oh, hello, yeah. The multiverse. I mean, yeah, there could be a multiverse. I don't know how many universe. I mean, because look, if they got black holes, you don't know what other planets and dimensions and other stuff that's over there. It might take you to another galaxy. I don't know. Because look, how many galaxies is probably here that we don't even know about? Like, look, because every single star is a sun. So you don't know how many planets are rolling around, how many different suns, how many different life forms could be out there.
I have to give Stanley his ratings though, because Stanley's really smart. Like, obviously, like he said that he said that he doesn't think it's a very smart idea.
There could be, there might be. Well, there could be, there might be theoretical. Sure.
Hey, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you what I really want to happen. I really want for us to make us. I'm talking about humanity, right? The people on planet Earth. I want there to be a first contact with the alien race. I really want a first contact to happen.
We've done that.
No, I want to. No, I'm serious. No, I'm making sure.
His name is Elon Musk.
I want a first contact with another race on another planet. Like I need a first contact, and then we know that they're living. Like I mean, ideally, I'd like them to have an ambassador at the UN. I want the alien race to have an ambassador or something, so we all know it's there and it's like open. So because once that happens, a lot of the problems in the world are going to end because a lot of people because we're gonna have to realize that we're one human race because we compete against other races in the universe. But until we figure out that we're one human race. We're gonna have a lot of extra problems in the world that we don't really need to have. But the minute we have an alien, we know there's a real alien race, and they're able to come here and they can actually bring one of the people over here. Oh, a lot of things are gonna have to change.
I hear you.
I think the aliens should go to Baltimore and prove that ghetto is cool. That's my fantasy.
Anyway, so anyway, listen, that's my serious thing. I really wish we had a first contact with an alien race because if you look at the universe, it's so big. They got to be. I mean, it's hard for me to believe. I don't know for a fact, right? I'm not saying I know for a fact if there's another alien race, but it's hard for me to believe in all this whole universe with all these stars, with all these different suns, all these different solar systems, there's not one planet that can support life that can support life to the point where they can become intelligent and be able to communicate to other intelligent beings. I mean, I would think there would be another intelligent race out there.
Let me ask you a question. You're very religious, correct? We
Yes.
won't go deep into religion.
Okay.
I of course, I know you. I know how devout you are. I'm gonna ask you to go back and think about what you just said.
What? There could be alien race. What's wrong? What's wrong with having an alien race? What's wrong with being an alien race in the world?
What if the aliens land, prove themselves to be, and they believe differently than you do?
I believe
that going to work out?
I believe if it's an alien race that's so sophisticated, right? That's sophisticated enough, right? That's intelligent enough, sophisticated enough to communicate across. Because what's the nearest planet, solar system to us that could do that? If somebody's that advanced, they could have an advanced. Okay, so if somebody's that advanced to be as Alpha Centauri or wherever they are, even if it's further than Alpha Centauri, if an alien race is so advanced to communicate with us, and not only communicate with us, actually send some type of transportation from there wherever they're at, all the way to wherever we at in this planet Earth, right? In our solar system, if they're intelligent enough to do that and to bring a whole representative over here and to travel over here,
would you believe in their God?
Can you listen to my response? Can you please listen to my response?
To do
it? Is it possible that I can give a response? Is that possible? Tell me if it's possible first. I want to know if it's possible first. I give a response. I want to know the possibility. Okay, so may I? So may I?
Specific.
Hey, so may I? Okay? Now is it possible? May I give may I give an answer to this question? And may I? May I?
I'm actually waiting for the answer.
Yeah, I'm just asking. May I? Okay, so as long as that's established, right? We established that I can answer the question, right? So now since we established I can answer the question, right? Hopefully,
let's not waste time. Hopefully, you can answer the question. How about answer it?
Hopefully, is there a possibility I can answer? Okay, Shifa, you're the host of the thing. Is it possible I can answer this question, Shifa? Is it possible? Okay, I don't know. She's not answering me, but anyway. Anyway, so if there's an alien race that's living out there that's advanced enough to communicate with the human race on planet Earth, and not only communicate with our planet, communicate with us, send a representative here with their own transportation and their own life support systems and whatever it takes them to live on our planet, right? That civilization of those sentient beings are going to have a belief structure that's built on absolute monotheism. I'm absolutely certain that's going to be the case.
Interesting point. My question is, what if monotheism?
Yes, they're going to be absolute monotheists. They're going to be absolute monotheists. Now, they might not be. They might not be like. They might not have the Prophet Muhammad, peace and be upon him.
Now, may I get to talk?
Okay, yeah.
What if they don't believe exactly like you do?
I'm absolutely certain that any alien race coming to this earth that's sophisticated is going to have a belief structure built on absolute monotheism.
Will it be? Well, monotheism is one way, and Islam, Christianity, Judaism. That's not the only monotheistic religion on earth.
Well, Christianity, I won't call Christianity monotheistic. I won't call it because Christianity has a Trinity.
You're interrupting me. May I finish my question, sir? What if they believe differently? How are you going to handle that?
I'm absolutely certain that any alien race that comes to this earth is going to have a belief structure built on absolute monotheism. If it's that advanced.
Rather, will they believe in Allah?
Oh, absolutely. That's what I mean by absolute
And
monotheism. They're gonna
will
they're gonna
the
believe in absolute
aliens
monotheism.
will
They're gonna
the
have absolute
aliens
monotheism.
will the aliens be Muslim?
They won't not. They might not necessarily be. Are you ready for me to answer yet? Are you want to keep? Are you ready for the answer or not? Because
Yeah,
I want to make sure I don't interrupt you. Because you're gonna start interrupting. I want to make sure I don't
absolutely.
interrupt you. As long as I don't interrupt you, right? Okay. Anyway, so
You're interrupting yourself.
as long as I don't interrupt you, is you ready for it? You ready?
That's polite.
You
Let's
ready?
have an answer.
You ready? You ready? Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So, now since you're ready, the aliens are definitely gonna have a religion based on absolute monotheism. And would they be Muslims in terms of the Sunnah of the Prophet? No, probably not, because they're probably never going to hear the Prophet. He's going to be in America. I mean, America. He's going to be in coming to America. He's going to be in what's this place called Earth? Earth. It's going to be in Earth. We're in Earth, and they're all the way over there. So they're not. They're going to have their own traditions, right? But it's still going to be based on absolute monotheism. I'm absolutely certain they're going to have a faith structure based on absolute monotheism that's going to be the center of their psychology.
Well, how can I even question that kind of belief?
I highly suspect they're gonna have a whole. Their tradition is not gonna be the same as us. They're gonna have their own prophets, their own everything over there, right? But it's gonna be based on absolute monotheism. Whatever they believe in, it's gonna be based on absolute monotheism.
Yeah, I can't question your beliefs.
So that's the aliens in the multiverse. So hopefully soon there'll be a first contact. Hopefully soon. I'm hoping. If it was today, it'll be good.
Well, boy, yeah, I will not question your beliefs. Will not question multiverses. I am simply not qualified to do so. Certainly not qualified to question your beliefs. So, where do we go from here? Apparently, our host.
Yeah, I just came on talk about multiverses and stuff like that. Yeah, but so I'm gonna go. Bye, audience. See everybody watching. Thanks for having me. Everybody watching. Thank you.
Hey, Shepa.
Oh, it's just tea on there. Hello?
Hello?
Yo. Sorry, guys. I was on a phone call. Go on. What's up, Herbs?
Where's Mr. Pelu gone? Hello?
I'm not sure. I think he jumped off, you know.
Yeah, I had to jump off. Sorry.
I was
looking at
multiverse
on Google. Shiver.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I was listening on YouTube to Mr. Pelu and Stanley talking. I must have been a little bit behind. Sometimes to talk about something. Oh, what an idiot.
They're talking about, were they?
They was talking about aliens being Muslim.
What? Where the hell did that come from?
Which is, well, because.
Hello?
Did I just hear what I just heard?
I don't know. Everything cut out.
If there are
alien Muslims or whatever, something.
Mad.
Am I right?
Yeah. Pelu was saying it could be me. I'm on the move. It's the thing with StreamYard, isn't it? It's fucking headache. Mr. Pelu was saying basically about aliens, and then Stanley was saying if there was aliens, would they be Muslim? And he was saying,
why would they?
Well, yeah. He was saying, well, yeah, they would be Muslim, but they wouldn't be following exactly the same because they wouldn't have had Muhammad. They would have had a different prophet.
Right.
About science, and they're a being, aren't they? So would they have had religion?
Well, yeah, because essentially God. This is what I was jumping on for, because God would have had to have revealed himself to them, wouldn't he?
Well, I don't believe in God, so I don't know.
Well, I don't believe in the Abrahamic faith.
I know I'm not the only one.
What? What's that?
He's breaking into song. He's singing you a song. It's his way of showing affection.
I know I'm not the only one. You're not the only one, Natalie.
Only one what?
That don't believe in God.
Good. Well, 33% of the population believe in God. So.
So you don't believe in creation at all?
What? I don't believe that God created the universe. No, I don't.
Yeah. Well, what do you believe?
I'm not really sure, to be honest, but I know I don't believe that. Because nothing's been proven to me, so it's not something I actually sit about. Really.
The thing is, the alternative answer to not believing in creation is evolution. And the story of evolution.
You can see evolution, though, can't you? Literally see it in pictures. How we have evolved. Yes.
No.
Yes, you can.
You can. But we have evolved over time.
You can't see that we've evolved, though. That's the thing.
You can.
You can. There's from monkey to human.
No, but there's no proof. There's still a missing link between monkeys and humans. It can't be factually proven, 100%.
Well,
it's still the missing link.
There aren't we? Opposable thumbs. They reckon that's why we've got a coccyx, because we used to have a tail.
Yeah, but you can. They reckon. See, key word there. They reckon.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Who's got 6 cocks? Who's got 6 cocks?
Coccyx. No, the bone at the bottom of your back. It's fine.
I hope they're in a coccyx Bible.
It's more revealing of what he heard from what you said.
I know. It's funny. It's funny.
He's got cocks on his mind. I don't know what's going on.
I hope there's not a... Listen, I hope there's not a coccyx Bible. I hope there ain't a coccyx Bible.
He's got gay gangbangs on his mind. I don't know what's going on there.
No, mate. No, I'm trying to stay away from that kind of stuff. That's like a horror movie to me, mate. That'd be like, oh gosh.
Well, six would be considered a gang, and there's only cocks, so that would suggest they're gay. So, gay gangbang, innit?
Yeah,
cocks, man.
Coccyx. Yeah, that 6 cocks. Fuck, mate. Fuck, mate. I don't know who made up these words, man, because they are messed up.
There's a song actually called 6 o'clock. It's up with the cocks.
Really?
Yeah. I
didn't know that. So
maybe you listen to that type of. Maybe you listen to that type of music, but over here I don't really listen to that kind of
stuff. No. What it was, I had to drop a parcel one day.
He's got jokes.
I had to drop a parcel one day, and like your dad was there, like at a funny club. I was like, oh shit.
Is it a country song? Because I'm not from the country, like you know. I don't really know them country line dancing songs, man. I know you're from country and all that. I don't know. It might be a country thing, yeah.
Yeah, what?
Sure
country
Hey.
Country and what?
City rap. Country and western.
City rap.
Country.
You poor bastards, mate. Look at you. You poor city bastards.
line dancing? Do you do line dancing and that?
Yeah.
No.
Come on.
You play the
Dixie
banjo?
dancing, Dixie dancing, man.
Yeah.
Good old Dixie. Good
I
old
do
Dixie.
Morris dancing, man. What are you on about? We do Morris dancing down here. Wrap your partner by your hand.
Cotton Eye Joe. Cotton Eye Natty.
Ready to be the God
You don't like that?
We do Hillbilly
Where
Rock.
did it come from? Where did it go?
Where did it come from? Where did it go?
Reminds me of fucking
Hello.
disco.
You alright?
Hello? Is that you, Nat? Are you there? Hello?
Hello. Me nah know why me say goodbye, but I say hello.
Well, so Natty, like when you get a bit frustrated, you never say for God's sake.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Nah, I stopped saying that now.
I don't know. I have to bug you to find out.
It's a habit. What can I say, man? I pick it up from these nutters, man.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's Irish traveller friend of mine once said to me, do you believe in God? I said, nah. He said, do you ever say, like, for God's sake? I said, yeah. He went, you're a Christian then.
Nah, but you know what though? I prayed for God for like a bike, yeah, and I never got one. So I stole a bike and then I prayed for forgiveness, and that's how I understand how God works.
Yeah, but the thing is, you prayed for a bike and you still got a bike.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
I stole it.
you did. Yeah, but
No,
you still
because I
got it.
asked God for it. I prayed to God to give me a bike. He didn't, so I had to go out and steal one. And then I prayed for forgiveness, and everything's all good.
Yeah, but you still had the bike. So you prayed for a bike.
Yeah, that's
and you
because
got
I
one.
had to get the bike. He didn't drop it
Yeah,
off to my house like Santa Claus. Listen,
Yeah, but
Santa done more for me than
but
this
he
guy, bruv.
Yeah, but
Santa
he put it
come
there.
there,
He
nick
put
it
it there
right
for you
under
to
the
steal.
tree, brethren. Right under the tree.
He put it there for you to steal, and he made you get away with it. You didn't get arrested for it. You got away with it. You was then in possession of a bike.
Nah, because then other people are putting up a reward sign saying, "Have you seen this bike got stolen on this day?" Blah blah blah. Nah, I don't think it works that way.
God made sure you. Yeah, but then God made sure you never got caught.
Yeah, because the Jehovah's Witnesses weren't out that night.
I do get the logic in what you're saying, though. I'm just pulling your leg. you can just do it and fucking forgiveness, and then that's it. Yeah.
You can keep going, didn't it?
Yeah,
that's why I can't be a Jehovah's Witness, because I didn't witness nothing.
That's it, man. The only time I've ever been close to a Jehovah's Witness was when I was in Amsterdam in the red light district. I was knocking on every door. Door to door. You like that one, isn't it?
I like that one.
You're gonna steal that, innit? Yeah. I can't remember who I stole that one off. I stole it off someone many years ago.
That was wicked.
Red light
district, that was next level.
Well, in my younger days, mate, it's a fucking hell.
Yeah, I still love banter now, man. You gotta have jokes, man.
Yeah, if you don't laugh, you cry, innit?
Exactly.
Fucking starving, mate. Just show me waiting for dinner, mate. I'll be home in about 5 minutes. I can't fucking wait.
I just had stir fry, man.
Do you know, I just realised I was on mute that whole time, you know? Can you not hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's funny what you were saying here. Yeah, it's funny what you lot were saying here, because technically, you're not supposed to know Jehovah's Witnesses. You ain't supposed to know any, like, they're supposed to shun you, cuz they're supposed to shun you. You know, like Jewish people, like, you're not supposed to mix with you, cuz they're supposed to shun you. You know, like that.
Yeah.
If you're not one of them,
so why them
they ain't supposed to chat to you, cuz they knock on your door
why
to convert you, innit? To convert you, innit? Yeah.
Is that so?
Well, obviously.
That's so, yeah.
All them Quakers, Mormons, and all that, man. They're fucking dodgy, man.
Why you say they're dodgy, though? Talk to me. What's dodgy about them?
Because I thought, you know what?
Even what they believe,
you know,
that ain't like from a Christian, is it?
Listen, my mum thought that was
What
a
about
gang.
Jehovah's Witness? Are they?
They're a gang,
Who,
bro.
Jehovah's Witness?
I used to have
To be
to
fair, I
hide
don't really
underneath the
know
sofa when
what
they
Jehovah's
come, bro.
Witness is.
They're a big gang, bro.
Why'd
People
you say
who
they're a
don't know when
gang?
to leave your house.
What?
What is a
Women
gang?
don't
A
know when
gang
to
is
leave
what?
their
How many people? Technically,
Them some nosy.
dictionary definition. How many people do you need in a group to be a gang?
I don't know. 3.
2.
Nah, that would be a
I didn't want
duo. That would be
opinions.
a
I didn't
duo.
want opinions. I want definitions. For fuck's sake.
Definition of
All right, you
motherfuckers
can
with a
Google
book,
it, mate.
yeah.
Fuck it, I'll Google that shit, man. Google that shit.
From you,
Someone
When me got to
Google.
close me down, me see a foot pan the doors and to say, thou shalt not shut pan me. We coming in.
Oh, now
When
you
they
Google it, man.
I'm on my phone.
What's
I
that?
can't.
I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Don't worry. I got you.
How many people
How
makes
many
a gang?
people is the gang?
2, 3.
How many people is a
Or what is a
gang?
gang? What is a gang? It'll probably be broader. I'll probably say a group of people.
The following criteria are commonly used for classifying groups as gangs. The group has 3 or more members. Oh God, see what? I'm always right, you know.
The nail on the head. The nail on the head.
I'm always right, man. Look, let me get the screen share so everyone knows I'm not lying. I'm not just making it up, you know. I just
You
get
probably
stuff
pulled
right.
it
I
up
don't
before
know
you
how to
said
do
it,
it.
man. I've come across it about you before.
No, man. No, we only thought of the question after we answered it. Well, not thought of the question, but thought to Google the question. There you go. 3 or more members. Because if it's 2 of you, then it's only a duo, then, isn't it? So,
True. It could be 3 could be a group of you.
Is that what happened down the speaker's corner then with hijab? Oh, louder.
What hijab? What when they come on to Jeddah?
Yeah, that wasn't a gang, was it?
Well, yeah, it was
what do you
more
mean?
like a
I
fucking
don't know what
mob.
you're talking about.
I think it was a mob.
Yeah, but
fucking lynch mob.
the mob was up against gang, though, bro. The mob was up against gang. What we doing at it?
What?
I don't want to sit here and
Which
start
gang?
people
Which
off,
gang?
man. I feel bad, man.
Hey, what the freak? I say, which gang are you talking about? Cause I'm confused.
All I know is the story goes that Matthew's arsehole was still bouncing around Hyde Park.
Fret man. Fret man out.
Leave it.
All right.
I got no bloody idea, mate. I'm out of the loop on this one.
See no evil, hear no evil.
Natty, you can explain the whole story. We're listening.
Oh, but that was funny, man.
The following criteria are commonly used for classifying groups as gangs.
What are you fucking doing? Okay, no. I'll save this topic for another day, man. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
No, bro.
Yeah, we have to throw that one for today, innit?
I've never met so many bad man snowflakes, though. I'm not gonna lie. I got banned. Bro. How can you get banned? How can a bad man ban a man from writing a comment in the chat? I can't work it out. I'm still trying to work it out. It's been about a year.
Bro, everyone's still trying to work it out, bro.
What kind of a bad man?
Bro, do you know why I got banned? Do you know why I got banned? I got banned, yeah, because they were taking the piss out of gold, innit? For like weeks.
Yeah.
Weeks, bruv, yeah? And then gold come back with some fire, right? So you know me, I don't really taking sides and all that. If man's getting dealt with by somebody, man's getting dealt with, innit? Might have a little joke, but boy, he's got enough on his plate, yeah? So I must have laughed now. I know who was, what are you laughing at, Matty? I'm like, what? You, what are you laughing at? What's so funny?
He sees you as the weak link, bruv. He thought, yeah, all right, cool.
like,
I single out this one from the pack.
Hey, who's this new guy? Who's this guy called Scared? Hold on, guys. We got a new panelist. Who's this guy called Scared? Who's that? Talk to us.
Oh, hi everyone. It's scarred, as in a scar.
Scared, yeah.
But
what's happening? I thought it said scared. I'm sorry. I thought it said scared. Nice.
Oh, a lot of people do. It's fine. I saw you guys were talking about gangs. I was just wondering who you root for, the Bloods or the Crips.
Neither.
Are you a redneck?
No, but
Do you play the guitar?
yeah, but
And you play violin?
no, but
Oh, no, let him talk. Let him talk.
He does a lot
of tell us, bro. Hold on. Come on, guys. Control. He's new to the panel as well. Let him have a say. Go on, bro. What did you want to say?
I've been around on YouTube long enough to know that this man is going to start dropping M-bombs and pom bombs.
No, I'm not racist.
Let him talk.
But thank you for your assumption, which is false. But
Your weak ass assumptions led to dumping.
Exactly. We know the rigmarole, bro.
is that?
I think he had a question that he wanted to ask.
I like the picture though. I could use some right now.
Come on, I could use some Patron myself right now. In fact, I'm gonna go and pour myself some beer or something. I've got something around there that I can get a bit wavy with. So what was your interest in the channel? What was the question you wanted to ask? Talk to me.
Well, I thought that you guys were going over the gangs, and you know it's crazy what they consider a gang, because based on their list, anything could be a gang. Like this could be a gang in their mind. Since
Well, there's three of us. Yeah, there's four of us now.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. We're gonna take
no. Officially, this is officially a gang. If you look at the title of the name of the channel is called Jokes and Banter Gang. So this officially, you know, I've already determined the determination from the beginning is a gang. We called it a gang. So we don't let them determine us. We just do it early for them. And we
listen, I've got to have my dinner. I'll try to jump back on. Worst ways, I'll be in the chat.
Yeah, G.
Yeah. So
big up.
So welcome to the gang squad. Are you part of any other gangs? Are you part of any other gangs, or is this the only gang you've joined so far?
I guess this is my first, so I guess I need my initiation.
You're part of the
Voodoo. Well, in this gang, all you have to do is try to be a bit respectful, but there's no whole part over here. You're cool. You can talk about whatever you want. You know, try and make us laugh if you can. If you can't and you want to be serious, you're allowed to do that too. Just don't get on our nerves with it. Let's not go around the bushes.
Right. I'm generally a serious person. I don't really make jokes. But I just like
okay.
But if I had to pick, you know, a winning team though between the Bloods and the Crips, I prefer red rather than blue. So I like their colors.
Why the reds rather than the blue? Just because you like red, or
yeah, simply because I like red. You know, if I was forced to choose.
Yeah.
Plus, the Crips, they have a walk, and I don't know how to Crip walk. I tried and I failed.
That was actually funny. That was actually funny.
How you look when you do it? You look that cripple.
The quick walk. Listen, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, like my stance on gangs is that gangs are just people at the end of the day, and some people they take it to the extreme. Maybe Bloods and Crips, and you know they walk around with a flag or a color or a bandana or whatever the hell you want to call it. But to me, like there's no reality in that really. To me, that's like it's like a mask that you put on to make people think you're bigger than what you really are, because you're still just a man, and you might have a couple of real friends, but you ain't got no more than what I got. If you're coming
right, and at the end of the day, you know, a lot of times, you know, gang members will turn on their gang if you know they get caught up in the law.
Mm.
You know, but one thing I'd like to mention is I'm not sure if you're familiar, but in the United States, the FBI listed the Juggalos as a gang, and I guess they're just fans of this rap group called Insane Clown Posse. So like people are saying like, how can they call fans of music a gang? You know, because like that would be like the Grateful Dead, they've got like the Deadheads, but they're not a gang. And you know, plenty of musical acts have called their fans a certain thing, but they're not a gang. But
well, it would be similar to like calling like football fans or basketball fans a gang.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I mentioned like the red and blue, because it's all hypocritical. The biggest gang in the world is the government.
100%, 100. Can't disagree with that one. The biggest gang on our streets is the police, but the biggest gang in the world, I'd say, is the government. Definitely, man. They do gang up and they put us in our place.
I'm getting a phone call. I'll be back. Let me subscribe real quick, but it was nice talking to you guys.
Respect for you, brother. Respect for you. Like, we appreciate you. Arrive back. Nice. And hit that like and that subscribe for us. Nice. So man, I think he makes a good point, man. Like, anything could be a gang. And like, once you got more than 3 members or more than 3 people, you know, consistently gathering and getting together, I suppose, to an extent they could do that. The government could look at football fans and say, well, this one looks like a gang, more like a mob than actual fans. And that's happened, you know, like that. Like, come on, man. Like, certain teams, I don't know if they get sanctions or... Go on. What was you going to say?
That Insane Clown Posse crew are like, you know what I mean, bruv? Like, next clown, bruv. They're like, boy.
What do you mean? I'm confused.
Well, I remember back in the days. Remember when you used to have like MSN? Or did you used to have like MSN? And there was one of them that everyone used to go on to. Like, used to be able to go on the forum and chat. I think it was like on MSN, you know, G. You remember like when you used to have like Kazaa, used to be able to download music and all this shit, yeah? But anyway, all these like, let's just say caucus man started like putting all this Insane Clown Posse shit, acting like fucking, like, you know what I mean? Some next kind of KKK movement kind of shit. But I don't know about the group behind it really myself, because obviously they done a bit of like their own type of hip hop and shit like that. But the people that were supporting behind it and like the way how they were moving was, this ain't for the, you know what I mean? This is just for one group or one genre of people. And yeah, bro, I can understand why they shut that down, because as soon as these punks were coming around, everyone started acting like, you know what I mean? Not people like me and you, but them type of man.
I'm a bit confused. Can you give us a bit more detail in what you mean by that?
Well, I think a lot of their followers like had a big racist stance.
Okay. I hear you, but then like you got things like what's that guy's name? What's that thing called? Is it Upchurch or something like that? Like where they seem to have a bit of a racist stance, but you know they still get to cut and go through. I don't see anyone stopping them. You know, like that. Like I think like even in the sense of like when you say like they stop them, like I don't think you can really stop people from making music. You know, like that. Maybe you can not have them in the mainstream, so they're not playing on the mainstream radio, but that don't mean people don't listen to it. That's what they want to listen to. They're gonna find it. You see, like the same thing with like the drilling music. Nowadays it's all right. They get it on the radio, like they can listen to it because the radio's allowed them now. But there was a time when that wasn't acceptable, so you couldn't be doing all of that drilling music on the radio and all that.
But like I say though, I don't think like the Insane Posse crew themselves were like do you know what I mean, racist. I think like there was quite a few people. Yeah, because you know what, bro? It was like on I think it was on something like that. It was on a platform, bro, where bare peeps can get together, yeah. And you could just chat, like say, boom, you walk into a room, like that room is live, innit? And you used to go in there and chat, and I just remember all these dudes, they all had like clown this and terror clown that, and they were banging on about it and say, but they were going on dickhead style, do you know what I mean? But yeah, man. I don't care, bro. Like my guy, yeah, was blatantly trying it, innit?
Why did you say that?
I don't know, bro, because you know, you just don't you wonder why some people just pop up sometime like that, though?
This is why I got the new overlay, so that if anyone tries to porn bomb, I don't have to deal with that issue. But you see, the same time though, like I try not to second guess people in it. Like as much as someone might even jump on and they may even sound or seem or be here in a controversial manner to some extent, whatever it may be, I'm just not going to second guess. I'm going to wait and let them make their own impression. They might behave. You never know, man. You never know, man.
But now he was respectful anyway. But big him up though. He was respectful still. Do you know what I mean? Like obviously, like you always got to give people a chance, innit?
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. But yeah, fam, I think I might have to shut down in a minute. I got a phone call. Give me 2 seconds. 1 second. Hold on.
And it shut down. What's he saying? Nah, I'm not a troll. Got my own channel. Yeah, man. Yeah, no, I'm not. You know what I mean? I shouldn't really judge you like that, but still, like, you know how it is on these network team, man. As they say, like, wolves in sheep clothing. Disguise, surprise, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. That was a look at the thing, G. It's good to hear all the stories today, man. I love it. I love it when you tell the stories, though, Stripper, bro. It's the best. That's the best time, you know what I mean? I just sit back, put my feet up, and listen to tales, fables.
Don't make me laugh, man. Tales and fables.
But listen.
You're joking, you know. That was a good one, though. That was a good one.
Let me tell you one thing. Good, right? Anyone tell you that they believe in talking donkeys, right? You have to be careful of that, brethren, yeah?
Wait, brother, me I gotta say this now. Me I gotta say this to you now. You see back in the day. Yeah, brother. Hear me say now. Back in the day, them never believe say you need running water to wash your hand. Them believe say you can wash your hand in a bowl. Yeah, and everything's sanitary. It not works, so. So maybe one day they will show you a talking donkey until such a time, bro. Until such a time, brother. Me just like I say, miracles, the miracles and the metaphors you deal with. Miracles and metaphors you deal with, brother.
Oh, donkey.
Is that me I say? It's miracle and metaphor you deal with, brother. And you take miracle and metaphor and make mockery.
And the donkey for say,
brother. Yeah, I take miracle and metaphor for
Miracle perform for your eyes. A donkey attack.
Sure.
Bridging your drunk.
Yeah, brother, I
You see
don't know which type
donkey
of
attack.
mockery I deal with them. Yeah, brother, I don't know which type of mockery I deal with them, but you can't mock the most, you know. Them type of mockery, them can't, and then also in nothing good for
Well,
you.
yes. Me could be like Jacob and wrestle with God. Me
Yeah,
strong
brother.
like Jacob.
Yeah, brother. Me already tell you,
Me
say
come like
science,
Jacob and box up God.
Bridget, me don't tell you, say a scientific business that. Me done for you. A scientific
You see,
thing that.
Jacob hold on to God. Jacob hold on to God. Box up, top up.
Brother, you talk about a metaphor like say it is like a literal.
Hey. My mouth is killing me, man. You kill me too much, Shepherd boy. Jesus Christ. Lord.
Yeah, you don't.
You kill me, boy. Him finish me today with them bars there. You hear them bars there? Donkey fi talk. Him have donkey fi talk.
Brother, one day you will meet the top. one day when you meet paradise, you're gonna see you're talking donkey. I'm gonna see what you're gonna say that.
Oi. It's too much, man. Shepherd boy, I swear to God, yeah. You are too much, boy. You kill my fucking soul.
Yo, brother, you talk about kill your soul,
man,
but when you meet with your talking donkey in the afterlife, when you meet when you're talking donkey, brother, just remember me tell you that. Yeah, brother. And I Shrek this, is a real life thing. Yo, brother.
Man, come and give me reason to live. Me feel strong now. Hey. With some frankincense and myrrh. I'll go chill out with some. Hey.
Yo, brother, when you meet your talking donkey, you're gonna say, my best friend this. My bestest friend in the world. Me never get a friend like this yet. Trust me, brother. You never hear about what the boy name again? You have to remember his name. Perseus. Remember Perseus? Remember Pegasus. But you will have a talking donkey.
When me reach gate, because say wait, who this man with donkey? Because see him go through, go donkey can talk. And him talk with the mouth, right? So donkey go through.
Yeah, brother, hear me I say now, if the donkey can't talk with the most eye, if you have to fight with the Kraken, you don't need the Pegasus, brother. You just need the talking donkey. Don't make the donkey start kick. Don't make him start kick the Kraken. Because if him kick the Kraken, it dead. Yeah. Don't make him talk to it. If him talk to it, him head like a combust. You see it?
Oh.
Yeah, because the donkey has to speak with God. The donkey has to speak with the powers of God in him. The most eye. The most eye power him up. The more power him up.
Shift make water drop out my eye.
Yeah, brother. Yeah. You never know say Zeus and them boy that did walk with talking donkey.
Hey.
Brother. You never hear some Poseidon have two talking penguin. You're blood here. Yo.
Boy. Lord of mercy.
Shoot, that's funny, man.
That's too much,
that
boy.
would be funny.
That one there, bro. You killed my soul, bro.
Why? Ain't you ever seen that film with the talking horse, Mr. Ed? It's not unfathomable, man. Things have got big mouths, they got big teeth as well. They got proper big, like, I don't know, like kind of human-shaped teeth, giant ones.
Yes, but that's why we have them in the movies. You see, that's why you always see them in the movies and in books. You never see them in real life. You think donkey for come talk to you?
But it's a miracle, brother. You can't make mockeries out of miracles, you know. Miracle is a real thing, brother.
As him say, in the days of as in the days of Moses, so in the days is now. So we donkey for talk.
Yeah, if the most I see the donkey talk, that means the donkey talk patois. I'm scared. Listen. I'm thinking, should I shut this down now? Should we find another video to play? I gotta go out the road, man.
Yeah, later, man.
Yo, Sham, where you at?
How's he? Yeah, we fucking up, man. That killed me, boy.
Or do you want to hear the creation argument for the existence of God?
No, we done that
created 6,000 years ago in 6 days.
You don't want to hear it no more.
Put on the Yom Kippur one.
What's the Yom Kippur?
Yom Kippur and Hazel. Put that in YouTube. I didn't text. Did you text?
I did, yeah.
You're blaming it on me for?
Oh, no, I didn't think he replied back. Can we ring him quick and say come tomorrow? Quickly.
Yeah, before he gets upset.
Yeah, say that.
Yeah. So, Bridget, that thing there, what it's basically saying, yeah. And I'm not taking anything. I'm not taking a piss or anything like that. Yeah, I'm just seeing it from, let's say, from how these Hebrew men were talking about it, like what they were doing before, yeah, on that special one anointed day. So, if you're talking about, obviously there was a place for Satan, and there was a place where it says he was cast down among a land with cauldrons, rocks, etc., 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 etc. Yeah. Then there should be a location as to where this place should be. Yeah. But then now let's say they got the location of it. Why would the people or the Hebrew Israelites, why would they be sacrificing to two gods or to two beings, which it clearly says in the passages? Because that don't make sense. In fact, they call that day the day of the scapegoat. So one of the goats is meant to take away all the sins of the people, then, yeah. And the other goat, like I said, is meant to be sacrificed and blood sprinkled up on that altar seat. And then the anointed one or the holy one is allowed to go in the holies of holies, and then he's there.
I think you're confused. I think that never existed. That's a new concept. That's a new concept. You see all of this NIV stuff here. Like, what we have to understand is, like I was trying to say to you before, like Christianity got usurped because so other people started trying to insert their ideas into it. Why do you think they started altering words and altering text? And now you got NIV, you got ESV, you got all these different texts, bro.
I'm saying
all of that weird stuff.
That might be written. I'm saying, but look at it from the Hebrew, what the Hebrews say. So, or the Torah, sorry, because the Torah is before that. So look at what the Torah say.
No, it's not.
So
No, the Torah is not older than the Septuagint. People just believe it is, but they've never been able to prove it for that reason. Guess what? Even the oldest Bible in the world doesn't claim to come from the Torah. Even the oldest Bible in the world.
But if
is
the
not
Bible was
translated from the
true, then
Torah.
surely the Bible would have wrote it correctly and not put in anything about the Jews and would have started off Christians. So straight away Moses would have been Christian, not a Hebrew Israelite.
No, because Christ had not been born yet. And secondly,
So therefore
also
they were allowed to
maybe
be. So therefore they were allowed to be Hebrew Israelites then.
no, bro. What I'm trying to say to you is, like, as far as I'm concerned, anyway, I can't speak for anyone else, but as far as me as an Israelite and people who, are like myself, there weren't no such thing as no Jewish people. Yeah. So if there weren't no such thing as no Jewish people, it's unlikely there was such thing as a Torah. Yeah. Hence why most Israelites, in my opinion, I can't say this for definite, I can't answer for them, but I can say, in my opinion, it wouldn't make sense to be dealing with the Torah. It would make sense to have a King James Bible. Yeah. Now, in another respect, I would say that as far as the Torah is concerned, I'd say that the Torah is no different to the Coptic Christian Bible, which is the Ethiopian Bible, in the sense that it comes out of the Septuagint. But they're going to claim it doesn't. They're going to say it comes from the Pentateuch. But show me the Pentateuch. Show me where the Pentateuch comes from in authenticity. Show us an authentic one before the flipping Torah. Show us one before the Septuagint. Show us the authentic thing.
To me, what you're saying to me is your belief. No disrespect. Like I've not really heard this. I've heard basically King James, Jehovah Witness, Protestant, Seventh Adventist, you name it. Yeah, like I've not been ignorant. I've been to some of these places, Holy Mass, seeing how they get on, about Mary a lot, some about Jesus a lot, what you spoke about as well, etc., etc. But there's a book that everybody uses, and instead of you using the book that you follow, you rather use their book, which doesn't make sense, because if you're trying to win your argument, then you need to win your argument with your book and not use their book. So if we just take away their book,
that is our book, though. No, that is our book. You see when you're talking about Septuagint and Greek Septuagint, what people do is they make this miscalculation in their mind. They say, well, then that's a white man's book, but they forget that Greece wasn't always a white man's book. Now, hear me out. They make the mistake and forget that Greece wasn't always populated by just white people. And once we get into that, we can understand that in history, people who were known as Israelites would have populated that region. So to some extent, it would make sense to have those books in Greek or in another language other than the African language. But because we got so much people confused out here and obsessed with themselves and obsessed with their nationality, what they do is they turn their obsession into vanity. And now they can't deal with the truth anymore. But if we look back in antiquity,
it's interesting you say that.
It's irrefutable.
It's interesting you say that, because I actually looked at something on online. Well, I just typed in Moses European. And it's funny that you say that, because I was watching obviously a YouTube video and they're explaining something, about the Exodus and everything like that. And just before that, they're actually saying that he knew how to get across the seas. Like he did actually go to Greece, and then he came back, and then he went to several other places before he actually went to the Pharaoh, and then he took the people actually over to places like Greece, and they didn't just wander where they're saying now, all in the desert places there. They're saying that they could have done a freaking a circle, because what they're saying is most people, they don't go anti-clockwise. We always try to go clockwise, and it just makes sense. I don't know, to me it just makes sense, and to you it may not, but we go round in a certain way. So it's possible, man. Like you saying that there, I never heard of that before. I always heard the story Mount Sinai, from there, across the what's the name sea, and boom into Golan Heights and all them places there, and then forming what you got now, Israel. But that's what I'm saying, Bridget. There's so much information, and there's so much different verses that you're gonna get so confused that to the point that it's not really relevant. And the only really relevant stuff out of it is the stories and the advice that you might be getting, or the common sense stuff. Because
it could have been worse.
Now, yeah,
you could have come with the Nation of Islam argument. Flipping, no, that would have been hilarious. But I think ultimately, you know, sometimes it's good to just like what we do next time. We'll hold on to this argument and we'll just pull out some stuff, pull out some antiques, pull up some old pottery, some old artworks, and some old writings, and see what we can find that can flip in, maybe, you know, prove some of this stuff, if that makes sense.
Yeah, man.
You want to do some Freestyle Friday on the way out of here? It's Thursday, though.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, man. We need to start freaking getting out your freestyles, G.
All right, let's do some Freestyle Friday.
We got for us your freestyle, man.
Hold on. Can you hear that? Yeah.
Yeah.
We saying you can freestyle to that, yeah? All right, let me start up again. All right, out to Fraser Beats. Let's get this one back from the top. Let's go. All right, we out, people. We're gonna do some Freestyle Friday. Let's do this. Or it's Freestyle Thursday night, really. But fuck it, let's do this. Freestyle Thursday night time. Sitting on my sofa. Jump in the car, I need a chauffeur. Tell me what you go for. Cause right now I'm feeling like I need a go for. Go to the shop, go get me something. Go do a shot, go get something. Go what? Do something, move something, take something, break something, do something. Like I ain't got the time. And I always got something on my mind, cause I'm always on my grind. And I'm trying to shine. These motherfuckers have got light, but don't shine like mine. Shine too bright. These motherfuckers tall, can't reach the height. These motherfuckers don't really want to fight, cause I swing with the left and I swing with the right. But nah, I don't never use a knife, but I might have the pipe that'll knock out your life. Like, oh, put a hole in your hat, put a hole in your back. Motherfuckers, just relax, listen.
Yeah, stay there. Yo, acting like some bitch, man. You're not no rich, man. Up in the chat, you're like some stitch, man. Rolled out, lying flat in the ditch, man. Yeah, you're like a woman in the kitchen. Nothing but snitching, nothing but bitching. Yeah, I put the grease on you, watch you slip. Pull up your laces, mind you don't trip. Yeah, name big, writing bold. Yeah, story done, story been told. Yeah, hot water all over you, been scold. That's for you, acting like you can't get hurt. Yeah, get hurt, left out in the dirt. I'll be banging like a girlfriend's ex-boyfriend. What's his name? His name is Kurt. Stand the sex and then splurt. Cheese. Fire upon them.
Jeez, you know what it bees. Me and my G's out here getting peas, never on our knees. If you want to talk grease, then we might squeeze. Yeah, I might flow by you like the breeze, but never look at me in the wrong way, because you might end up D-E-A to the D if you're messing with the team, because we roll so clean and shoes look clean. Yeah, the shoes are the N-I-K to the E, and I don't ride the B-I-K to the E. No, I'm driving a car and I look like a star. Got the girl with the big titties busting out the bra. You don't know who we are. know what we does. Yeah, stay out of my way before I call for my cuz. Listen, yeah. Listen, let's go to the next beat. Let's go to the next one. That was good though. Big up man like Fraser. I was enjoying that one. But it's a bit greasy. He was getting a bit greasy. So let's just go straight to the drillings.
Hey, run it. I'll be back.
Yeah, scudder. It's the last one of the day. Last orders at the bar. Yeah, they don't want it, nah. Nah, they don't want it, nah. Nah, they don't want it, nah. Listen, yeah. Just another day in the trap, trying to make money, trying to flip another pack. When I say pack, I ain't talking about no drugs. I'm talking about that business, all those things that I does. Yeah, those things that I do. I don't even need a crew. I just step on the road, put on my 2 shoes, and I start making moves. No one can stop, you know who. When I'm in my groove, when I'm on my thing, listen, how I do my thing. Doing what I does, me and cuz, me and broski, mess around with us, that's a no-ski, trust me. I'll be outside in the winter when it's snowing, need no skis, no ski boots, no ski suits, no jumpsuits, cause I'm so hot-headed, motherfucker, get fuck out the way, get deaded, yo, get that money, get breaded, listen, yeah, this beat is nuts. Professor G went crazy. He went in. Yeah. Alright, let me do that bars again. What was I saying? I don't even remember, you know. Hold up. Yeah, that was it. Alright. Where we going with this now? On my ones, doing my daily, no mistakes, keeping it programmed. I'm from a dangerous place, pagans built for the ting like Conan. Government's changing pace, taking your savings, changing rates. Don't give a damn about saving face, filling up petrol, changing plates. No money on these estates, you man wanna buy bathing apes. Watch out for the blatant snakes, calling bluffs got me raising stakes. Bakers selling pies, politicians selling ties, McDonald's selling fries, television selling lies. Rich people getting richer, poor people on the grind, trying to make it out the matrix. We ain't got a lot of time. Life's short, live it once, live forever, we won't die. Call it trap, we call it life. They don't want to switch up sides, except for the wife, you trust me. I never let no girl kiss me, I never let no girl diss me. Can't get thrown at your head like frisbee. Beef, man, I take that lightly. Get cooked till it's well done crispy. Ain't got no talk for the ops. That's like pork to the man, they miss me. Except for the wife, you trust me. Never let no guy kiss me. I never let no guy diss me. Can't get thrown at your head like frisbee. Beef, man, I take that lightly. Get cooked till it's well done crispy. Ain't got no talk for the ops. That's like pork to the man, they miss me.
Yeah. I'm like, cool, blind. If you want to try me, blood, then I suggest you try me. Yeah, I see how the maven snakes, they're slimy. But as soon as I get on this beat, you know what, I'm so grimy. You know what time it is, look at the Rolex, I'm so timey. And I know I'm far, but you're so behind me. I'm at the start, and you're so far hard in the place. You know what, blood, I'll just put you in your place. Kick off the door, yeah, kick off the hinges. Give you a cut, yeah, that's a cold shape, that's fringes. Yeah, we'll set it off like singes. And you know what, I'm drinking beer like binging. Yeah.
Yo, Schiffer, who's that MC, man? Mad.
Little preview there, you get me, Schiffer?
There you are, just me and Natty still. It's me and Natty up here.
Natty's going in though, isn't he?
Come on,
Pick up yourself, Natty.
Come on, listen.
Natty dreading on the building, you know. Bang, bang. Done now already. One more time,
bang,
Natty. One of the next lyrics.
Get it, bang, bang. Get it, bang, bang.
What, next track, or we doing the same beat?
What's the next drilly, man?
Alright, pull it up.
What you want the next beat?
Drill, though. I like the drill thing still.
Man, I need a little drinking thing, man. You know when you do this, I feel like on the spot, because you know I don't really like spit, but man has a little freestyle at yard and thing. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Nat, you're going on like your Kanye West producers, but he wants to touch the mic now, bro. You want the limelight now, Nat. You don't want to be behind the scenes no more.
See?
What you even on Guanin with? What do you mean? It ain't just bars and hooks. Talking slick with the hardest team. Live life like a motion put flames in the bars and dip. Nobody that can't get hit. Shivered on, what are you Guanin with? Remember when money was low? I was on road, chopping up bits, going on bad. We were just kids, ain't from around here. You don't know how it is. Girls gone wild, life was a trip. Suck on the stick, you'll buy new kicks. Friends come and go, some of them fake. Just wanna take, can't see the idea. Breaking the code, you wanna stick to the code, but you never been on the road. When I was hungry, your belly was full, playing the fool. You never been in the yard, you never put on the gloves. Show man, what are you on? What are you dealing with, dog? What are you moving, fam? What do you mean?
Yeah.
What are you even on Guanin with? What do you mean? This ain't just bars and hooks. Talking slick with the hardest team. Live life like a motion pick. Cook flames in the bars and dip. Nobody that can't get hit. Yo, Natty, what are you Guanin with?
Yeah. They're testing my testing my blicky. Might pull out the team. Team start get icky. Lying in the floor on the blood all sticky. You know what, blood? I'm not that man who doesn't even hit for a bicky. Yeah. Girl thing, lick up my neck. Leave me with hickey. Down below, then suck up my thing. She's all licky. But I watch out because sometimes she's all that tricky. Funny with money, yeah, she like the honey. Yeah, but she ting like a Playboy bunny. And the way she's moving on me, I'm like honey. She's like the bee. Buzzing on me. Cheese. Yeah. Yeah.
Even on Guanin with, what do you mean? Ain't just bars and hooks. Talking slick with the hardest team. Live life like a motion pick. Cook flames in the bars and dip. Nobody that can't get hit. Shivered on, what are you Guanin with? What are you even on Guanin with? What do you mean? It ain't just bars and kicks. Talking slick with the hardest team. Live life like a motion pick. Put flames in the bars and dip. Nobody that can't get hit. Yo, Natty, what are you Guanin with? Hey. I knew you like that one.
What are we Guanin with? What are we Guanin with?
Yeah, that was funny.
Mad.
Yeah. What you even on Guanin with? What do you mean? You're not active, you ain't on job. Breathing gas, but you know I'm at P. Talk slick with the hardest team. Fresh plates to the car, them clean. Blow smoke till I can't get lean. Work all day till I can't go sleep. What we doing out here? What we doing out here? Come on, man.
What we doing out here, man? Send me this, innit? Send me this and make a track, man.
Hey, behave. All right, say nothing.
Like I'll
like
write stuff as well, man. Trust me, like we'll write, get the hooks, everything, bro. Like
we said edits. You want some of this?
Yeah, man.
All right, say nothing. We need to organize something, man. I think I might go beach on the weekend.
Man's gonna go to the beach, get some sun, vitamin D.
Come on, let's go to the beach. Let's go to the beach. Bleach.
Man's gonna go to the beach, get some sun, vitamin D. Might just go on the beach, forget the beer, drink some tea, some lemon, peppermint tea. You know what I mean? My lyrical flow so dark, it's so dark, it moves like greaves. When I jump on the
let's
mic,
go to the beach. Let's go to the beach. Kabad man the bleach. If you not have money,
man, go to the beach for some vitamin D. Sunshine and blow. Breeze to the breeze. When the girl them see weed, them a car with the vitamin D inside like breeze.
Hours.